Footsteps echoed through the quiet streets. A solitary figure ran through the shadows. His name was Juing Gong. A heavy name. It literally meant protagonist, a desperate wish from his parents for a grand destiny. He pushed open the familiar door of a shop. Every eye turned to him. Mockery had chased him since childhood. They laughed at his grand name, but their words meant nothing. His heart remained perfectly cold. He rejected fate. He never wanted the hero's burden. The main character was just a foolish role. He stood inside his favorite sanctuary, a simple game store. He silenced the blonde clerk's jokes with a sharp glare. He demanded the prize, the new release. The clerk simply smirked. A sacred copy was already secured for him. The legend had returned. Night Saga Re, a masterpiece forged in blood, an endless, brutal war between mankind and the demonic horde. Two paths of destiny awaited. The glorious human hero, Locke, or the absolute nightmare, the demon king's eldest son, Zephyr Ragnaros. A world of endless quests and deadly adventures. He was a master. He had conquered this realm over 10 times in his youth. Every secret was etched into his soul. A pioneer of the virtual reality era. A true classic. The main character finally returned to his quiet room. The real world faded away. He pulled the sacred cartridge from its case. The portal was ready. He slipped the heavy visor over his eyes. The system roared to life. The loading screen swallowed his vision. A simple plan. 8 hours of peaceful escape, but fate is cruel. In a heartbeat, the digital void consumed him entirely. His heavy eyelids snapped open. Blinding golden rays pierced the woven roof. This was no digital projection. He lay breathing heavily on a strange bed. The virtual world had become reality. But a cold terror gripped his spine. This body, this weak vessel, it belonged to a stranger. A monstrous voice shattered the silence. "Are you still sleeping?" A colossal ogre tore back the tent flap, its fangs bared. It demanded his presence for the coming storm. His breath caught in his throat. The texture of the beast's skin, the smell of dirt and sweat. "Such godlike graphics," he whispered in utter disbelief. The beast tilted its massive head. "Graphics? What madness speaks you?" A shockwave hit his core. Free will, true speech. This was never in the system notes. He masked his panic and demanded a name. The monster's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" "I am Carrick." The title dropped like an executioner's blade. "Prince Shutra." Carrick sneered. "The vanguard awaits your command, my liege." Memory struck like lightning. Shutra Ignos, the absolute bottom of the demonic hierarchy, the useless ninth son of the supreme demon king. Panic threatened to consume him. This character was unplayable. A glitch in fate itself. He slashed his hand through the air. A glowing azure window fractured the darkness. A forced tutorial? A cursed beginning. He stared at the merciless numbers. A mere peasant possessed 10 points of power. His majestic demonic stats? A pathetic, miserable 5. Absolute trash, a disgrace to the royal bloodline. Desperation drove him forward. He commanded the system to reveal his skills. 2 mysterious powers awakened. Conquest, level 1. Protagonist, setting adjustment, level 1. Cold sweat dripped down his spine. Did he just bend the very rules of reality? Carrick's monstrous shadow darkened the tent again. A ferocious roar echoed. "Move your royal feet!" He stepped into the glaring light. His blood ran utterly cold. A legion of towering ogres stood frozen, weapons drawn, eyes locked upon him. Murderous intent choked the air. "Why the war formation?" he demanded. Carrick snorted with brutal disdain. "Cease your foolish babble. We march now." The objective was absolute slaughter. Exterminate the Scarlet Lightning dogs, all color drained from his face. Death stared him right in the eyes. His very first trial was a bloodbath. Raw terror gripped his heart. No tutorial, no warning, just an immediate plunge into war. The savage orcs of Scarlet Lightning had ignited a violent rebellion, and he was the sacrificial lamb, tossed into the meat grinder, forced to suppress the uprising, flanked by the monstrous 7th prince and the deadly 8th princess. But the numbers made no sense. 10 warriors for a massive war? Carrick ground his teeth in pure frustration. "I told you yesterday, weakling, this is a mere scouting patrol." The beast narrowed its yellow eyes. Suspicion dripped from its fangs. "Did a poison rot your brain? You act like a broken toy." The main character summoned his weapon. The system screen flared to life. A tactical minimap materialized in his vision, a divine tool for survival. He anchored it to his sight. A faint golden line pulsed on the map, a secret route, hidden from mortal eyes. His gamer instinct screamed of an exclusive event. Carrick glared at a crude parchment. The beast barked about wasted time and long roads. He met the monster's gaze with absolute authority. "Shut your mouth and follow. I hold the key to a faster path." A tense silence fell over the squad. They marched blindly behind a weakling, tearing through vicious thorns, scaling treacherous, jagged peaks. A true path of suffering. His lungs burned like molten iron. His miserable stamina was entirely depleted. But victory stood before them. An ancient stone vault buried deep in the forest, forged with twin iron handles. He gasped for air, clutching his chest. Carrick's voice lost its arrogant edge, replaced by a heavy, profound awe. How did a weak prince uncover this ancient secret? "Are you a master of the mystic arts?" the beast pressed. He let out a breathless, mocking scoff. "Hardly." Carrick studied his deathly pale visage. "Are you dying on me, liege?" The bitter truth hit him hard. A level 1 vessel was absolute garbage. A body this fragile had no place on a battlefield. He ordered the beast to breach the ancient gates, but a sudden force paralyzed him. A blinding, holy light erupted from his core. He stared in utter shock. The divine voice of the system echoed. "Level up!" His mind shattered at the absurdity. Experience points gained simply by enduring a walk. A surge of pure power coursed through him. Every single stat skyrocketed by 2, granting twin points of pure potential. "This is absolute madness," he breathed out. A sudden, heavy grind of stone shattered his thoughts. The abyss was opening. Carrick roared for him to advance. The massive stone gates had been conquered. A pitch-black maw awaited them. Hell itself could be lurking inside. But he had an army of beasts at his back. And more importantly, he wielded the greatest weapon of all, the divine right of a protagonist. He stared into the crushing, suffocating darkness. The descent had begun. Carrick traced the ancient stonework. "The work of mountain dwarves," the beast muttered. A violent shock hit the prince's mind. Dwarves? In this cursed territory? The game's lore had just been shattered. The ogre shook his head. They were gone. But they had existed once. Ingong pressed further. Had they fled the demonic realm? Carrick remained silent. He simply did not know. Suddenly, the march halted. A forgotten treasure chest sat in the shadows. Ancient equipment littered the desolate path. The ogres roared with greed. Gold gleamed in the darkness. They mocked the dwarves. Only fools would abandon such fine steel. Massive hands snatched up the heavy loot. Greed drove them forward. Meanwhile, Ingong stood perfectly still. His mind raced with possibilities. The system issued a harsh warning. His level was too low. His strength and magic were severely lacking. These items were beyond him. But Ingong refused to back down. He would claim them anyway. He needed to test his inventory. He reached out. He tapped a single piece of gear. He willed it to belong to him. In a flash, it vanished. The item materialized within his system window. The rules were simple. Physical touch. Absolute will. That was all it took to claim his prize. Without warning, the map flared red. Danger approached. Ingong screamed a desperate warning. He ordered everyone to fall back immediately. The ogres turned in confusion. They missed the fatal sign. The stone wall ahead fractured. Then, it detonated with devastating force. Dust cleared. A mighty ogre lay crushed. From the rubble, a monstrous orc emerged. It was the Scarlet Lightning tribe. They were led by the fearsome general, Kai Chan. It was a deadly ambush. They had been waiting in the shadows. The orcs unleashed a brutal charge. A horrific massacre began. The ogres fell one by one. The survivors fought with desperate fury. But Ingong stood frozen. Fear locked his limbs. His mind frantically searched for an escape. Perhaps he could steal a kill. He desperately needed the experience points. He crept through the chaos. He targeted an occupied orc. He swung his blade with all his might. The impact rang out. But his fragile sword shattered into pieces. Shock washed over him. The towering orc turned. It unleashed a blood-curdling snarl. Panic seized Ingong's heart. He sprinted for his life. The beast thundered right behind him. Disaster struck. His foot caught on the jagged ground. He crashed into the dirt. His health plummeted to 1/15. His magic hung at a pathetic 5/5. He had no options left. Death stood above him. He screamed in pure terror. The orc swung its mighty blade. Suddenly, a massive shadow blocked the fatal strike. Karak had saved his life. The fierce ogre cursed his foolishness. He roared at Ingong to move. Steel sang against steel. Karak and the orc engaged in a brutal duel. Ingong crawled backward. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat drenched his face. He desperately tried to calm down. He told himself this was just a game. But the terror was too real. The blood was too warm. He wanted to escape. He summoned his system panel. He stared at his pitiful stats. He scanned the glowing interface. He checked his skill list. It was completely empty. A cold dread crept up his spine. Something was terribly wrong. He searched frantically. There was no logout button. There was no escape. The horrifying truth hit him. He was permanently trapped in this nightmare. The battle raged around him, but Kai-chan had found his target. The ruthless general locked eyes with Ingong. Dark magic surged. Massive boulders levitated. They launched directly at the helpless prince. Ingong braced himself. He refused to die like this. But he was too slow. The heavy stones battered his frail body. The impact was devastating. Agony tore through his nerves. A violent explosion swallowed him whole. His vision darkened. He lay in the wreckage. He gasped desperately for a single breath. His vision blurred into red and black. Heavy footsteps approached. It was Kai-chan. The towering general raised his executioner's blade. The cold steel plunged downward. His health hit 0 out of 15. Total darkness consumed him. Shutra awoke in a boundless void. Silence reigned supreme. This was a realm beyond life and death. His final memory was the fatal strike, the brutal orc execution. Absolute terror gripped his soul. Had he truly perished? Suddenly, a blinding golden radiance pierced the darkness. An otherworldly voice echoed. It vibrated through his very being. It spoke of ancient secrets. It called him the fated existence of this realm. A mysterious woman manifested from the light. Her command was absolute. Conquer, enslave, rule. Shutra stared in utter bewilderment. Then, like a phantom, she vanished. Back in the mortal realm, the slaughter continued. The ogre vanguard was breaking apart. Blood soaked the earth. Kai-chan turned his back. The general walked arrogantly toward his main army. The general sneered in contempt. Their numbers were pitiful. It was a pathetic ambush. These fools were either completely blind or staggeringly stupid. He issued a cold command. Wipe them out. Leave no survivors. But suddenly, the air shifted. A suffocating pressure descended. Kai-chan snapped his head back. An awakening had begun. Impossible. It was the fallen prince. Shutra rose from the dead. A majestic golden aura engulfed his body. A system notification chimed. Telekinesis level 1 was successfully acquired. This power was entirely new. But something else caught his eye. A hidden title had awakened. A legendary subclass now burned in his status window. Knight of Conquest. Level 1. Kai-chan sensed the terrifying threat. Panic flashed in the general's eyes. He roared at his soldiers. Kill that bastard. Erase him immediately. Karak witnessed the golden miracle. Hope ignited in the ogre's heart. He bellowed a desperate order. Form a defensive wall. Defend the prince at all costs. Shutra watched the bloody clash. He studied his glowing system window. Knight of Conquest. This was no ordinary class. It was an anomaly, an unprecedented power. Divine energy surged from his core. The golden light intensified. Yet, it felt incredibly natural. It felt like a power he had wielded for 1,000 years. Ancient incantations whispered in his mind. The spells burned into his memory. His eyes narrowed with lethal focus. All fear was gone. Only absolute resolve remained. His voice echoed with sovereign authority. The power of conquest shall be the power of a king. Under the king's banner. He unleashed the incantation. A brilliant wave of golden aura crashed into his allies. This was the might of the ruler. Under the king's banner. A devastating level 11 conquest skill. It washed over the battlefield. It granted monstrous empowerment to every ally within its domain. The ogres threw their heads back and roared. Limitless power flooded their veins, their wounds stitched closed. Absolute bloodlust took over. It was time to annihilate the enemy. They shattered weapons with their bare hands. They crushed armor with terrifying force. The tide of war instantly turned. The mighty orcs fell like broken toys. Kai-chan trembled in disbelief. This sudden strength was impossible. It defied all logic. Then, his eyes locked onto the glowing prince. Shutra was the source of this miracle. The general lunged forward in desperation. He swung his blade to end the magic, but Shutra stood like a mountain. The king of conquest did not retreat. He did not even flinch. Karak obliterated the incoming boulders. Dust choked the battlefield. A dark satisfaction flickered in their eyes. The prince unleashed a surge of magic. He empowered his warrior. Karak erupted forward. He charged toward Kaichan like a beast of war. Absolute terror gripped Kaichan. His blood ran cold. There was no time to flee. The massive blade swung. A single, ruthless arc. Karak severed his head in one clean strike. The orc horde broke. Panic poisoned their ranks. They turned and fled in sheer terror. The ogres showed no mercy. A brutal massacre ensued. Not a single soul escaped the slaughter. A cold light flashed in his vision. The system delivered its absolute verdict. Shutra read the floating text. The general's bloody merits belonged solely to the king. Golden windows cascaded before his eyes. Level up. The surge of new power was intoxicating. A grim smile crossed his face. Karak observed his master in silence. The warrior pondered the true depth of this sudden, mysterious strength. A fierce pride ignited within the warrior. His gaze shifted back to his liege. The truth dawned on him. This divine blessing was entirely the prince's doing. The blood-soaked battlefield faded behind them. They returned to the silent camp. Shutra sat isolated in his dark tent. Cold sweat drenched his back. A terrifying truth loomed. The logout button had vanished completely. He swallowed his rising panic. He forced his racing mind to focus. Two grim theories emerged from the darkness. The first was a technological nightmare. He was completely trapped within this virtual realm. Perhaps a catastrophic system failure had occurred. A critical error in the waking world. If so, salvation would eventually come. A patch, a server update, a fleeting chance to return home. Then came the second theory. It defied all mortal logic. It bordered on absolute madness. This was no mere simulation. This brutal, bleeding world was reality itself. He recalled the old tales of fiction, the webtoons and ancient myths, the cursed trope of dimension crossing. His soul had been dragged directly into the game, or perhaps a parallel realm mimicking its exact design. The evidence was overwhelmingly absolute. The wind carried the metallic scent of real blood. The earth beneath him felt entirely genuine. These beings possessed profound depth. They spoke with true sentience and free will. Then came the final, undeniable proof. The system's protective filters were completely dead. No artificial censorship. He had confirmed the raw, physical reality of his own flesh. The scattered pieces formed a damning picture. The heavy truth crashed down upon him. He had crossed the ultimate boundary. He was breathing the air of a dangerous, alien world. The suffocating shadow of death loomed over him. True death. Here there would be no respawn. A primal fear gnawed at his core. He absolutely refused to gamble away his single life. He desperately clung to a sliver of hope. Fate had shown a fraction of mercy. He was no filthy orc. He was no mindless beast. He possessed the bloodline of royalty. Suddenly, the heavy tent flap shifted. Karak stepped into the shadows. He sought a private audience. The prince narrowed his eyes in surprise. This visit was entirely unscripted. The massive warrior bowed his head. He issued a bold, unexpected challenge. A sparring match. Shutra demanded a reason for this sudden request. Karak spoke with a voice like iron. He swore his absolute loyalty. Shutra was destined to command the vanguard. Assessing his master's blade was a tactical necessity. Only then could they survive the brutal wars ahead. Shutra questioned the necessity of this violent test. A heavy steel blade spun through the air. Karak tossed him the weapon. The towering warrior offered a grim grin. He promised to restrain his monstrous, crushing power. A sharp, echoing laugh escaped Shutra. The sheer audacity of the warrior was amusing. He gripped the cold hilt tightly. He reminded the giant of his royal station. Such arrogance was near treason. The prince's aura flared wildly. He exploded forward like a striking viper. He commanded his vassal to fight with deadly intent. The giant warrior anchored his feet. He hardened his massive frame for the imminent impact. Steel violently crashed against flesh. A bizarre, heavy silence followed. Absolute confusion paralyzed them both. The strike lacked any lethal force. Karak stood entirely unbothered. Shutra unleashed a relentless, yet completely useless barrage of attacks. Irritation burned in the giant warrior's eyes. The pathetic blows felt like rain on a mountain. His patience completely vanished. Karak swung his mighty arm in retaliation. A casual, heavy strike sent the royal prince skidding backward. Shutra lost his footing completely. He crashed hard into the unforgiving dirt. Genuine alarm flashed across Carrick's scarred face. He stepped forward in sudden panic. The bruised prince groaned from the earth. He cursed the giant for his abrupt, crushing strength. A sudden, sharp chime pierced the air. Blue text materialized in his vision. Skill acquired, basic swordsmanship. Shock widened his royal gaze. When did this happen? A sudden, terrifying revelation clicked into place. The painful memory of telekinesis resurfaced. The grand puzzle finally aligned perfectly. The system's hidden rules were twisted and brutal. To gain divine power, he must suffer. His physical body had to endure direct trauma to absorb new skills. Karak lowered his heavy stance. He declared the pathetic duel completely over. He suggested they call a temporary truce. It was time to feast and replenish their lost vitality. But the royal blood boiled within him. Retreat was absolutely not an option. He shifted into a deadly combat stance. A fierce fire ignited in his eyes. The real battle begins now. With unyielding confidence, Shutra launched himself forward. Carrick casually parried the incoming blade. But his veteran eyes narrowed slightly. A subtle, dangerous shift had occurred. The prince's footwork was noticeably sharper. The trajectory of his blade held newfound lethal intent. Confusion clouded the giant warrior's mind. Why was the initial display so incredibly pitiful? He observed the charging prince closely. Miraculous growth in mere seconds defied logic. He highly doubted this sudden mastery was genuine. Shutra danced smoothly out of striking range. A wild, thrill-seeking grin broke across his face. The sheer ecstasy of combat consumed him. He casually analyzed Carrick's heavy strikes. Then, a crucial question escaped his lips. He demanded to know the warrior's exact level. Carrick spoke of his terrifying power. Level 21. A formidable rank in this harsh, unforgiving world. Hearing this absolute truth, the prince summoned his own status window. He peered into his own hidden soul. A confident smirk touched the prince's lips. The power gap was vast, but not impossible. He would devour experience and ascend rapidly. In this twisted dimension, raw power was measured in absolute numbers. Every living soul possessed a definite level. But the native inhabitants were completely blind. They lacked his divine system interface. To gauge their own hidden strength, they relied on complex magic. A cumbersome evaluation spell was their only archaic method. This was his absolute ultimate trump card. Omniscience over his own shifting fate. He could freely allocate hidden points. He could manually forge his own destiny. This system was a god-tier advantage in a world of blind mortals. The main character pressed his relentless, ferocious assault. Steel flashed violently again and again. Carrick's flawless defense momentarily cracked under the pressure. The prince's absolute conviction blazed like an inferno. He truly believed his potential was entirely limitless. His rapid growth would break reality itself. He would completely leave everyone in the dust. His mind raced back to the game's darkest lore. The demon arc of the Night Saga, a brutal tale of blood and betrayal. It chronicled Zephyr's savage, ruthless rise, the path of slaughtering his own kin to seize the Demon King's throne. The grand timeline was vast and incredibly treacherous. Countless bloody chapters and dark trials lay ahead. The tortuous journey to the final apocalypse was long. Yet, one legendary saga entirely eclipsed them all. The inevitable bloody ascension of Zephyr. The absolute massacre of the royal bloodline. This catastrophic turning point was eternally etched in stone. The grim prophecy pointed directly to the year 517. A cursed year of unparalleled, ruthless slaughter. Zephyr would annihilate every single sibling. No survivors, no mercy. The absolute finality of that word terrified him. It meant his own royal head was firmly destined for the chopping block. He frantically checked the current era. The year 512. The cosmic hourglass had just turned. He possessed a mere 5 years. A razor-thin margin before the ultimate executioner arrived. Survival became his absolute, singular obsession. The dark prophecy had to be completely shattered. He must forge a power that dwarfed the future Demon King. Suddenly, heavy footsteps shattered his intense concentration. Karak loomed over him like a mountain. The giant questioned his master's solitary brooding. The loyal warrior had scoured the entire military camp. His deep voice held a rare, tense urgency. Shutra snapped out of his dark trance. He demanded a rapid status report. Had an unseen enemy launched a surprise attack? Karak stared in absolute disbelief. A critical war council was currently convening. The elite brass were growing dangerously impatient inside the command tent. The heavy scene shifted. Shutra sat before a steaming cup. 2 imposing figures flanked him. The The tense atmosphere was entirely suffocating. He masked his internal dread with a completely cold facade. He casually noted their premature arrival. A chilling, arrogant voice suddenly cut through the air. The seventh prince, Chris Moonlight. The dangerous rival's eyes narrowed like daggers. He openly mocked Shutra's sudden, highly uncharacteristic display of manners. Blood ties demanded familiarity. They urged him to cast aside all formalities. The eighth princess, Caitlin Moonlight, stood guarded. This was their very first encounter. Yet, Chris pushed forward. He commanded Shutra to use their given names. These were no ordinary royals. They were the proud offspring of Ayla Moonlight. She was the fourth queen, the absolute sovereign of the lycanthropes. In the original timeline, they were formidable obstacles. But history held a darker truth. 1 year before the Grand Massacre, they perished. Zephyr and the Demon King's other heirs slaughtered them without mercy. Their tragic doom stemmed from a hidden truth, a dark and dangerous secret surrounding Caitlin Moonlight's birth. She bore the curse of illegitimate blood. Now, her sharp gaze pierced Shutra. She demanded to know why he abandoned their battle strategy to fight alone. Her orders had been absolute. He was meant to merely patrol the shadows. Shutra stood his ground. He claimed the enemy's ambush came from an unseen angle. Caitlin stepped closer. Her eyes scanned his physical form for blood. Her warning was stern and cold. He was the weakest among them, and death lingered close. Shutra felt a jolt of shock. Why did she care? The heirs of the Demon King were never known for familial warmth. Chris loomed over him with a fierce glare. One more reckless move, and divine punishment would fall upon him. This unexpected mercy shattered his expectations. But in that fragile moment, a dangerous scheme took root in his mind. The lycanthropes possessed boundless vitality. They were natural masters of aura. He saw a golden opportunity. He would harness their deadly power to forcibly awaken his own strength. He locked eyes with the royal beasts. He made an insane demand. He asked them to strike him with their pure, unbridled aura. The sibling duo froze in absolute disbelief. A single word escaped their lips. What? Meanwhile, twilight painted the mountains blood red. The orc forces fell in droves. Monstrous ogres clashed with earth-shattering might. A colossal beast roared, charging into the fray. The lesser monsters behind him shrieked in savage triumph. A single devastating swing obliterated the orc vanguard. Flesh and bone shattered. A desperate enemy struck back. It left a mere scratch on the giant's mighty arm. The behemoth turned its terrifying gaze. Pure horror paralyzed the attacker. Then came the brutal counter. The enemy exploded into a shower of gore. A thunderous war cry shook the heavens. Slaughter them all! The warlord promised glorious spoils to the most ruthless killer. Bloodlust erupted across the battlefield. The slaughter intensified. Far away from the carnage, Shutra's mind plunged into an endless, shadowy void. A divine entity materialized before him. Majestic figures flanked this goddess. Shutra's mind raced. These supreme beings did not exist in the lore of Night Saga. The celestial maiden stepped closer. A blinding, magnificent golden light surged forward. It consumed him entirely. He gasped, awakening in his cold bed. Was it merely a hallucination? Without warning, Carrick loomed over him. The towering warrior demanded to know if he was conscious. Shutra flinched. His heart hammered in his chest. He cursed his subordinate for the scare. Carrick merely grunted. He noted his master's unbroken spirit. The giant demanded answers. Why provoke the mighty princess? Shutra had begged for the pain. And so, he had received her wrath. Carrick's eyes widened in sudden awe. A strange luminescence radiated from the prince. Shutra had achieved aura level 1. Raw, unyielding energy pulsed through his very veins. The subordinate questioned this miraculous awakening. Was enduring a brutal strike the ultimate key to power? Shutra offered only a cryptic, mysterious smile. Carrick pressed further. Was this why he fought the Lightning Tribe with such monstrous ferocity? A single word left Shutra's lips. Yes. Profound respect washed over the massive warrior. Shutra shifted his focus. He commanded an immediate report of the waking world. Carrick delivered monumental news. The vanguard had completely annihilated the Lightning Tribe. Shutra froze. A cold confusion gripped his mind. He had believed his trio was the sole force hunting the Scarlet Lightning. Carrick scoffed at the notion. That enemy clan was far too massive to face alone. Suspicion flared within the prince. He demanded the Supreme Commander's name. Carrick revealed the truth. General Bandal. The name struck Shutra like a thunderbolt. General Bandal was an absolute titan on the battlefield. Back in the game, he was an unmatched vanguard. Ingong had favored him heavily while playing as Zephyr. A predatory glint sparked in Shutra's eyes. This was a fateful opportunity. Bandal was destined to serve Zephyr in the year 515. But fate had not yet been sealed. The general remained unclaimed. Shutra could steal this supreme weapon for himself. He possessed absolute knowledge of this titan, every hidden desire, every favored treasure, every lethal talent in the general's arsenal. Yet one ironclad rule remained. To tame the beast, he must crush him in a duel. Armed with future knowledge, Shutra prepared to steal Zephyr's greatest shield. It was a monumental gamble, but the glorious prize was worth the risk. The hourglass of destiny still had sand remaining. He set his sights on conquering Bandal, right within Caitlyn's stronghold. Meanwhile, absolute shock gripped the royal siblings. Shutra had manifested pure aura in a single dawn. A wicked smirk danced across his face. It was an inevitable victory. He had poured every ounce of his ungodly potential into mastering aura. This was no blind gamble. It was a calculated evolution. Aura forged a fragile mortal body into an indestructible weapon. It completely eclipsed the mere tricks of telekinesis. Chris stared at him in utter, paralyzing disbelief. Was this the terrifying latent power of the Gandharva bloodline? Chris demanded more miracles. Could he map the treacherous underground abyss? True cartography was beyond him, but the system's minimap was his divine guide. He commanded parchment and ink. Moments bled away, and the flawless map was born. Chris examined the parchment. Its terrifying precision dwarfed his own strategic charts. He declared Shutra an absolute prodigy. The slaughtered remnants of the Scarlet Lightning tribe lay rotting. Dead men tell no tales. The secret of the underground labyrinth was now theirs to exploit. Chris anticipated a flawless ambush. He relied on that exact tactic. Meanwhile, the shadows demanded a different path. They had a critical mission for Shutra. The tense briefing concluded. Shutra vanished into the creeping dusk. He marched alongside Carrick, a towering force leading their seasoned vanguard. Their duty was absolute. Secure the dark perimeter once more, a grueling task thrust upon Shutra, the bitter burden of being the youngest of his bloodline. Carrick grunted in deep approval. The arrival of fresh warriors bolstered their ranks. Shutra nodded slowly, recognizing the relentless grit of his loyal forces. Without warning, two cloaked figures materialized from the thick mist. The heavy fabric fell away, revealing Caitlyn and her loyal adjutant. Shutra narrowed his eyes in suspicion, demanding the reason for this sudden deception. Why hide behind such garments? She silenced him with a sharp gesture. Her presence was meant to be a hidden shield, a safeguard against mortal peril. Yet she swore to interfere only at the brink of death. This victory must remain his alone. He scoffed internally. Such reckless devotion baffled him. Was this pure foolishness or true loyalty? The heavy silence broke. Sarah, the fierce adjutant, spoke her name. He offered a curt nod of respect. Caitlyn laid down her strict conditions. They would drift behind like phantoms. He must ignore their presence and focus entirely on the looming threat ahead. The gaping maw of the cavern swallowed them whole. Pitch-black darkness pressed in from all sides. They marched forward relentlessly, passing through vast chambers stripped completely bare. A chilling mystery hung in the stagnant air. What force abandons a stronghold so entirely? The legendary dwarves must have scavenged their own riches, leaving nothing but dust and echoes behind. Shutra questioned the meager spoils from their past conquest. Karak let out a low, rumbling growl, concluding those remnants were merely worthless scraps, abandoned by ancient masters. Deeper into the terrifying abyss they marched. Suddenly, Karak halted. A foul presence breached his primal senses. Shutra gripped his weapon tight. The faint sound of approaching doom echoed through the stone. He immediately consulted his ethereal map. Crimson dots flared in the darkness. He instantly recognized the dreadful signature. With a flick of his wrist, he accessed his dimensional vault. His fingers closed around a crystalline artifact of pure light, the perfect countermeasure for this exact nightmare. His voice cut through the silence like a blade. "Shield your eyes on my absolute command." Muscles tensed. Weapons were drawn. From the crushing blackness, dozens of glowing, demonic eyes pierced the gloom. The horrifying rock spiders erupted from the shadows, a vile tide of clicking mandibles. These were the absolute apex predators of the subterranean realm, swarming in devastating numbers. Their fangs dripped with a terrifying venom. a deadly potion capable of eternal paralysis. The monstrous wave surged forward with lethal speed. Now! Shutra roared his absolute command. Every warrior sealed their vision shut. He hurled the volatile vial into the abyss. It shattered with a thunderous crack. An explosion of blinding radiance engulfed the cavern, searing the retinas of the monstrous swarm. Creatures forged in absolute darkness cannot withstand the light. The fiends shrieked in agonizing blindness. Annihilate them. Shutra unleashed his warriors upon the helpless horde. The colossal ogres stampeded forward. Fists like falling meteors crushed ancient armor and bone, a slaughter of overwhelming physical might. Shutra analyzed the absolute carnage with cold, calculating eyes. A swarm this massive required a sovereign ruler. The apex predator lurked nearby in the shadows. "Karak, with me!" he commanded, ready to execute the beast orchestrating this nightmare. They carved a bloody path through the chaotic front lines. Heading straight for the epicenter of dread, the boss finally emerged. A mountainous nightmare of twisted rock and malice. Karak launched a devastating, earth-shattering strike directly at its skull. The impact rang out like a dying bell, but the beast remained completely unharmed. Its monstrous shell was an impenetrable fortress of stone. A fatal miscalculation struck Shutra. Cold steel could never pierce this ancient exoskeleton. It required the purifying wrath of fire, an element he could not yet command. Furious, the monstrosity locked its gaze on Karak. It barreled forward like an unstoppable avalanche. "Use the flames!" Shutra bellowed over the deafening chaos. "Fire is the absolute weakness of this beast." Karak stood utterly baffled. Where would he conjure hellfire in this damp abyss? Suddenly, a commanding voice pierced the gloom. "Raise your blade." Instantly, Shutra's weapon erupted into a roaring inferno. Pure astonishment widened his eyes. The raw heat of ancient magic danced upon his steel. "Is this inferno sufficient?" Caitlin asked from the shadows, her voice cool and incredibly steady. He gave a sharp nod of gratitude. His deadly gaze snapped back to the colossal threat. He locked eyes with death itself, waiting for the absolute perfect fraction of a second. Then, he unleashed his fiery wrath. He moved like a phantom wreathed in flames, slashing mercilessly at the creature's vulnerable joints. The blazing steel bit deep, igniting the ancient behemoth in a furious, unstoppable blaze. Torrents of hellfire consumed the screaming titan. Suddenly, a divine golden aura erupted from Shutra's core. The system acknowledged his absolute victory. He had ascended to level 9. Caitlin stepped forward quickly. Concern flashed in her eyes as she witnessed the blinding celestial energy. "Are you unharmed?" He calmed the raging power within. "It is merely a divine blessing," dismissing her worry completely. "Was that the sacred grace of Gandharva?" She pressed for answers. He confirmed it with absolute certainty. She narrowed her eyes in profound suspicion. "Have you danced with these beasts before? Your deadly precision speaks of a veteran warrior." A smooth lie slipped past his lips effortlessly. He claimed his lethal mastery was born of mere ink and parchment, studying ancient texts from forgotten libraries. A masterful deception. In absolute truth, he had slaughtered thousands of these abominations in his past life within the game. Their every move was permanently burned into his tactical memory. The massive ogre suddenly broke the heavy tension. His thick finger pointed toward the cavern wall. A massive, ominous gateway stood before them. It ground open with a deafening groan. Shutra stepped into the unknown chamber, his eyes widening at the ancient relic within. A legendary teleportation matrix, a genuine town portal. Karak stared in absolute shock at his master's boundless knowledge. Shutra kept his iron composure, merely stating it was an educated deduction. The intricate geometric runes screamed of dwarven craftsmanship, a structural masterpiece of a forgotten era. In his past life as the supreme player Zephyr, such an artifact had completely eluded his grasp. Yet in another life, walking the glorious path of a hero, he had witnessed this exact ancient technology. The solution was simple but incredibly dangerous. Flood the archaic circuits with raw mana to force an awakening. He declared the structure's true nature to Caitlin. Sarah scanned the complex architecture, validating his bold claim with absolute certainty. But to what hellish or heavenly domain does it lead? Caitlin questioned. "Seek out the ancient maker's mark." She ordered the group to scour the dark perimeter. Karak's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of faded carvings, immediately alerting his prince to the hidden scripture. Shutra and Caitlin closed in on the mysterious monolith. The jagged letters held no demonic corruption. They were the rigid, unyielding strokes of the ancient dwarven tongue. Carrick grunted heavily, hoping the powerful magic wielder possessed the knowledge to decipher it. But the secrets of the dwarves were long forgotten. Far beyond Caitlyn's mystical repertoire, he turned to Sarah in desperate hope. Yet the adjutant, too, remained completely powerless before the dead language. Suddenly, a confident voice pierced the heavy silence. Gishga Mountains, Portal Number 2, forging a direct bridge to Portal Number 3. The flawless translation flowed effortlessly, falling directly from Shutra's own lips. A chilling realization washed over him. He possessed the forgotten knowledge of the ancients, and this overwhelming power would change everything. The system chimed. A cold voice echoed in his mind. Dwarven Language Level 1, acquired. A sudden realization struck him. Even ancient tongues could be mastered this easily. Karak stared at the strange runes. He demanded to know if they were readable. A simple nod was the only answer given. The ancient text held no secrets. Caitlin narrowed her eyes. Such ancient knowledge was rare. Sierra demanded the translation. The runes offered a singular truth. Infuse the artifact with mana, and power will awaken. He ordered Caitlin to channel her energy. Suspicion flashed across her face. Why reject such a simple task? He masked his weakness with a calm excuse. His control over mana remained unrefined. The grim reality remained hidden. He possessed zero magical prowess. Caitlin stepped forward. Pure energy surged. The ancient orb ignited with a blinding brilliance. Radiant light engulfed the darkness. A holographic illusion materialized. The treacherous peaks of the Gishga Mountains hovered before them. A solitary pulse marked their exact coordinates. Another crimson beacon flickered into existence. Portal Number 3. The revelation was absolute. A hidden network of dwarven tunnels lay waiting in the shadows. Karak bared his teeth in a savage grin. The Scarlet Lightning vanguard blocked the main pass. This hidden path changed everything. Shutra nodded in cold agreement. A deadly ambush from the shadows was now possible. They could sever the enemy lines. Caitlin raised a hand, halting the advance. Such a ruthless strategy required her brother's counsel. Within the command tent, shock reigned. Chris stared into the abyss of the map. The existence of a hidden gateway defied all logic. Euphoria replaced his disbelief. He declared Shutra a divine blessing upon their camp. A grand vow was sworn. Any desire spoken aloud would be fulfilled. No demand was too colossal. The warlord demanded the right to bestow a massive reward. Refusal was not an option. It would only insult his honor as their supreme leader. Shutra seized the moment. Would an impossible request be tolerated? The warlord leaned forward. His eyes burned with intense curiosity. The words struck like thunder. He demanded the beast god fist art. The air turned freezing cold. Chris froze, his muscles coiling like a struck serpent. His current level rendered heavy weapons useless. But martial arts transcended mere physical limits. A true technique required only pure will and perfect understanding. This was no ordinary technique. It was the sacred legacy of the lycanthrope bloodline, an S-rank martial art of absolute devastation. A power meant only for kings. The audacity of the demand hung heavy in the air. Rejection was practically guaranteed. The denial would be completely justified. Shutra braced for the inevitable refusal. He acknowledged the supreme arrogance of his words. Yet, the impossible occurred. Chris slowly nodded, granting access to the forbidden art. The deepest mysteries remained sealed. But the foundation would be revealed. He would unlock the pathways of the primal aura. The first step toward absolute power. Was this meager offering sufficient? Shutra stood paralyzed by absolute shock. His silence stretched too long. The warlord mistook the awe for bitter disappointment. Shutra finally shattered the silence. His voice was resolute. The gift was beyond legendary. It was absolute perfection. The warlord's gaze turned impossibly solemn. He uttered Shutra's name with heavy weight. A blood oath was proposed. Brotherhood, a title carrying the weight of a mountain. The concept resonated within his soul. A powerful alliance forged in trust. He accepted the monumental burden. Their hands clasped, sealing their intertwined fates. A triumphant atmosphere filled the war tent. Feral grins broke through the tension. Shutra stared at his new allies. The battlefield suddenly looked much more promising. The system flared with a golden prompt. A formal pact established with Chris Moonlight and Caitlin Moonlight. Current bond status read normal. The foundation for an unbreakable empire was set. Shadows lengthened across the Scarlet Lightning war camp. Bloodthirsty orcs prepared for slaughter. A massive brute loomed over their captive, the atmosphere choked with violent intent. Her futile assault hid a darker truth. They sneered her royal title, Princess. A brutal interrogation began. What venomous scheme drew her into their deadly snare? Heavy iron chains bound her limbs. The sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade, captured and broken. Miles away, Shutra opened his status window. A silent calculation of power commenced. Every attribute blazed at 21. Charisma lagged behind at a mere 17. In the beginning, power surged effortlessly. Each level yielded a perfect dual stat increase. But the progression had fractured. Charisma now crawled upward by a single point, a frustrating anomaly. What invisible wall was stifling his majestic presence? In the ancient lore of the Night Saga, rules were absolute. Appearance and charisma remained distinctly severed. One dictated sheer physical beauty, a superficial trait holding no true power. True charisma commanded the souls of men. It was the absolute gravity of a ruler. Yet, his monstrous growth speed easily justified this minor flaw. His rise to supremacy remained unmatched. A far greater milestone loomed on the horizon. Level 10 approached rapidly. The first Great Awakening was merely moments away. The sacred texts were clear. Legends like Zephyr and Locke experienced a monumental surge at level 10. Their absolute domains, Descendant of Darkness and the Chosen One, evolved instantly. Destiny demanded his skills evolve as well. A sudden spike in sheer destructive capability was guaranteed. A gruff voice shattered his concentration. Carrick was demanding his immediate attention. The preparations for war were absolute. The order to march was given. The warlord sensed an unusual thrill radiating from his master. Had a divine revelation occurred? A single, cold denial left his lips. Nothing more was spoken. He pushed forward into the heart of the formation. The march toward destiny began. He stood before the amassed forces of destruction. The command to advance echoed like a war horn. They plunged into the black caverns. A savage massacre against a horde of beetle wolves ignited instantly. Only one objective mattered: breach the ancient gateway. Blood soaked their path. Shutra, Karak, Chris, Caitlin, and Sierra finally crossed the forbidden threshold. Two cloaked figures stood amidst the ruins. Had they unraveled the archaic secrets? The air hummed with lethal anticipation. The beast wrapped in shadows bowed low. The spatial tier directly linked to the Eska River. Deep within the Gishka Mountains, Chris demanded absolute certainty of its stability. The connection was flawlessly stable. Dwarven engineering defied the very laws of erosion. The ancient mechanics remained practically indestructible. The warlord rendered his final judgment. They would cross the void. The lycanthrope mages channeled their primal essence. The ancient core exploded with blinding celestial light. Space itself ripped violently apart. A breathtaking vista of the unknown manifested before them. Shutra and Carrick stood utterly paralyzed by the majestic spectacle. A mythological gateway, functioning right before his very eyes. Reality felt utterly surreal. Chris and Sierra vanished into the vortex. Caitlin cast a piercing glare backward, demanding he step into the abyss. Reality snapped back. He surged forward. He crossed the ancient threshold of the gate. The vanguard survived the crossing. Yet, the sight below seized his breath. A sprawling war camp festered beneath the cliff. Chris had predicted this exact formation. By its sheer scale, 5,000 enemies stood ready. A rear assault demanded one absolute target. Their supply lines must burn in absolute ruin. The strategy was ruthless. General Bandel would unleash hell upon the front lines. In the ensuing chaos, their infiltrating shadows would reduce the enemy food stores to ashes. Yet, Sarah sensed a chilling void. The numbers did not match. The camp was dangerously empty. Her words shattered the illusion. A dreadful realization washed over the squad. Where had the missing legion vanished? Had the slaughter already begun? Then, Shutra caught a flicker of movement. Far in the desolate wastes, a brutal clash unfolded. Chris commanded him to channel mana into his vision. Power surged through his eyes. The battlefield came into sharp, lethal focus. A lone female warrior danced through a horde of orcs. Caitlin recognized the ruthless lightning tribe. Yet, their mysterious adversaries remained utterly unknown. Chris shook his head. These were not General Bandal's forces. No blood was meant to be spilled on this cursed day. Furthermore, the conflict was merely a skirmish. Shutra observed the massacre with absolute clarity. He witnessed warriors of twilight skin, They possessed silver hair and elongated ears. The truth struck him. They were the proud dark elves. Caitlin demanded absolute certainty. He revealed their slender frames. He pointed to the fearsome drow mounts they rode. Suddenly, Chris witnessed the unthinkable. The proud elves were falling back. Had their supreme leader fallen? Their retreat was a frantic, desperate flight. Carrick demanded answers from the crushing silence. Was the massacre already concluded? Shutra's mind raced with deadly questions. Why had the shadows of the forest marched into this barren hell? As a blood-red sun dipped below the horizon, they returned to their sanctuary. The magical projection of General Bandol flickered to life. Tidings of the legendary dwarven portal had reached his ears. His heavy gaze carried the weight of absolute expectation for Chris. The warlord demanded the truth. How had they unearthed such an ancient secret? Chris refused the unearned glory. He declared the ninth prince as the true mastermind. Shutra lowered his head. He claimed it was merely the blessing of fate. Yet, a fierce warmth flared within Shutra's chest upon seeing the veteran commander. General Bandol's voice resonated like thunder. The time had come. The ninth prince would finally receive his majestic reward at the Demon King's citadel. However, before the gates of glory could open, Chris pierced the celebration with cold reality. He questioned the bloody skirmish outside the Lightning Tribe's bastion. The warlord confirmed their fears. The shadows belonged to the Dark Elves. They had plunged into the maw of war on their own absolute authority. Chris narrowed his eyes. What madness drove them to such a reckless assault? Were they not the divine vanguard sent by the Demon King? General Bandol's expression darkened. Their initial mission was merely to scout the territory. Instead, they met catastrophic ruin. Then the veteran warlord dropped a devastating revelation. A far more apocalyptic crisis loomed over them. The supreme commander of the Elven Vanguard had fallen. They were now a captive of the ruthless Scarlet Lightning tribe. Chris realized the grim truth. Was that desperate skirmish a failed rescue mission? Shutra's voice cut through the tension. Who was the sovereign leading this doomed unit? General Bandol's voice carried the gravity of a death sentence. It was a familiar soul. The captive was the sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade, their own royal blood. The revelation struck like a devastating thunderbolt. The sovereign's sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade. She carried a majestic and terrifying lineage, daughter of Sylvia Doomblade, the third queen and absolute monarch of the Dark Elves, the twin sibling of the formidable fifth prince, Sylvan Doomblade. In the annals of destiny, both twins swore loyalty to a dangerous banner. They served the faction of the fourth princess, Anastasia Necreon. To Shutra, she had only ever worn the face of a bitter adversary. His mind spiraled into dark theories. Why had this royal enemy descended upon this god-forsaken battlefield? Perhaps she sought to steal the ultimate glory of this war. Chris gritted his teeth. His aura flared with lethal intent. Did those Scarlet Lightning savages even comprehend the royal blood they had shackled? The warlord's face remained cast in shadow. Such critical intelligence remained buried in the fog of war. Chris demanded their next strike. The path forward was soaked in blood. General Bandol delivered a merciless decree. If a rescue was possible, they would rip her from the enemy's grasp. Chris questioned the possibility of peace. Would there be no diplomatic salvation? The warlord scoffed. If the enemy dared to initiate parley, only then would words be exchanged. But the pride of a warlord is absolute. He would never kneel to the enemy first. General Bandol swore to pierce the enemy's veil of secrets. At the first sign of slaughter, his call would echo through the magical ether. With a flicker of energy, the grand projection vanished into the void. Chris let out a dark, mocking laugh. Their so-called genius of an older sister was now a chained captive. Caitlin's eyes blazed with unbreakable resolve. If breath remained in her lungs, salvation was their absolute duty. Chris acknowledged the noble sentiment. Yet, his gaze remained cold and calculating. Plucking a royal from the jaws of a war camp would invite absolute devastation. A rescue mission could become their own bloody grave. The casualties would be catastrophic, but Caitlin stood immovable like a grand fortress. She was royal blood. She was their sister. She would not be forsaken. Chris drowned in a sea of deadly calculations. He understood the profound weight of family. Yet, sending his vanguard into certain death was an impossible command to easily voice. Shutra perceived the chilling hesitation in his brother's eyes. Under the pale moonlight of their camp, Chris unveiled a brutal, uncompromising strategy. General Bandol would become the grand diversion. He would drag the Scarlet Lightning's main legion into a bloody frontal assault. The moment their backs turned, the Shadow Squad would massacre their encampment from behind. Then, Chris would become the absolute incarnation of destruction. He would dive straight into the heart of the enemy bastion to orchestrate magnificent chaos. Caitlin and Shutra were granted the most critical directive. They would lead the elite vanguard to execute the ultimate mission. Shutra's voice sliced through the heavy silence. He demanded absolute clarity. Was this grand, suicidal assault solely designed to liberate their fallen sister? He delivered the cold truth. Their absolute priority was burning the armory and the rations. Only then would they seek Felicia. But survival reigned supreme. If the shadows grew too thick, they would retreat instantly. Her life was not worth their total annihilation. Fury flashed in Caitlin's eyes. Chris silenced her with a brutal glare. He commanded this unit, and his word was absolute law. Blood meant everything to her. Felicia was family. To abandon her to the wolves was a sin she refused to accept. Yet his resolve was made of iron. One reckless girl would not doom their entire operation. Shutra watched closely. Chris harbored zero desire to save the princess. A dark secret clearly lingered between them. Regardless, the hour of slaughter had arrived. Night fell like a suffocating shroud. The warriors roared into the dark abyss. Their target was the Scarlet Lightning clan. Chris and his elite squad watched from the high ridge. The enemy camp lay in a deceptive, deadly calm. Heavily armed guards prowled the perimeter. Suddenly, hellfire erupted. Blasts mercilessly ripped through the orc ranks. General Bandel unleashed his absolute fury. His massive vanguard crashed into the panicked horde. He bellowed for total extermination. Meanwhile, Shutra and his men waited in the suffocating darkness. They held the rearguard, swallowed by the shadows. Carrick gripped his weapon in frustration. The war raged on, yet they stood paralyzed. Shutra raised a commanding hand. They needed the ultimate signal. Giant ogres tore through the stunned orc defenses. Absolute carnage unfolded on the bloody soil. High above, General Bandal observed the massacre with cold, calculating eyes. Then came the strategic twist. Bandal ordered a full retreat. From the cliff, Chris tracked the shifting tides of war. The perfect moment was upon them. He drew his steel. The final command was given. It was time to descend into the madness and execute the master plan. Shutra, Caitlin, and Chris plunged into the heart of the battlefield. Their squads moved like phantom reapers. The Scarlet Lightning warriors stood paralyzed by the ambush. The enemy forces crumbled instantly beneath their might. Caitlin shouted a fierce warning to Shutra. He nodded, his senses sharpened to a razor's edge. Shutra summoned his mystical map mid-stride. He barked the decisive order. They banked left, dashing straight for the supply depot. Karak roared a savage battle cry. The fierce warrior spearheaded the brutal assault. A massive orc lunged from his blind spot. A lethal fist swung down, and Carrick was left wide open. Death was denied. A silver blade flashed through the chaotic air, sinking deep into the beast's skull. Shutra had triggered dagger throwing, a newly acquired level 1 skill. He was now a master of deadly projectiles. A cold, confident smirk graced his lips. The lethal technique flowed perfectly through his hands. Carrick stared in pure shock. When had his prince mastered such deadly arts? Shutra brushed it off as a mere parlor trick. The truth was absurdly simple. One night of mindless practice had unlocked the system's blessing. Suddenly, Karak pointed to a massive, guarded pavilion. The food storage. He asked if they should burn it to ashes. Shutra gave the nod. The flames would mask their escape, but a dark thought pierced his mind. What if Felicia was caged within? Lighting the inferno meant burning her alive. He halted the torch. They had to secure the royal blood first. Karak questioned the impossible task. How could they find one soul in this chaos? Shutra summoned his map once more. He hunted for a neutral entity, a glowing beacon of blue or purple. There it was, a solitary light in the darkness. He signaled the path and breached the heavy canvas. The interior was suffocatingly dark. He swept the room, finding nothing. Then, a frail voice pierced the silence. Deep in the shadows, he finally spotted her. Heavy iron bound her limbs. She was trapped within a glowing magical snare. She gasped his name in utter disbelief. Shutra immediately cut off her questions. He demanded absolute silence. Death lurked just outside the canvas. They shattered the runes, destroyed her chains, and prepared to vanish. But beneath his heroic facade lay cold calculation. A life debt from the princess would be an invaluable weapon. Felicia followed without a single word. They slipped past the jaws of death. Shutra urged her to move faster. They needed to rendezvous with the main strike force before the enemy swarmed. Felicia froze in sheer disbelief. Chris and Caitlin actually came for her? Shutra narrowed his eyes. Was blood loyalty so rare in this cursed royal family? As the weakest prince, Shutra had been cast out of the throne's brutal war. He was an absolute outsider to their deadly politics. Felicia opened her mouth to reveal a dark, royal secret, but the revelation died in her throat. Karak roared, a terrifying warning. The horde had found them. Shutra grabbed her arm, pulling her through the chaos. He yelled her name into the storm. A strange warmth bloomed in her chest. Since when had he spoken with such fierce familiarity? Terror violently contorted her face. A deadly shadow lunged from behind. She screamed a desperate warning, but cold steel had already ripped through flesh. Agony erupted in his chest. A blinding inferno swallowed him whole. Karak and Felicia watched in absolute horror. The flames danced like laughing demons. The enemy did not pause. A massive orc lunged toward the defenseless princess. But before her fury could rise, a comet of pure fire annihilated the beast's skull. Shock anchored her to the earth. She turned toward the dying inferno. A demonic silhouette parted the smoke. Shutra emerged, untouched by the Reaper. The system chimed with absolute victory. Mana control level 1. Fire arrow level 1. An arrogant, majestic grin etched across his face as he aimed his burning hands. He became a god of destruction. Crimson spears rained upon the battlefield. Orcs turned to screaming ash. The intoxicating rush of supreme magic coursed through his veins. For a mere level 1 spell, the devastation was godlike. But the battlefield was unforgiving. A sudden, bone-chilling frost crept up his spine. A hidden assassin drew a bow of pure frost. The lethal ice arrow was locked onto Felicia. Blind to the danger, she was sprinting straight toward Shutra. He roared like thunder, violently shoving her out of the crosshairs. Her eyes widened in utter shock, mistaking his fierce salvation for rejection. The glacial arrow tore through the air. He hadn't shoved her merely to play the noble savior. He craved that magical skill. A manic, greedy smile flashed across his face just before the freezing death struck his core. Thick ash choked the battlefield. Slowly, the dense gray veil parted. A single, solitary silhouette stood amidst the destruction. The system chimed in his mind. He had acquired Ice Arrow level 1. It was exactly as he predicted, yet sheer exhaustion overwhelmed his body. His legs gave out entirely. He collapsed heavily onto the scorched earth. His vitality was draining at a terrifying pace. He hovered on the very brink of death. His health gauge flickered at a dismal 13 out of 95. One more strike would mean absolute annihilation. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the ringing in his ears. Someone called him a complete fool. It was Felicia. She demanded to know why he threw his life away to save her. Yet, a faint crimson hue painted her cheeks. Her harsh scolding echoed over the ruined landscape. Out of all the royal siblings, his power was the absolute lowest. He was the fragile one. He was the one meant to be protected. Instantly, the truth dawned on him. She had completely misread the situation. His eyes widened in pure shock. The formidable enemy atop the siege tower lay utterly motionless. Her gaze narrowed as she interrogated him. She demanded to know exactly when he had mastered the arcane arts. Astonishment washed over him. She had single-handedly annihilated a master mage. He remained silent. Let her believe this heroic misunderstanding. Let her think he risked everything for her survival. Without warning, she ripped the jagged ice shard from his chest. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. Agony consumed his senses. Then, a brilliant emerald radiance bloomed in the darkness. Divine energy flowed from her fingertips. He watched in awe as the gruesome, gaping hole in his chest began to knit together. New flesh wove over shattered bone. In that miraculous instant, the system announced a new power. He had acquired Heal Level 1. The fatal injury vanished without a single trace. Such was the terrifying prowess of a prodigy. This was the legendary might of Felicia Doomblade. She asked if the unbearable pain had faded. She asked if his shattered legs could support him. He smirked, declaring that his blood had been fully replenished. Her eyes fluttered in absolute confusion. She questioned his strange choice of words. But a deafening roar shattered their fleeting moment of peace. The very ground trembled beneath them. A monstrous ogre burst through the lingering smoke. Felicia stared at the nightmare before them. She demanded to know its foul origin. His voice dropped to a grim whisper. It was a blood ogre. A horrifying, mutated abomination born for slaughter. Dread pooled in her eyes. She realized this towering beast blocked their only path to salvation. He gave a single, heavy nod. Survival meant facing death itself. The abomination closed the distance. It unleashed a primal, ear-shattering bellow. Pure survival instinct forced them to retreat. Shutra's mind raced, desperately searching for a winning strategy. Then, the blood ogre lunged. Shutra was stunned. How could such a colossal behemoth move with such terrifying speed? Felicia barked a desperate command. She needed him to buy precious seconds. She prepared to unleash devastating arcane ruin upon the beast. He grit his teeth in frustration. How could a weakling stall a mountain of muscle and rage? Without warning, the earth beneath them violently erupted. He had 0 options left. He yelled that he would draw its aggro, desperately stalling for her spell. She stared, completely lost at his strange system terminology. Throwing caution to the wind, he roared Carrick's name. The loyal orc answered the call instantly. Shutra commanded him to execute their previous battle strategy. It was a gamble of life and death. He ordered his vanguard to brace for impact. He opened his spatial inventory. He prayed the dwarven dagger would answer his call. His fingers wrapped around the ancient hilt. With all his might, he drove the blade deep into the cracked earth. Blinding radiance erupted from the soil. He invoked the majestic authority of his skill. Under the king's banner, a golden aura surged across the battlefield, violently engulfing Karak's massive frame. Pure, unadulterated power flooded the orc's veins. His muscles bulged with explosive, newfound strength. The terrifying blood ogre faltered, completely stunned by the blinding display. Karak charged like a runaway meteor. The mutated beast was 3 times his size, an absolute giant. Yet the empowered warrior swung his heavy axe with devastating fury. The sheer, crushing weight of his blows began to overwhelm the colossal monster. The warrior roared, hoisting his massive weapon high into the air. He brought the steel crashing down directly onto the beast's gut. A sickening crunch echoed out. The blood ogre wailed in pure agony. A shimmering hologram of Felicia materialized, perfectly distracting the beast. Her true body sprinted through the shadows. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a treacherous grease spell onto the battlefield. The towering behemoth completely lost its footing. It crashed into the dirt with a bone-shattering thud. Carrick's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. He stepped forward to deliver the ultimate judgment. This strike would end everything. Every ounce of his overwhelming aura channeled into the axe blade. He cleaved downward, burying the steel deep into the monster's core. A horrific, deafening groan tore through the battlefield. Vile, dark blood violently erupted from the ogre's maw. Shutra watched the colossal threat finally crumble to the earth. A heavy, victorious sigh escaped his lips. They had actually defied death and emerged triumphant. The war was not yet over. Lesser grunts still prowled the shadows, but the apex predator was dead. Suddenly, an ethereal light consumed his body. A system window aggressively materialized before his eyes. Triumphant text flashed across his vision. He had broken through his limits and achieved level 10. The mysterious ability, protagonist setting adjustment, had miraculously evolved. Absolute awe washed over his face. Reaching level 2 of his unique destiny-altering power bore fruit. A brand new reality-bending passive skill had been fused into his soul. His heart pounded with sheer anticipation. A mystical gift box waited in his inventory. The spoils of war were his to claim. The system declared a legendary acquisition. He had gained battlefield protection level 1. The very laws of probability had been rewritten. Every lethal projectile aimed at the protagonist would now mysteriously veer off course. He smirked, dubbing this ridiculous phenomenon the Stormtrooper effect. It was the ultimate absurd cliché, a legendary trope witnessed in every great saga. Lethal rain could pour from the heavens. Thousands of deadly strikes could target his heart. Yet miraculously, every single one would miss by a hair's breadth. He had literally weaponized absolute plot armor. A ferocious war cry shattered his thoughts. A massive horde of enemies surged toward their position like a tidal wave. Felicia screamed his name, demanding to know why he was standing perfectly still in the face of certain death. Pure annoyance twisted her beautiful features. She refused to be swarmed by mere insects. She unleashed a tempest of raging winds. A catastrophic hurricane erupted, brutally launching the enemy forces into the dark sky. Shutra's eyes tracked the devastating vortex. It bore the terrifying disguise of arcane magic. But his sharp senses detected the hidden truth. He was absolutely certain. That was the raw, primal wrath of a spirit. The pieces of the puzzle slammed into place. Corrupted by the abyss or not, a dark elf was bound to the ancient woods. Felicia was never just a prodigy of the arcane arts. Her bloodline sang with the power of a true spirit summoner. A terrifying, reckless thought crossed his mind. Would his new plot armor shield him from such overwhelming elemental fury? A wild, dangerous grin stretched across his face. Suddenly, the pitch-black sky ignited with blinding light. Every eye snapped toward the heavens. Carrick gripped his axe, demanding to know the source of the blazing anomaly. Shutra recognized the golden blaze instantly, a yellow flare blazing in the night sky. It was an absolute command to retreat. Carrick grunted in heavy confusion. Shutra's mind raced, desperately analyzing the chaotic battlefield. Had a catastrophic variable entered the war zone? Was someone facing imminent death? The loyal orc roared, begging his lord for orders. Shutra's command cut through the tension like a blade. He ordered Carrick to fall back with the remaining forces. His path lay elsewhere. He had to find Caitlin. The fierce warrior protested, completely refusing to abandon his liege. But Shutra's glare was absolute steel. He commanded total obedience. That flare signaled a hidden catastrophe, and they could not risk a single mistake. Carrick refused to yield. But Felicia stepped forward. She would accompany Shutra into the abyss. A life debt was a heavy chain. She intended to shatter it. Moreover, the foul orcs still owed her blood. Carrick bowed to command. He would hold the upper ground. Shutra promised a swift return from the shadows. They plunged deeper into the treacherous depths. Felicia broke the silence. Why risk everything for Caitlin? The sudden retreat reeked of deception. Danger lurked in every corner. Felicia feared the worst. Had Caitlin fallen into enemy hands? Survival demanded they stand united. They had to return together. Felicia studied his gaze. His concern felt unusually heavy. Blood binds us, he claimed. A perfect brotherly lie. In truth, their secret alliance was his true anchor. Doubt gnawed at Felicia's mind. Suddenly, deafening roars shattered the stillness. The orc vanguard charged. Yet, Caitlin stood unyielding. A single, devastating punch obliterated the front line. Hellfire erupted from her palms. Blazing infernos consumed the flank. A second wave lunged from the shadows. She shifted, moving like a phantom. Her blade sang a deadly hymn. One arc of steel. The beasts fell in ruin. Shutra and Felicia watched the massacre in awe. Felicia's instincts were right. The princess was a force of nature. Shutra exhaled. His fears were utterly baseless. Caitlin's sharp eyes pierced the gloom. Why linger in this hell? I came to be your salvation, he confessed. Clearly, you require none. Confusion flickered across her face. Then, her gaze locked onto Felicia. The warrior's facade crumbled. She rushed forward, embracing her lost comrade. A rare warmth touched Felicia's cheeks. You fret over nothing, she whispered. Shutra observed them in silence. Their bond ran deeper than expected. A chilling pulse struck his mind. The tactical map blazed with crimson warnings. The horde was encircling them. Retreat was their only salvation. Shutra carved the path forward. The women guarded the deadly rear. They breached the mystical portal. The royal vanguard stood ready. They had escaped the jaws of death. 3 survivors against impossible odds. Felicia turned to the fierce princess. Did this prince truly unveil the hidden gate? Caitlin nodded with profound respect. He was the architect of our victory. Felicia stood paralyzed by shock. When had this weakling forged himself into a king? Shutra departed to confer with Carrick. From the high ground, Chris observed their triumphant return. Caitlin greeted her royal brother. Pride radiated from her stance. She presented the rescued Felicia to the court. It has been a long time, Felicia murmured. A suffocating silence choked the cavern. Indeed, Chris echoed with ice in his voice. A venomous tension poisoned the air. The 4 royals convened in the cavern's heart. The atmosphere grew dangerously thick. The war council began. General Bandal had crushed the eastern flank. The enemy chieftain, Yakazan, had fled. He watched his empire turn to ash. Yakazan? Shutra questioned the unfamiliar threat. The lord of the Scarlet Lightning tribe, Caitlin warned. A tyrant of storms and blood. Have your memories completely faded? She pressed. Felicia interrupted the exchange. Did the savage warlord finally yield? A tactical retreat, Chris corrected coldly. The beast still roams the wilds. If he rallies the broken tribes, war will ignite again. We strike the commander Cairo immediately. The blade must fall before dawn. Should Yakazan merge with Cairo's legion, devastation is guaranteed. The war strategy concluded. Chris locked his predatory gaze onto Felicia. Why do you tread upon this battlefield? Ancient ruins beckoned my magic, she lied smoothly. I heard the drums of war and sought to aid. The ambush was unforeseen. Do you expect me to believe that? His words were laced with poison. Do I look like a liar? She defied. Murderous intent flashed between their eyes. Chris sheathed his verbal blade. Rest your weary bones, he commanded. Monstrous ogres feasted in the gloom. The wounded tended to their bleeding flesh. Deep in the shadows, Shutra summoned his system interface. The glowing runes danced in his vision. A triumphant smirk crossed his face. Yet, only the aura mastery served him in battle. A soft voice shattered his focus. Felicia emerged from the dark. She wore fresh, elegant garments. May I enter? She whispered softly. Why seek me in the dead of night? She stepped into his personal domain. Shutra, she breathed. Her delicate hand seized his wrist. A jolt of lightning shot through his veins. Strip, she commanded flatly. Crimson heat flooded his face. His mind spiraled into absolute chaos. Dangerous and forbidden thoughts clouded his reason. Take it off, she demanded once more. For what earthly reason? He gasped. His traitorous gaze drifted momentarily. Do you refuse my healing touch? She challenged. He stood paralyzed by absolute bewilderment. My previous magic was a mere bandage. Dark energies might be rupturing your core. I must weave a true restorative spell upon your flesh. His racing heart finally began to slow. What an utterly dangerous misunderstanding. What was that blinding light escaping your mortal shell? Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. An insignificant anomaly, he lied smoothly. It happens to the best of us. He flipped the dangerous narrative. I require a boon that only your magic can grant. Soon after, cosmic knowledge flooded his mind. The arcane spell, Cure Level 1, was secured. A divine skill to purge worldly afflictions, followed by the sacred Cure Poison. Toxic venom held no power over him now. Finally, the mystic Cure Disease awakened within his soul. A holy trinity of survival magic. Unprecedented power pulsed in his blood. Felicia's grace had blessed him with a supernatural arsenal. 3 divine arts now belonged to his repertoire. But a greater dawn was approaching. The day of his ultimate martial awakening had arrived. Caitlin stood before him like a war goddess. The legendary Beast Fist art is vast, she proclaimed. Prepare to shatter your mortal limits. The wait was finally over. The time had come to grasp the legendary Beast Fist art. Today marked his initiation. He would master the ferocious werewolf branch. This absolute discipline was the supreme pride of the lycanthropes. Among their ancient ways, the werewolf path stood paramount. It was the undeniable foundation of the Beast God Fist art. Destiny clearly guided Caitlin's hand. This destructive martial art was exactly what she needed to pass down. The ultimate technique demanded perfect harmony. External force and internal energy must merge into one. Her objective for the day was simple yet profound. She would awaken his dormant internal aura. She ordered him to shut his eyes. She commanded him to sense the unseen. A sudden spark ignited within his core. He felt it. It was aura, the magnificent essence of life itself. This potent energy mirrored the very soul. Pushed to its absolute zenith, the mortal boundary shatters. The aura transforms into sheer spiritual might. A blinding radiance suddenly engulfed his vision. The system chimed with a divine revelation. He had awakened a legendary passive skill. Protagonist's Physique, Level 1. The sheer magnitude of this reward was staggering. This god-tier physique defied all mortal logic. It exponentially amplified the mastery of all physical combat skills. But its true terror lay in evolution. With each advancement, new godlike traits would shatter his limits. The system had gifted him an absolute cheat. He possessed Protagonist's Physique, Level 1. His martial growth would now eclipse the heavens. Yet his monstrous potential did not end there. He also harbored the Extreme Demon's Body, Level 1. That dark vessel accelerated his arcane mastery. Coupled with the hero's blood, Level 1, his divine authority expanded simultaneously. Magic, physical might, and holy power. He was now a supreme trinity. His innate talents rivaled even the legendary prodigies, Zephyr and Locke. The promise of undiscovered system functions thrilled him. Boundless power awaited at every single threshold. A wicked, triumphant grin spread across his face. This was the absolute dominance of a true protagonist. Intoxicating euphoria rushed through his veins. Then Caitlin's sharp reprimand shattered his trance. Her deadly glare demanded absolute focus. He bowed his head in swift apology. The true, grueling trial of the Beast Fist art commenced immediately. Time blurred in a storm of sweat and aura. The system declared his victory. Beast Fist Art Level 1 secured. His execution was nothing short of miraculous. His forms tore through the air with terrifying precision. Each strike carried the weight of impending doom. Even without a blade, his bare hands had become catastrophic weapons. She prepared to unveil the next lethal stance. Suddenly, a frantic wolf scout shattered the silence. Disaster had struck the front lines. Prince Chris delivered the chilling news. Kiram's entire vanguard had completely vanished. A cold wave of shock washed over the camp. The enemy commander had seen right through their strategy. The shadow of defeat loomed heavily. Caitlyn's voice turned grim as she demanded their next move. General Bandal's spies had uncovered a lethal conspiracy. Yakuzan and Kiram were plotting a massive convergence. The rendezvous coordinates burned on their tactical map. The treacherous terrain perfectly masked this deadly union. The odds of a catastrophic ambush skyrocketed. Shutra felt the icy grip of fate. They had to wage a desperate gamble. Prince Chris drew his weapon with commanding authority. He declared the end of their isolation. They would merge directly with General Bandal's vanguard. They would march beside the colossal main army. An all-out war against the Scarlet Lightning tribe was imminent. The earth would soon run red with blood. Deep within the sprawling subjugation army headquarters, General Bandal stood like an immovable mountain before Prince Chris. The royal offered his respect, noting the veteran's terrifying, undiminished aura. The battle-hardened warlord bowed his head to the princess. Countless moons had passed since their paths last crossed. Yet the heavy tension of war remained. Felicia inquired about the resilience of his legendary troops. Bandal assured her of their absolute readiness for slaughter. From the shadows, Shutra observed the massive general with a knowing smirk. This giant was his absolute favorite hero from the Night Saga. Seeing this ruthless warlord in the flesh was intoxicating. Beneath that iron glare, Shutra felt a bizarre, nostalgic bond. He stepped boldly into the Titan's commanding presence. With unwavering confidence, he declared his own name. Bandal's piercing gaze measured the boy's soul. Slowly, the giant extended a gauntlet in solemn acknowledgement. Suddenly, reality fractured. The enigmatic goddess from his past materialized in the void. Beside her stood a terrifying new entity, a female warrior clad in apocalyptic plate armor. Her golden curls spilled like molten sunlight over steel. Piercing sapphire eyes locked onto his very soul. A menacing mask concealed her lower face. Infernal flames raged eternally around her indestructible armor. The two celestial beings exchanged an ominous glance. Their combined gaze crushed Shutra under an immense, suffocating pressure. His mind flooded with apocalyptic visions of absolute conquest and endless war. He gasped, clawing his way back to reality. He shot up in his cot, soaked in cold sweat. The goddess with heterochromic eyes was undeniable fate, but the identity of the flame-wreathed warlord remained a terrifying mystery. The tent flap tore open with violent urgency. Carrick's booming voice shattered his lingering dread. The war horn had sounded. It was time to march. He plunged into the chaotic heart of the military camp. The squad moved with the frantic precision of condemned men. Destiny had anchored him to the blood-soaked left flank. General Bandal anchored the center like an impenetrable fortress. Prince Chris and Caitlyn spearheaded the devastating right wing. The lethal dark elf assassins dissolved into the shadows, securing the rear. The relentless march consumed the hours in a flash. Reality snapped back into blinding focus. He stood, swallowed within an ocean of thousands. The battlefield stretched into oblivion. His small stature vanished amidst the monstrous vanguard. He was merely a speck, trapped in a surging sea of towering ogre warriors. Bandal's abyssal roar commanded the vast legion into a lethal formation. His voice thundered across the plains, igniting their bloodlust. He bellowed, demanding they show the enemy the absolute terror of true agony. The entire Allied front charged with earth-shattering momentum. The enemy vanguard entrenched themselves behind an impenetrable shield wall. At their helm, the opposing warlord twisted his lips into a wicked sneer. He mocked them as pathetic fools marching to their graves. But the nightmare did not strike from the front. A catastrophic blast ripped through the Allied rear. Even the immovable General Bandal staggered in sheer disbelief. Time froze as utter devastation unfolded behind them. The enemy had unleashed an apocalyptic beast from the abyss. A colossal swamp mammoth towered over the slaughtered ranks. That single roar triggered hell on earth. Devastating explosions erupted across the entire battlefield simultaneously. Countless soldiers were vaporized instantly in the terrifying inferno. The true massacre had just begun. Utter devastation. Bodies flew like ragdolls. Defenses crumbled instantly. Carrick and Shutra watched in pure horror. The truth hit Shutra hard. They had walked blindly into a slaughterhouse. The enemy had orchestrated everything, a perfect, deadly snare. Then, the earth shattered. The swamp mammoth emerged. It was an abomination of nature, a beast of mythic proportions. No ordinary creature possessed such overwhelming mass. It was a walking mountain of despair, a true engine of destruction. The nightmare deepened. Scaled talons crushed the earth. From the shadows, a fresh legion of horrors poured forth. The cold-blooded lizard men blocked their escape. Pure fury ignited in Chris's eyes. They had been mocked, hunted for sport. Caitlin raised her voice over the chaos. "Fall back," she ordered. They needed to survive to fight another day. Chris roared his disagreement. A chaotic retreat meant absolute butchery. Total annihilation loomed over them. Caitlin held her ground. To stay was certain death. Blood would drown the battlefield. A choice had to be made, now. She demanded an immediate tactical withdrawal. Chris seized control of the crumbling vanguard. His voice thundered across the bloody field. The mages stepped forward. Arcane barriers ignited to stall the advancing doom. The surviving troops reformed their broken lines. The desperate retreat began, but the lizardmen struck like lightning. Ogre flesh tore under merciless blades. Death leaped toward Shutra, a lethal strike aimed for the throat, but Carrick moved faster. His heavy blow crushed the assassin from behind. "Focus," Carrick bellowed. One mistake meant a gruesome end for everyone. Reality crashed down on Shutra. This was no simulation. Blood and death were real. Chris vanished beneath a tide of scales and steel. His blade danced in a deadly frenzy. "Survive!" he roared. "Defy death and return!" He refused to lose another soul. Shadows fell upon the ruined camp. The groans of the shattered survivors echoed. Healers moved frantically among the dying. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was suffocating. Chris, Caitlin, Felicia, Shutra, and General Bandal stood in grim silence. Chris bowed his head in heavy shame. He claimed full responsibility for the massacre. General Bandal's voice was cold as iron. The blood was already spilled. Regret changed nothing. Only two grim paths remained. Flee the cursed mountain in defeat, or beg the Demon King for a mighty vanguard. Chris swallowed his pride. His honor was nothing compared to the lives of his soldiers. He would not lead them into another meat grinder. He moved to seal the cowardly retreat. Suddenly, Felicia shattered the silence. A desperate light burned in her eyes. She revealed her true purpose, a hidden motive for braving this hell. An ancient ruin called to her, hidden deep within the treacherous Gishka Mountains. Felicia wielded formidable arcane power. Yet, in the brutal world of Night Saga, she was no warrior. Her true mastery lay in forgotten lore. She was a seeker of buried truths, a scholar of ancient ruins. A weathered map slammed onto the table. Her finger traced a path of legends, a secret she had guarded for years. For 1,500 years, the tomb had slept. The legendary lair of Enkidu, the resting place of the Earth Dragon. Enkidu, a primordial terror forged in the planet's molten core. He had bound countless guardians to his infinite horde. The ancient dwarves of Gishka served him, bound by terrible oaths, armed with divine relics to obliterate any intruder. Among those relics rested the ultimate prize, the anvil that gives birth to thunder, a legendary artifact of absolute dominance. It commanded the relentless metal guardians. It unleashed catastrophic, army-annihilating sorcery. Her fist struck the war table. The sound echoed like a death knell. Finding that relic was their sole path to victory. It was the grand prize that lured her to this slaughter. Bandal narrowed his veteran eyes. Did she possess the exact coordinates? Her answer was a hollow whisper. No. The trail of legends ended there. Chris scoffed at the desperate gamble. Vague myths could not save dying men. The enemy was sharpening their blades. A blind treasure hunt was suicidal madness. His absolute dismissal stung bitterly. Humiliation transformed into fierce anger within Felicia. Then Shutra stepped out of the shadows. "The anvil exists," he declared with terrifying certainty. Felicia froze in pure shock. His past life as the hero Lakach held the key. He had encountered the power himself, but he spun a clever lie of deciphering dwarven ruins. Then, he locked eyes with Felicia. He pledged his absolute faith in her vision. Emotion flooded her trembling gaze. A powerful bond of trust was forged. Yet, for Shutra, it was a calculated move. A brilliant manipulation of the board. Chris remained a wall of stubborn ice. Blind trust meant nothing on a blood-soaked battlefield. He commanded them to drop the foolish fantasy. Shutra's patience violently snapped. The commander's cowardice was dragging them all to hell. Shutra raised his voice, commanding absolute authority. He invoked the sacred bloodlines of the Gandharva tribe. Their ancient songs sang of this exact myth. The labyrinth of the earth dragon was beneath their very boots. The ancient gates were breathing right beside them. His confidence was absolute. He would plunge into the dark unknown and claim the prize. If failure met him, he would pay with his own head. His eyes burned with unyielding resolve. "Trust me," he demanded. "Just this once, follow my lead." Chris's stubborn wall finally shattered against Shutra's iron will. Under the cover of profound darkness, they moved. Felicia summoned the ethereal phantom steeds, spectral beasts that conquered the night sky. A suicide squad forged in desperation. Felicia, Caitlin, Shutra, Karak, and 2 elite vanguards took flight. Victory tasted sweet on Shutra's tongue. The hunt for the ultimate weapon had begun. He began to calculate his next masterstroke. Suddenly, Karak unleashed a blood-curdling scream. Fear gripped the beast's handler. He begged the prince to hold on for dear life. But Shutra remained utterly unfazed. His voice held the calm of a seasoned king. Falling was simply an impossibility. In his past life as the legendary Zephyr, dominating such beasts was second nature. He commanded the reins with absolute authority. His cold gaze flicked to the system's minimap. The destination was locked. At this breakneck pace, the ancient ruins were barely 1 hour away. Locating the buried sanctuary was child's play for his all-seeing map. The real trial was deception. How could he lead his party to the prize without exposing his omniscient secrets? His mind raced for an alibi. Nothing surfaced from the depths of his thoughts. He pushed the rising anxiety down, trusting the fierce flow of fate. A path would reveal itself in time. The desolate ruins loomed before them. It was time to weave the grand illusion. He spun a masterfully vague tale about the awakened portal. He claimed to have memorized the ancient labyrinth's blueprints. A hidden pattern existed within the subterranean madness. Or so he declared with total confidence. By melding the surface terrain with the dungeon's brutal architecture, he asserted he could pinpoint the legendary anvil's exact resting place. He scanned their expressions with a hawk's intensity. Did they buy his bluff? Blank stares met his profound explanation. He prayed they would simply accept his words, without digging deeper into the abyss. Felicia cut through the heavy silence. Her command was sharp and absolute. She claimed full understanding, ordering him to spearhead their march into the unknown. The desperate gamble had paid off. He stepped forward into the engulfing shadows. Yet, behind his back, Felicia puffed her cheeks in silent, adorable frustration. They marched deeper into the hostile abyss. Suddenly, a massive dead end halted their advance. Karak growled, questioning if this prince truly knew the path to salvation. The towering stone wall offered no hope. But Shutra only smirked. The main gates were traps for fools. He had never promised them a simple entrance. His piercing gaze shifted to Caitlin. Could she shatter this impenetrable barrier? The sudden burden of destruction caught the fierce warrior completely off guard. He ordered her to unleash her devastating power upon the stone. Felicia's eyes widened with explosive realization. The relic wasn't behind doors. It was entombed within the very cliff itself. Shutra revealed his grand, treacherous design. By shattering the mountain's spine, they would entirely bypass the monstrous guardians lurking in the sanctioned halls. He delivered the terrifying command: annihilate the wall. Felicia stared at him as if he had lost his sanity. She lashed out at his reckless arrogance. Bare fists against solid rock. Was Caitlin some mindless siege engine? Yet Shutra held no alternate strategy for this brutal breach. Frustration sparked immediate action. Felicia raised her elegant palm. A violent tempest howled into existence right at her fingertips. True explorers mastered the art of total annihilation. She declared her explosive expertise to the world. With a fierce battle cry, she unleashed the hurricane directly into the stone face. The cliff face erupted in a deafening blast. Boulders rained down, revealing a gaping maw in the earth. The hidden sanctum lay completely exposed. The prize was already within their grasp. A massive half-dome structure dominated the choking darkness. Was this the sacred vault? Shutra narrowed his eyes. This was the final aegis protecting the legendary anvil. Karak tightened his massive grip, ready to smash the dome to dust. Shutra raised his hand instantly. Brute force would only invite pure catastrophe. A single reckless strike could shatter the divine relic inside. There had to be a hidden key. He desperately scoured the lethal shadows for an ancient mechanism. Felicia's sharp gaze pierced the gloom. Giant sentinels flanked the silent chamber. 9 statues stood tall. But a glaring anomaly existed. 6 of these stone titans stood entirely empty-handed. Caitlin caught the grim pattern. The solution seemed violently obvious. The empty sentinels demanded arms to complete their eternal vigil. But Felicia shook her head. Ancient traps were never born of simplicity. A single wrong move meant certain, agonizing death. She inspected the ancient steel. Flawless, dwarven craftsmanship. The empty statues would only accept weapons forged in the very same divine fires. Despair crept into their ranks. Where could they possibly unearth 6 legendary blades in this wasteland? A confident smirk crossed Shutra's face. He possessed exactly 6. Forbidden by his past-level constraints, they had gathered dust in his infinite inventory. Destiny works in mysterious ways. The forgotten loot was now their ultimate salvation. He spun a flawless tale of battlefield scavenging during their bloody tunnel raids. Mere backup gear, he claimed nonchalantly. Carrick's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. The ogre's mind boggled at the impossible reality. Carrying an entire armory's weight in a simple travel bag, it defied all mortal logic. The beast possessed razor-sharp instincts. Shutra secretly cursed the ogre's dangerous perception. He ruthlessly cut the interrogation short, shoving the heavy steel into Carrick's massive hands. Carrick grumbled about his master's fragile mortal arms. The steel found cold stone hands. Instantly, ominous light blazed within the statue's hollow eyes. Terrifying power surged through the chamber. The massive dome fractured and split wide open. Bated breath filled the tense air. What lay inside defied all mortal expectations. Even Shutra froze in absolute awe. The mythical anvil of thunder rested before them in all its devastating glory. Yet, the true trial had just begun. Felicia warned that the ancient awakening ritual was far from over. Her voice rang out like a seasoned war commander. She ordered Shutra and Carrack to hold their ground at all costs. The others scrambled to precise, deadly coordinates. 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. A grand magic circle demanded their pure, unadulterated mana. She would ignite the primordial spark. The energy must flow in a flawless clockwise sequence. Each burst of power needed to violently crush the limits of the last. Battle formations locked. Absolute concentration became a matter of life and death. The terrifying ritual commenced. Torrential magic exploded from their very cores. She barked a ferocious order at Shutra. He needed to unleash more overwhelming power. As the aura stabilized, she demanded he lock his spirit in place. A single slip could mean total annihilation. The magical bombardment intensified to a terrifying degree. Waves of pure energy slammed into the ancient anvil. Shutra gritted his teeth against the suffocating, bone-crushing pressure. His limits were violently breaking. Then, a blinding pillar of light viciously pierced the heavens. Suffocating smoke swallowed the entire cavern in an instant. Shutra's vision blurred into absolute, terrifying chaos. Phantom warriors flickered through the mystic mist. A terrifying behemoth roared in the distance. An army of monstrous shadows marched toward a singular, unknown doom. Reality itself seemed to dangerously fracture. What dark sorcery was this? Out of the chilling void, an ancient voice echoed with world-ending authority. My loyal vassals, heed my sacred command. Shutra looked up. A godly voice echoed from the heavens. Absolute darkness blotted out the sky. A colossal beast descended. Its absolute command shattered the silence. They must protect the sacred nest of the great Enkidu. They were chosen as the supreme gatekeepers. The final shield between the demon and human realms. The vision shattered. Shutra collapsed to his knees. He gasped for breath. His mind raced. That majestic entity was undoubtedly a black dragon. A legendary black dragon. It had to be Enkidu, the mythic earth dragon. Felicia turned to him. Her voice trembled. She asked if he witnessed the same terrifying illusion. Her face was utterly pale. She described a terrifying behemoth, a colossal black dragon. Its very scales wept flowing, molten lava. Carrick stepped forward. He had seen the exact same nightmare. A shared divine vision. Felicia nodded slowly. The true meaning of this omen remained shrouded in mystery. Her gaze locked onto the ancient anvil. The artifact held the answers. Touching it would unveil the ultimate truth. She braced herself for the unknown. Her fingers brushed the cold metal. A blinding purple brilliance erupted. Sinister black mist violently coiled around her hand. She gasped in agonizing pain. The chaotic energy intensified. Shutra lunged forward. He had to sever the connection. The overwhelming power forced him back. A blood-curdling scream escaped Felicia. Caitlin and Carrick watched in sheer horror. Then, Shutra roared in absolute agony. A tyrannical voice commanded him. He must conquer the Earth Dragon Enkidu. A merciless trial descended upon the uninvited. Permission was denied. Only one path remained. To conquer was to absolutely dominate. Caitlin and Carrick stood completely frozen. Blinding light exploded from Shutra's body. A pitch-black hammer materialized in his grip. His aura was terrifyingly foreign. His right eye swallowed the light. It turned into an abyssal black. Meanwhile, danger lurked elsewhere. Malevolent eyes spied on their temporary camp from the cliff edge. The vulnerable camp was trapped in a deep gorge. They were completely hemmed in by towering twin cliffs. The enemy scouts sneered in disgust. They were pathetic fools. Did they really think this miserable trench could hide them? The savage orc awaited his bloody orders. He awaited Lord Yakuzan's deadly command. The ruthless chieftain surveyed his monstrous army. He ordered them to draw their weapons. It was time to slaughter the trapped stragglers. The massive ogres looked up. The pitch-black night sky suddenly ignited. A horrifying brightness swallowed the stars. Hellfire rained from above. Massive fireballs mercilessly bombarded the camp. The earth shattered. Soldiers were instantly vaporized or critically maimed. The enemy unleashed a deafening war cry. Colossal swamp mammoths charged down the slopes. They aimed to grind the survivors into bloody dust. Chris was completely blindsided. Blazing fury and dread gripped his heart. The timing was absolutely catastrophic. Caitlin and Felicia were nowhere to be found. Total annihilation was imminent. Brutal explosions ripped through the defensive lines. Yakuzan observed the massacre from his high vantage point. A cruel laugh escaped his lips. The pathetic demons had forgotten their place. Now, they were reaping their bloody harvest. He commanded his horde to leave no survivors. Suddenly, a dark mage froze in terror. The towering swamp mammoths pulsed with an eerie light. Their eyes turned completely blank. They savagely turned against their own masters. Yakuzan witnessed the absolute chaos. His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. The mighty war beasts were crushing his own army. Chris watched the miraculous slaughter unfold. He was utterly speechless. He had no idea this was the work of a legendary black hammer. The discovery of the divine anvil defied all logic. Moments prior, Shutra stood before the artifact. Its aura was overwhelmingly foreign. He questioned the nature of this relic. Felicia revealed its legendary name. It was the Thunderhammer, the eternal pair to the divine anvil. The great Enkidu had chosen its new master. She swayed, severely drained. Her elven guard desperately supported her weight. Shutra stared in pure awe. Felicia screamed at him to unleash its power. His gaze dropped to the pitch-black weapon. Enkidu's supreme mana flooded his consciousness. The violent instructions were clear. Conquer, subjugate, enforce absolute obedience. This was the supreme art. The exact method to birth apocalyptic thunder from the anvil. He raised the legendary hammer high. His first targets were the swamp mammoths. A devastating purple beam pierced the heavens. The mystical light violently hijacked the monstrous beasts. Their bloody rampage began. Panic infected the orc ranks. Their own war machines were mercilessly slaughtering them. Their doom was sealed. Vandal emerged from the shadows. His fierce warriors completely surrounded the ambushers. Vandal watched the mammoths trample the Scarlet Lightning tribe. A wicked grin crossed his face. The prince and princess had orchestrated this miracle. He roared his command. Slaughter every last enemy. No survivors. The counterattack was swift and brutal. The broken enemy hopelessly tried to resist. Yakuzan watched his grand victory crumble into dust. He roared furiously at his adjutant. Why had the beasts rebelled? The subordinate trembled in absolute ignorance. Someone with monstrous mana was manipulating the battlefield. The cowardly adjutant begged for a tactical retreat. They needed to regroup. Yakuzan's pride fiercely rejected such humiliation. A lethal explosion rocked the cliff behind them. Chris stepped from the smoke. He declared Yakuzan's miserable life was over. Surrender now, and receive a swift death. Yakuzan spat a vile curse. He charged with murderous intent. Chris narrowed his eyes. His stance shifted. He unleashed the supreme beast god fist art. A singular flash. Yakuzan's severed head rolled into the dirt. Absolute terror shattered the remaining commanders. The adjutant and mage fled like cowards. Their pathetic screams echoed the fall of their chieftain. The tides had completely turned. Chris ordered the final eradication of the fleeing stragglers. Without the royal duo's miracle, they would have faced total annihilation. He cast a worried glance toward the distant horizon. He silently prayed for their absolute safety. Far away, a glowing projection illuminated the dark chamber. The bloody battlefield played out in real time. Karak gaped in pure astonishment. They were seeing everything, through the very eyes of the raging mammoths. Felicia smiled through her exhaustion. She revealed the anvil's ultimate terrifying power. It granted absolute dominion over every single treasure guardian. The power of the anvil has sealed their fate. Her voice was barely a whisper. The Scarlet tribe was finished. But the toll on her body was absolute. Her remaining strength vanished. She collapsed toward the unforgiving ground. Swift as the wind, the elf caught her falling form. "Are you hurt?" Panic laced the warrior's words. "Just a moment of rest." She forced a strained, weary smile. "I will survive." The royal guard desperately sought a secure sanctuary. But a sudden realization struck them like a blade. Prince Shutra was gone. Far from the chaos, Shutra exhaled. The crushing weight of battle finally lifted from his shoulders. Silence became his temporary sanctuary. A golden light flashed in his vision. The system proudly announced his ascension. His power had surged to terrifying new heights. Was this the true might of Enkidu's ancient relic? He clenched his fists, marveling at the destructive energy. The notifications did not stop there. A grander, more imposing message materialized before his eyes. His level of conquest had advanced. He summoned his luminous status window. The supreme skill, under the king's banner, had evolved. A profound revelation hit him. His personal conquest and his royal authority grew as one united force. The exact mechanics remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, the outcome was undeniable. His absolute dominance over the battlefield was expanding. And that was all that truly mattered. A new ability caught his piercing gaze. King's Knight. What ancient power did this sovereign name hold? A majestic vanguard? A loyal phantom born solely of his will? A sharp voice shattered his focused thoughts. Shutra. It was Caitlin. Her presence radiated lethal grace. He had vanished into the shadows like a ghost. Before an apology could leave his lips, she struck. A swift, stinging blow to the back of his head. "Do not ever vanish like that again." Her eyes burned with fierce worry. He bowed his head in quiet surrender. Her fierce anger melted into profound relief. He was alive. But the danger creeping through the ruins had not passed. They needed to fall back. The merciless knight demanded they make camp immediately. "Are we not returning to the stronghold?" he asked, his senses on high alert. "That was the mission," she replied grimly. "But the tides of fate have turned against us." A dark foreboding washed over his soul. What tragedy could halt their march? The bitter truth was soon revealed. Felicia had collapsed into a coma-like sleep. She had endured the torturous captivity of the Scarlet Lightning. Her triumphant freedom came at a devastating price. She had burned through the very last embers of her life force. Caitlin's voice trembled with unspoken dread. She claimed it was mere exhaustion, but her lifeless state told a much darker tale. Nobody knew if she would ever open her eyes again. Her sudden absence was a crippling blow. The phantom steed could not be summoned without her noble magic. They were stranded, forced to guard her fragile life in the heart of darkness. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the desolate camp. Worry gnawed deeply at Shutra's heart. Midnight approached. The exhausted warriors surrendered to a restless sleep, but Shutra alone remained awake. His veins hummed with boundless explosive energy. The sudden ascension had eradicated his mortal fatigue completely. He stood like an unsleeping sentinel, ready to guard them until the pale dawn broke. But a dangerous whisper of ambition echoed in his mind. This was no ordinary cavern. This was an ancient, forgotten ruin. Legendary artifacts and sovereign treasures slumbered in the dark. Lethal traps surely lined the crumbling corridors. Monstrous guardians waited to slaughter foolish intruders. The air itself tasted of impending doom. He summoned the heavy thunderhammer. Sparks of divine lightning danced across its iron head. A glorious thought crossed his mind. With this artifact in hand, did he not command this entire domain? The anvil's blessing was tightly bound to these ancient walls. But within this cursed labyrinth, it was not just magic. It was the absolute, unquestionable authority of a god. The dungeon was his to conquer. Every sealed door would yield to his sovereign will. Nearby, Karak snored like a wounded beast. Shutra nudged the massive orc awake. "Rise, warrior, we march into the abyss." A single torch violently pierced the suffocating gloom. Karak rubbed his weary, bloodshot eyes. "My prince, is it wise to challenge the darkness alone?" The icy dread of sudden death loomed over the veteran orc, but Shutra's eyes glowed with absolute terrifying certainty. "Fear nothing," he declared coldly. "I am the master of this realm now. This is a tomb of legends." His voice echoed with ruthless royal ambition. "Weapons capable of shattering mountains await us inside. They belong to my vanguard." The orc's warrior blood ignited in his veins. He pushed open a massive, rusted iron door. Karak choked on his own breath. A monolithic beast stood frozen in the deep shadows. "Stay your trembling blade," Shutra commanded with absolute calm. "It is an arc golem, forged in the shape of a griffin." The colossal predator was silent. Yet its mere presence terrified the towering orc. Had they stepped blindly into this execution chamber? The mechanical titan would have awakened in a frenzy of destruction. They would have been reduced to ashes and blood in an instant. "Do not tempt the heavens, my prince," Karak hissed, stepping back in pure terror. Cold sweat dripped from his green skin. The crushing pressure of the sleeping giant was unbearable. Crossing blades with a mythological titan was sheer suicide. He wanted absolutely no part of this madness. Shutra offered a razor-sharp, mocking smirk. "Does the mighty orc fear a sleeping bird?" "I am no coward, sire," Karak grumbled in fierce defense. "I merely respect the bloody jaws of death." They pressed deeper into the abyss, arriving before a vault sealed in gold. The heavy doors gave way to blinding, magnificent brilliance. "Mountains of ancient gold!" Karak roared in pure, unadulterated triumph. He hoisted a magnificent, pitch-black chestplate toward the prince. "It perfectly suits a warlord." Shutra nodded in deep approval. An undeniable aura of dark magic pulsed from the heavy steel. It was a brutal masterpiece of war. "Claim it as yours, Karak." The giant orc trembled with profound disbelief. "For me, my lord?" "Truly?" Shutra chuckled softly. "Wear it with bloody pride. The demonic steel is far too massive for me." Karak bowed deeply, binding his eternal loyalty in blood and iron. Then, rivers of gleaming coins caught his greedy eye. What ancient fallen empire had forged this forgotten currency? Shutra wasted absolutely no time. With a commanding wave of his hand, his spatial inventory devoured the priceless relics. "Strip this vault completely bare," he ordered the orc. "Leave absolutely nothing behind." An ornate chest sat isolated upon a stone pedestal. Shutra ripped the heavy lid open. Suddenly, the very foundations of the tomb shuddered violently. A secret wall ground open, revealing an abyss of pure darkness. His heart hammered fiercely against his ribs. This was no mere treasure vault. The intoxicating scent of mythical power drifted from the shadows. His eyes blazed with the unyielding fires of conquest. He plunged fearlessly into the terrifying unknown. The narrow passage erupted into an echoing, colossal cavern. Then, a ghostly voice shattered the suffocating silence. A phantom whisper, calling directly to his soul. A vortex of tremendous mana violently spun at the chamber's core. It felt ancient, yet intimately, dangerously familiar. His mind had never witnessed such overwhelming glory. Yet, a legendary name instantly etched itself into his consciousness. Enkidu, the divine, world-shattering gauntlet known as Earthquaker. Shutra stared down the apocalyptic weapon. The relic hummed with raw fury, acknowledging its true master. "Welcome, valiant knight of conquest." The magnetic, inescapable pull of destiny dragged him forward. The weapon demanded to be wielded in glorious battle. Without a single hesitation, he reached into the eye of the magical storm. His fingers locked around the indestructible divine metal. But the exact moment mortal flesh met immortal steel, a blinding red alert flashed. The system roared in absolute defiance. Level, mana, strength, mental fortitude, all tragically, completely insufficient to harness a god's wrath. The artifact rejected his frail grasp. Then, a divine resonance echoed. The metal roared to life. Crimson light flooded the chamber. The system window shattered the darkness. Earthquaker had chosen its master. A new name etched itself into the divine logs. Shutra. Blazing energy surged through his veins. His hand radiated absolute authority. Agony ripped through his flesh. He gritted his teeth. He refused to kneel. The gauntlet tested his very soul. He survived the ordeal. The legendary relic bowed to his will. A surge of explosive power followed. Strength, mana, and endurance. All surged by 10 massive points. The sheer magnitude of this dormant power was terrifying. He clenched his armored fist. This was merely its sleeping state. What horrors could he unleash at a higher realm? A predatory grin crossed his face. The relic exceeded every mortal expectation. Suddenly, a massive shadow eclipsed him. Carrick stood right behind him. The giant demanded answers. Shutra froze in his tracks. He slowly turned around. How long had the beast been watching? The ogre crossed his massive arms. He confessed the truth. He saw the gauntlet materialize from the void. A cold sweat dripped down his spine. His greatest secret hung in the balance. The spatial inventory was a dangerous cheat. Exposure meant endless bloodshed and greedy enemies. But the giant warrior understood the ways of the world. Such divine miracles attracted vultures. Silence was their only shield. The ogre swore a blood oath. He would carry this secret to the abyss. The heavy tension shattered. Shutra felt a profound wave of gratitude. Carrick broke the heavy silence. Their mission was complete. It was time to abandon this cursed tomb. The air grew thick with ancient malice. Unseen eyes watched from the shadows. Shutra nodded sharply. They needed to move. They marched through the cavern of gleaming gold. Suddenly, a faint aura called out to him. He ordered the ogre to halt. The giant grunted in confusion. Shutra raised a commanding finger. He pointed into the shadowy corner. Carrick strained his eyes in vain. Shutra smiled. The final piece of their salvation lay right there. Time shifted. A mystical elixir touched Felicia's pale lips. A warm, divine radiance enveloped her frail body. Her eyes fluttered open against the encroaching darkness. Shutra stepped forward. His voice pierced the quiet room. Caitlin exhaled a trembling breath of relief. Felicia clutched her head in deep confusion. The truth was revealed. Shutra had secured the elixirs of life. Disbelief masked her exhausted face. How did he find such supreme medicine? Shutra merely chuckled. His eyes gleamed with dark amusement. Did they forget their domain? They stood within the ancient catacombs. He raised his chin with absolute authority. He was the undisputed master of this labyrinth. He ordered her to surrender to sleep. The elixir would reconstruct her shattered core. A quiet whisper escaped her lips. A reluctant word of gratitude. Shutra feigned ignorance. She was forced to repeat her surrender. Crimson heat rushed to her pale cheeks. The long, terrifying night finally broke. The golden sun pierced the horizon. Bandal roared in triumph at their return. The veteran warrior embraced their safe arrival. His faith in their survival had never wavered. He bowed his head to their absolute victory. A heavy cough shattered the celebration. Chris stepped into the light. Shutra watched him with piercing eyes. The proud warrior fought back a rising flush. He offered Felicia a heavy, honorable praise. She lifted her chin in supreme arrogance. She brushed off the monumental triumph as mere child's play. Shutra observed this quiet display of loyalty. A wicked smirk danced on his lips. Chris took command of the bloody aftermath. He ordered the victors to retreat and recover. But the war drums had not stopped beating. Shutra narrowed his eyes at the grim news. The ashes of the Scarlet Lightning tribe still smoldered. The surviving vermin lurked in the shadows. It would take 15 days to purge the remnants. A sinister calm washed over Shutra. 15 days of absolute silence, a perfect, uninterrupted sanctuary. Caitlin shattered his peaceful illusion. Her fierce gaze promised nothing but pure torment. She leaned in close. Her terrifying whisper sent blood rushing to his face. Her cheeks burned with a fierce, dangerous resolve. Their private contract remained unfulfilled. The sun blazed high in the merciless sky. A devastating punch cracked against Shutra's defenseless body. Her voice cracked like a master's whip. Weakness meant death on the battlefield. He had to forge his body in the fires of agony. She ordered him to rise from the dust. But his bones screamed in protest. Paralyzing torment anchored him to the earth. This was the legendary crucible. The barbaric initiation of the Beast Fist. The promised torment had begun. There was no escape from her wrath. He would learn the ancient martial path in blood. 5 torturous days dragged by. He was a mere punching bag before a god of war. His flesh was battered without mercy. 7 days passed. The blurred strikes finally gained form. His desperate eyes tracked her deadly fists. Dawn broke on the 11th day. He stood tall against his ruthless master. A fierce gleam flashed in her eyes. His mortal shell was adapting to her monstrous speed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The relentless slaughter was finally paying off. The crucible of pain had forged a miracle. His martial mastery had evolved. Both his beast fist art and his aura had shattered their limits. They had broken through to the 5th realm. She lowered her bruised fists. The foundation was set. He was ready to grasp the divine. The forbidden beast god fist awaited him. His blood boiled with primal excitement. Pure awe laced her fierce voice. He was a monster of comprehension. No mortal had ever scaled this mountain so swiftly. A triumphant, arrogant grin slashed across his face. The ultimate power of the lycanthropes was within his grasp. He would inherit their most ancient, devastating secrets. The sacred martial path of the beast god. She extended her hand toward his. A new manipulation of spiritual energy was required. Her grip was like iron. She commanded him to observe the flow of destruction. She demanded his absolute focus. He answered with a heavy, resolute nod. Their joined palms erupted in power. A blinding, sapphire tempest swallowed him whole. Her majestic energy surged into his veins. It charted a violent path through his core. It echoed the basic forms. Yet, it pulsed with a terrifying alien gravity. He plunged into the abyss of his own spirit. He touched the true essence of aura, the raw, unbridled manifestation of pure life force. Driven to the absolute brink, it transformed. It became the sovereign power of the soul itself. His mind drifted into the void. A singular, tyrannical concept consumed him. Conquest. The brutal art of forcing the world to its knees. The pressure crushed him like the depths of the ocean. He was drowning in sheer spiritual gravity. Was this the absolute pinnacle of aura? The sapphire storm exploded with blinding brilliance. A divine chime shattered his trance. The system window blazed before his eyes. The boundaries of his martial art and his life force had been broken once again. She stood utterly paralyzed. The impossible had just happened. He actually did it. Golden aura blazed across his hands. The system chimed with a divine decree. He had acquired the Beast God Fist Art Level 1. His mind raced. He envisioned the god-tier martial art merging with the mighty Earthquaker. He released the gathered energy. A violent tempest erupted from his palms. The sheer pressure shattered the earth below him. His power surged to level 14. This was merely the prologue. The real massacre would begin now. Yet, hidden within the shadows, unseen eyes watched their every move. It was Bandal. A chilling smile crept across his scarred face. The sun rose, bringing a deceptive calm. Shutra and Caitlin shared a silent, heavy morning meal. A lingering question plagued his mind. It was about Felicia. He demanded to know the truth. Why was the atmosphere so toxic between her and Chris? To him, the path was clear. Felicia was an absolute necessity, a vital pawn to secure his throne. She had to become his ally, just like Chris. A fracture in their ranks meant certain death. Their relationship was not hostile, but an icy chasm separated them. That distance was a deadly vulnerability. Caitlin hesitated, her voice hushed. She revealed that no blood had been spilled. No direct conflict had ever occurred between the two. Uncertainty clouded her eyes. The true root of the tension lay elsewhere. It was tied to Chris and Sylvan. Shutra casually uttered the forbidden name. Caitlin instantly snapped at him. One does not speak the name of a monster so carelessly. He lowered his head in a hollow apology. The shock of the revelation had caught him completely off guard. Felicia's twin brother, Sylvan Doomblade, a man of terrifying prowess, even in his past life as Zephyr. That man had been an absolute nightmare to face on the battlefield. He pressed further into the dark history between Chris and Sylvan. Suddenly, the heavy tent flap was ripped open. Chris stepped into the suffocating silence. A jolt of panic struck them. Caitlin steadied her breathing. She demanded to know why he had returned so soon. His command was absolute: pack everything immediately. The blood-soaked business had ended prematurely. They would march before nightfall. Shutra locked eyes with him and asked their destination. Chris scoffed at the foolish question. The mission was accomplished. Now, they had to deliver the results to the supreme authority. Bandal grasped Shutra's hand with crushing force. He acknowledged the brutal trials the royal siblings had endured. His gaze darkened as he promised the ninth prince. Their paths would cross again on the battlefield. Shutra did not flinch. He met the veteran's gaze. He would be ready when that day arrived. Chris barked the final order to march. Shutra gave a decisive nod. Their destination was set. They were heading straight into the abyss, the Demon King's castle. Far away, shadows devoured the royal citadel. An oppressive, suffocating aura bled from the throne room. A colossal figure sat upon the seat of absolute power, clad in impenetrable dark armor. The path to the demonic capital was ruthlessly efficient. Their first objective was the Grand Array, a teleportation circle designed to tear through the fabric of space. Ancient runes flared with unstable magical energy. The warp would throw them directly into the heart of the demonic empire. A grueling march of 3 days stood between them and the array. There would be no rest, no sanctuary, just an endless, punishing trek through hostile lands. The harsh reality set in. They would survive another night beneath the unforgiving, starless sky, exposed to the lurking horrors of the wild. Tomorrow, the gates of the Demon King's castle would open for them. A cold sweat ran down Shutra's spine. The true war for survival was about to begin. The demonic court was a viper's nest torn into 3 warring factions. At the pinnacle stood the second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, the second-born son of the Demon King, and Shutra's absolute worst enemy. Opposing him were 2 titans, the first prince, Baal Ragnaros, and the 4th princess, Anastasia Nekrion. In this bloody war of succession, birthright was a meaningless joke. Only absolute power dictated the hierarchy. The one who conquered realms, the one who slaughtered enemies, only the strongest could sit upon the throne. This was the iron law of their kind. Baal and Zephyr shared the exact same cursed bloodline. Their monstrous combat capabilities were locked in a terrifying stalemate. Their devastating might came from their mother's lineage, the proud and ancient Draconian clan. Dragon blood coursed through their veins, granting them godlike strength. Yet, if the realm desired a rational ruler, the calm and calculated first Prince Baal would be the logical choice. But Shutra knew the horrifying truth. Politics meant absolutely nothing. Because a day of reckoning was fast approaching, a day that would shatter the entire world. The clock was ticking. He had to forge himself into an unstoppable weapon. He had to prepare for the incoming apocalypse. His first objective was absolute power. He would grind his level until the mighty Earthquaker bent to his will. He would weaponize his newly awakened authority, the power of the King's Knight. He unleashed the skill. A sacred night order materialized into existence. Shutra assumed it was a simple summoning spell, but the system flared with intricate divine runes. His title glowed with authority, the Knight Commander. His current rank sat at 0 out of 2 members. Not a single soul stood under his banner yet. The majestic interface displayed Knight Order, Level 1. Beneath it lay the Knight's Blessing, a passive aura that violently amplified the vitality of his sworn swords. Crowning these abilities was a transcendent spatial skill. Summon, Level 1. A supernatural command to call forth his loyal knights across space and time. The terrifying power had a restriction of once every 3 days. It was akin to an omnipotent guild system. Shutra trembled at the sheer broken potential of this authority. Even at Level 1, it was a game-breaking advantage. Anticipation burned in his chest. What godly heights would this power reach at its peak? Heavy footsteps shattered the silence. Karak stepped from the shadows. The massive warrior growled, reprimanding his liege for defying sleep. The brutal march awaited them at dawn. Karak urged him to return to the camp immediately, but Shutra merely smiled. The giant had walked right into his trap. Shutra locked eyes with the towering beast. He proposed a dangerous experiment. Karak flinched, unease prickling his monstrous skin. He demanded to know the prince's true intent. The pale moonlight bathed them in an eerie glow. Shutra raised his blade with absolute authority. He spoke the ancient oath. He formally appointed the mighty ogre warrior, Karak, as his first divine knight. A blazing, ethereal light engulfed the giant's body. An alien sensation crashed through his soul. The ancient pact was sealed. An unyielding, supernatural loyalty ignited within Karak's heart. Level 24. Karak awakened as a knight commander. A pristine rank 1 warrior. Shutra's daring experiment had succeeded. A thrill of absolute victory coursed through his veins. Immense power flooded Karak's veins. He reveled in this terrifying new strength. Shutra's eyes gleamed with dark ambition. "Do you seek it?" he whispered. "The throne of the world's strongest ogre?" Madness danced in Shutra's smile. He envisioned a future forged in blood. He would mold this beast. Karak would become the undisputed ogre emperor of the Night Saga. Karak narrowed his heavy gaze. A shadow of doubt crossed his rugged face. He questioned his master's sanity. Had the young prince lost his mind to the dark magic? Dawn broke over the towering spire. Chris led the vanguard toward the ancient teleportation matrix. The air hummed with arcane energy. "Steel your nerves," he commanded. "Are we ready?" "We march," Shutra decreed. They crossed the threshold of the glowing runes. Space fractured around them. A blinding pillar of light pierced the very heavens. The void tore them apart and stitched them back together. Gravity vanished. Shutra plummeted through an endless abyss. Panic seized his mortal heart. He was diving headlong into nothingness. But the earth rushed up to catch him. His boots slammed against solid ground. He survived the violent transit. "Are you breathing, brother?" Caitlin asked. "I endure," he breathed back. A sudden cry pierced the silence. Lady Felicia, a legion of loyal vassals, swarmed forward. They had awaited their mistress with bated breath. Royal grace met overwhelming devotion. Shutra observed this display of power, a fanatic cult of personality. "Your sworn swords?" he questioned. Meanwhile, towering figures stepped forth. They offered Chris and Caitlin a grand royal reception. Shutra stood in the cold shadows. Not a single soul knelt for him. Whispers slithered through the ranks. The dark elves sneered at his pathetic presence. Their mockery echoed like venom. His absolute lowest standing in the Demon King's citadel was laid bare, yet Shutra's expression remained like ice. This humiliation was precisely what he had calculated. He cast a sidelong glance at Karak. "Prepare yourself," he murmured. "From this very abyss, we forge our ascent. We shall shatter this hierarchy, stone by bloody stone." Deep within the monstrous fortress lay their domain, a wretched, decaying crypt, a forgotten storage vault left to rot in the dark. This miserable cell was their granted sanctuary. Shutra harbored no illusions of grandeur. Karak moved to drop their meager supplies. They would survive in this dust. But time was a shifting blade. The grand royal convocation commenced at tomorrow's dawn. Until the blood sun rose, they were granted illusory freedom. "Free time?" Shutra scoffed. "They have merely locked us away. We are forgotten corpses in a dusty tomb." A sharp knock shattered the gloom. A figure emerged from the shadows. Flora Sevensward, of the High Citadel's domain registry. She bowed before the forgotten prince. Shutra's eyes narrowed like a serpent. "Why descend to this filth?" he demanded. "What business does the High Court have with a rat's nest?" Her voice was smooth as velvet. "The scales of power have shifted, my lord. Your glorious deeds have tipped the balance. Your royal merit has surged. The gates to a higher realm are open. Claim your rightful throne." Another figure stepped from the abyss. Isabella, of the Merit Bureau. She brought the absolute proof of his ascension. "Do I ascend from this ruin?" Shutra demanded, his tone like sharpened steel. Isabella offered a chilling smile. "Your reign of glory begins now, your highness." A mystical screen flared into existence. The proof of his brutal conquests glowed in blood-red text. "Merit level 5 unlocked." A staggering 15,000 points etched into his soul. The divine system chanted his legendary saga. Each triumph manifested like a roaring thunderclap. First, the unearthing of the forbidden dwarven labyrinth. Then, the absolute annihilation of the Scarlet Lightning warlord and his elite vanguard. He had delivered the killing blow himself. He had dragged the 7th princess, Felicia Doomsblade, from the very jaws of death. He spearheaded the bloody siege against the enemy fortress. He seized the mythical artifact. The legendary Thunderbirth anvil was his. Finally, the total subjugation of the Scarlet Lightning clan. They now bowed to his absolute dominion. The heavens answered with an avalanche of bounties. The sealed gates of the Demon King's citadel shattered before him. His royal treasury overflowed. His miserable 5 gold stipend erupted. 500 gold coins poured into his coffers. History was rewritten in blood and gold. No prince had ever seized such monumental glory on a maiden campaign. He was a terrifying anomaly. "Reveal my new domain," he commanded. Now. Hours later, Karak stood paralyzed. The majestic splendor of their new stronghold defied all logic. Flora awaited them in the grand hall. "You move swiftly, my lord." She knelt with absolute reverence. "My life is yours to command from this day forth." She was an instrument of absolute loyalty. A grand steward and master assassin wrapped in one. A devout disciple of Camilla, the terrifying goddess of dreams and shadows. Karak bared his fangs in bewilderment. Had she not claimed to be a mere registry clerk? This lethal aura belonged to no ordinary servant. "I purchased her allegiance," Shutra declared coldly. "With the blood I spilled. Merit points are the true currency of power in this hellscape." He silenced any further questions. The beast needed only to obey, not to understand. Karak grunted a feral complaint. The young prince was speaking in riddles of late. The day of reckoning dawned. They donned magnificent armor of royal authority. Karak shifted uncomfortably. A primal dread twisted in his gut. His bladder threatened to betray him. Was this the crushing pressure of the High Court? Shutra shot him a look of absolute disgust. "Evacuate yourself, beast. Do not disgrace me here." The heavy doors groaned open. A breathtaking presence graced the hall. "You look formidable," a voice chimed. It was Felicia. She had forged their royal appearance with absolute precision. "Her eye for power is flawless," Caitlin agreed. Felicia's smile held a dangerous charm. "My royal masterpiece is complete. Let them tremble." Caitlin's fierce gaze softened upon Shutra. "You wear majesty well, brother." A rare warmth pierced his stoic facade. He returned the high praise. A crimson flush graced the battle-hardened princesses. Chris strode into the chamber like a conquering warlord. He locked eyes with Shutra. This was the baptism of fire. The prince's very first royal audience. "Today, the heavens revolve around you," Chris declared. "Step into the light. Force the entire demon realm to burn your image into their skulls." "I will," Shutra vowed, his voice absolute. He knew the vipers in the court. They whispered that his legendary conquests were mere strokes of fate. The grand throne room swarmed with ancient, deadly vassals. Shutra strode forward like a god of war. Let them doubt. He would soon force the entire world to its knees. The heavy doors groaned open. The prince and princess stepped into the vast chamber. Shutra held his head high. Let the nobles stare. Let them witness the terrifying rebirth of the worthless prince they once despised. They dropped to their knees. Before them sat the absolute ruler of the demon realm. Chris bowed his head. His voice echoed through the grand hall, announcing their presence to the supreme sovereign. Demon King Mitra gazed down from his dark throne. His golden eyes pierced through their very souls. A thick brown beard framed his stern, majestic face. Despite his overwhelming aura, his features were strikingly human. Silence suffocated the court. The royal aide stepped forward, declaring the recent, bloody triumphs of the young royals. This was no ordinary monarch. Demon King Mitra was the supreme patriarch. He was the unquestioned sire of every royal bloodline in the realm. Shutra had foolishly forgotten. This entity commanded absolute dread. Kneeling there, a crushing weight slammed into him. The sheer gravity of the king's presence was paralyzing. His bones ached. His physical vessel felt ready to shatter into dust. Then, a divine whisper echoed in his mind. The goddess commanded him to conquer. A brilliant golden warmth ignited within his chest. Her voice resonated with absolute authority. She reminded him of his own royal blood. Break the pressure, shatter that overwhelming gaze, bend this suffocating aura to his unyielding will. Radiant energy surged through his veins. It was a legendary force. This was the absolute power of conquest. Shutra raised his head. His eyes met the sovereign's with fearless defiance. Demon King Mitra paused. For the first time, the absolute ruler spoke his name aloud. Gasps echoed through the grand hall. Courtiers froze in pure shock. Shutra hid his own surprise, holding the sovereign's heavy gaze without flinching. The sovereign's voice rumbled like distant thunder. He declared his anticipation. He would be watching the ninth prince's future conquests very closely. Pandemonium erupted in utter silence. The nobles exchanged terrified, bewildered glances. Never in history had the absolute ruler addressed a royal child by name during a formal audience. Whispers crawled through the shadows. Why him? Why acknowledge the invisible ninth prince, a boy who was nothing but a ghost in this ruthless castle? The words themselves were simple. Yet, spilling from the sovereign's lips, they became legendary. That brief acknowledgement held the weight of an entire kingdom. Shutra did not hesitate. His voice rang out, steady and clear. He swore to exceed every brutal expectation placed upon his shoulders. The audience concluded. Shutra Ignos turned away. He left behind a court utterly paralyzed by his newfound majesty. Pale dawn bled through the windows. Karak shook him awake. Shutra sat up, eyes narrowing in the dim light, demanding to know the reason for such a sudden intrusion. Karak's expression was grave. A royal decree had just arrived. It bore the heavy seal of the Office of Public Merits. Shutra broke the wax seal. Confusion instantly warped into sheer shock. Karak leaned in, eyes burning with curiosity, urging his master to read the sovereign's words aloud. A heavy silence filled the room. This was unprecedented. The absolute ruler had bypassed the chain of command, issuing a direct, personal mandate to his son. Shutra laid the parchment before Chris and Caitlin. The ink spelled out a brutal trial. He was commanded to annihilate the vicious Cassius herd. It was a raw, bloody extermination order. Caitlin traced the war map. His path led straight into the deadly, unforgiving Anger Plains. Memories flashed in his mind. The fierce centaurs ruled those violent lands. Caitlin recalled her own past, sharing how she and Chris had forged their strength on those very plains. Crushing the Cassius herd was a brutal, annual tradition. Chris gripped his hilt in frustration. He wished to ride alongside his brother, but his own royal duties bound his blade. Caitlin smiled. She held absolute faith in Shutra's rising power. But a dark shadow of worry lingered in Chris's eyes. The political chessboard had shifted. Hungry eyes were now locked onto the ninth prince. Vipers would approach with false smiles, and assassins would lurk in the shadows. He had to be utterly ruthless. Shutra understood the deadly game. Even the mighty Zephyr had confessed a dark truth. Not once had the sovereign spoken his name in the grand hall. Chris placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, vowing to be his shield if the shadows grew too thick. Shutra bowed in gratitude. Before departing, he was urged to seek out Felicia for a critical artifact. The morning star still hung in the bleeding sky. The deadly journey was about to begin. Shutra geared up for war. Felicia awaited him. Knowing the treacherous terrain of the Centaur domain, she bestowed upon him swift, shadow-forged mounts. He offered his profound gratitude, but her gifts were not finished. She held out a mesmerizing gem, a dark elf's tear. Shutra stared in sheer disbelief at the ancient, sacred relic. Blood was usually the price for such power. To claim this mythical treasure, one would normally have to rip it from her cold, dead hands. Her eyes burned with fierce pride. The dark elves forget nothing, neither blood debts nor profound mercy. Without warning, she threw her arms around him. Survive! Come back alive! The sudden embrace shattered his stoic guard. A flush of heat rushed to his cheeks. This rare vulnerability caught him entirely off guard. He opened his mouth to speak. Instantly, she shoved him back. He stumbled, blinking in surprise. Her cheeks flared red as the fierce warrior suddenly remembered her pride. The magical array flared with arcane energy. Shutra, Karak, and the war beasts stepped onto the glowing runes of the teleportation circle. He offered one final salute, swearing they would meet again in good health. In a flash of blinding light, he vanished. She whispered a quiet promise to the empty air, her eyes lingering on the fading sparks. Spatial energy tore open in the brutal anger plains. Shutra, Karak, and their beasts materialized in the dust. Karak gripped his weapon, sweeping his gaze across the harsh wasteland. The wind shifted. A lethal presence materialized right behind them. A voice cut through the silence, greeting the ninth prince. It was Karma, the elite ranger chosen to carve their path forward. His sharp eyes analyzed her immediately. Human flesh above, powerful beast-like limbs below. He nodded, acknowledging her lethal grace with formal respect. She bowed deeply, declaring it an absolute honor to serve the royal blood. Recognizing the ancient satyr lineage in her stance, he wasted no time. The march began instantly. They tore across the barren earth. The pace was punishing. Shutra and Karak pushed their shadow beasts to the absolute limit. Karma shouted over the roaring wind. The centaur stronghold was 2 grueling days away. She demanded a brutal march, pushing through without rest or mercy. Shutra's eyes gleamed with raw determination. He welcomed the torment. But as they raced forward, Karma glanced back, realizing with creeping dread that the prince had brought absolutely no army. The mission arrived without warning. For now, only the 2 of them stood together. But she remained unfazed. The centaurs fought beside them. They would not face this vanguard alone. A massive war of attrition loomed ahead. In a battle of numbers, raw strength was not enough. The true deciding factor would be their arsenal. The clash would demand mounted combat. A spear would pierce through the chaos best. Suddenly, a sinister rustle shattered the silence. He demanded to know the source. Karma ordered him to hold his ground. In a flash, she vanished into the shadows to hunt the disturbance. She halted at the precipice. Dread gripped her heart. Below, a nightmare unfolded. How had the beast horde tracked them so swiftly? The savage monsters bounded with murderous fury, hunting down a lone centaur. Blood-curdling snarls echoed through the gorge. The monsters lunged for the kill. The sheer bloodlust drove the centaur into pure panic. But Shutra struck like a thunderbolt. He slammed into the demonic beast. The creature crashed violently into the dirt. Shutra reined in his frantic mount. The cornered centaur stared at his savior in sheer disbelief. The monstrous horde swarmed his position. Their bloody welcome had arrived far too early. But Shutra only smiled. A dark, violent thrill surged through his veins. He hungered for slaughter. Arcane light erupted from his gauntlet. Shutra beckoned the rabid curs to meet their doom. Trembling, the centaur breathed a single question. Was this the legendary prince? A colossal, wolf-like horror stepped from the pack, It unleashed an earth-shattering roar. With lethal speed, the beast launched itself at their throats. Shutra recognized the immense pressure instantly. This was the Alpha. Karma and Carrick tore through the battlefield. They screamed his name, desperate to shield him. Carrick roared in frustration at the reckless charge. One mistake meant certain death, but Shutra stood immovable. He ordered them to stand back. They were about to witness true devastation. He vaulted from the saddle. He plunged headfirst into the jaws of the beast horde. The time for practice was over. He unleashed the ultimate technique. The beast god fist awakened. Tremendous power boiled from his gauntlet. The monstrous Alpha roared in defiance. Shutra met its fury with catastrophic force. He unleashed the fist of explosion. Carrick and Karma froze in sheer awe. A deafening blast shook the earth. The Alpha beast was instantly obliterated. Its headless corpse collapsed in a fountain of blood. An absolute and merciless slaughter. The remaining horrors whimpered in pure terror. They scattered into the shadows like frightened vermin. Even Shutra stared at his trembling fist. The raw devastation shocked him. Had the Earthquaker gauntlet magnified his aura to this monstrous level? The sheer scale of destruction defied all logic. It was absolute annihilation. A wicked grin crossed his face. This destructive might rivaled even Caitlyn's legendary strength. The gap was finally closing. Karma praised his overwhelming might. Obliterating an alpha beast in one strike was no mortal feat. Shutra stood tall, bathing in the glory of his absolute dominance. The rescued centaur knelt before his savior. Trembling with gratitude, he pledged his honor. His name was Swift Wind, a vanguard scout deployed to guide the royal bloodline. He would pave their path to the Angle Plains. The great centaur settlement awaited them. But behind them, a sinister omen bloomed. In the cold dirt, the headless beast's corpse pulsed with a sickly, forbidden glow. The majestic Angle Plains finally unfolded before them. A grand centaur stronghold spanned the horizon. Here, 4 mighty tribes ruled the vast grasslands. The fierce wind, the heavy rain, the rough night, and the terrifying raging flame. One banner reigned supreme. The raging flame tribe commanded absolute authority. Their warlord bore the mantle of high chieftain, a sovereign who shackled all 4 tribes under an iron will. Shutra strode into the warlord's domain. The atmosphere turned suffocatingly heavy. Before him stood a mountain of muscle and fury. It was Savage Eyes, the supreme ruler of the centaur race. In the old world, the name was legendary. To veterans of the Night Saga, he was a nightmare carved in stone. He was an inescapable boss from the Demon Realm chapter. An instrument of death, never an ally, always a harbinger of doom. Carrick leaned in with a hushed, tense whisper. The High Chieftain's murderous intent bled into the air. His lethal glare truly lived up to his monstrous title. But Shutra did not flinch beneath that crushing pressure. Royal blood commanded respect. He stood resolute as the 9th prince of the Demon Realm. Savage Eyes unleashed a soul-piercing glare. Shutra answered with eyes burning like hellfire. Neither sovereign yielded an inch. The prince fiercely demanded a full battle report. They retreated into the massive war tent. The shadows deepened. The High Chieftain delivered a grim truth. The scales of war had tipped into dangerous territory. The rabid beast horde was defying nature. They belonged to the frozen north, yet they had swarmed the southern borders far ahead of the blood moon. A catastrophic anomaly. Elite vanguards prowled the plains to track the beasts. Fools whispered of a mere migration error, but true warriors smelled the encroaching slaughter. A dark memory gnawed at Shutra. In the original timeline, Savage Eyes was locked behind fate, an unyielding force that players could never command. Yet now, the timeline shattered. In 3 days, the winds of war would shift. The Ultimate War Council would convene. Champions from all 4 tribes would rally their banners. Once united, their thunderous hooves would trample the monster threat to dust. Shutra intended to rewrite destiny. He would shatter the unyielding laws of this world. He accepted the 3-day wait with a cold calm. He demanded to know if further darkness lurked in the shadows. The colossal chieftain leaned forward. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. He addressed the 9th prince directly. Did the royal brat truly shatter an alpha's skull with his bare hands? A dangerously arrogant smirk danced across Shutra's lips. He met the warlord's gaze. The devastating rumor was an absolute truth. Beneath that cocky exterior, his mind spun with ambition. Destiny could be bent. Just as Chris and Caitlyn broke their chains to stand beside him, this monstrous warlord might finally become an ally. He threw down a veiled challenge. If the warlord doubted his raw might, He would gladly demonstrate upon the battlefield. Savage eyes studied the fearless prince. A feral grin emerged. He awaited the spectacle of carnage. Shutra stepped out from the stifling war tent. The suffocating tension broke. But 1,000 fierce eyes instantly locked onto the young prince. Whispers ripped through the encampment like wildfire. The legend had already taken root. The frail demon prince had obliterated a nightmare beast with one apocalyptic strike. Carrick watched the reverent stares. The prince was forging a cult of strength, just as he did with General Bandal. Shutra puffed out his chest. He brazenly claimed it was merely his irresistible royal charm and divine virtue at work. Carrick stared at him with absolute disdain. Regret washed over the loyal guard. He sighed heavily. He ordered his foolish lord to gather his strength for the coming storm. The war camp plunged into dead silence. Shutra surrendered to a deep, exhausted slumber. But a sinister, pulsing light pierced the darkness. His eyes snapped open. A cold shock struck his core. The unearthly radiance bled from the earthquaker. The legendary gauntlet was firmly fused to his arm. He had no memory of equipping the demonic weapon. The true nightmare had just begun. A sudden voice pierced the silence. It called his name. He snapped his gaze forward. A blinding, ethereal green glow radiated from the darkness. A figure emerged. She demanded his aid. He demanded her identity. Her answer carried the weight of legends. She was a remnant of the Watcher Ankle. She was the Green Wind. Shutra knew that name well. It belonged to a myth, a primeval nature spirit, an entity revered by centaurs and satyrs alike. Within the lore of Night Saga, her power was absolute. She was the sole reason the Ankle Plains thrived. Her magic birthed its endless, lush greenery. Space warped around him. He materialized instantly upon the plains. Shock gripped his senses. She had summoned him to her sanctuary. Here rested the fragment of her creator, the majestic Watcher Ankle. That cursed name struck a chord. The fragment of Ankle. Memories flooded his mind. Watcher Ankle was an elder dragon, one of the legendary six. These were divine, untouchable beings. Mere players of Night Saga were never meant to face them. He had only just claimed the Earthquaker of Enkidu. The ink on that legend was barely dry. Now, this phantom of Watcher Ankle stood before him. This was no mere coincidence. Suspicion darkened his thoughts. But the green wind cut through his doubt. Time was a luxury they no longer possessed. A dark tide rose in the north. Monstrous hordes were marching upon her sanctuary. Their objective was brutal. They sought to devour the life force of the Ankle Plains. Annihilation awaited her realm. They hungered for her very spirit. She locked eyes with him. He was the only shield standing between her and utter destruction. Shutra scoffed at the impossible burden. His strength was pitifully low for such a war. But her voice rang with absolute certainty. The slumbering power of Enkidu already coursed through his veins. Fear was an illusion. The fragment of Ankle would forge him into a weapon. It would grant him unimaginable might. But a trial came first. He must present her sacred token to her children. Reality snapped back into place. He stood alone in his shadowy quarters. A blinding emerald aura seeped through his clenched fingers. The divine fragment burned within his grasp. Her promise echoed in his mind. Her children would answer the call. He wasted not a single second. Under the cloak of night, he marched straight to the warlord. Savage eyes. The warlord roared in disbelief. His booming voice shook the very walls. The concept of the green wind facing peril was sheer heresy to him. Shutra kept his gaze cold and steady. He revealed the existence of a hidden temple to the northeast. If the spirit spoke the truth, disaster was imminent. The Cassius beasts were already closing in for the slaughter. Shutra delivered his absolute command. Time had run out. They must rally the horde and march for war immediately. Savage eyes scoffed, pride masking his hesitation. It was a preposterous tale. An entire army could not be mobilized on the whispers of a single man. The warlord choked on his own words. A ghostly emerald radiance illuminated the dark room. His fierce eyes widened in absolute awe. Shutra wielded the divine relic of the green wind. The warlord dropped his arrogance instantly. He bowed his head and awaited his orders. Dawn broke over a sea of warriors. The mighty Centaur Legion stood ready. Lethal spears and taut bows gleamed in the morning light. Shutra rode tall through their imposing ranks. The mystical interface mapped his path through the unknown. The destination pierced the horizon. The ancient sacred temple of the green wind awaited them. It was a fortress swallowed by nature. hidden impossibly deep within the savage wilderness. Without his system guidance, it would have remained lost to the world forever. But the shadows were already shifting. The monstrous vanguard was closing in. Shutra gritted his teeth. How had these vile beasts discovered the spirit's hidden sanctuary? A dark conspiracy was unfolding in the shadows. Pieces of the puzzle were missing. Beside him, savage eyes tightened his grip. The enemy numbers were overwhelmingly catastrophic. The warlord demanded a strategy from his prince. Shutra heard the ethereal whisper again. The green wind commanded him to siphon the divine might of Ankel's fragment. A tremendous energy pulsed from deep within the temple walls. Shutra made his fatal choice. He would breach the sanctuary alone. The warlord's legion must hold the bloody line at all costs. He would not walk into the abyss completely alone. He summoned his most lethal blades. Karak and Karma would serve as his vanguard. Behind them, savage eyes unleashed a deafening war cry. Not a single monster would breach the sacred grounds. Weapons were drawn. The Centaur Legion thundered forward into the maw of death. The archers drew their bowstrings to breaking points. A storm of arrows blackened the sky. Monsters fell in gurgling masses. Heavy infantry smashed into the chaotic front line, carving a path of brutal slaughter. Shutra and his elite strike force tore across the battlefield. Blood splashed their boots. Carrick shouted over the roaring chaos. Their absolute mission was to escort the prince to those temple doors. Shutra gave a cold, decisive nod. That single gesture ignited Carrick's battle lust. The massive warrior swore to obliterate anything breathing in their path. Karak surged to the front like a raging juggernaut. The savage monsters lunged for the kill. He swung his colossal axe. Flesh and bone tore apart in a spray of crimson. Karma danced through the carnage. Her daggers flashed like lethal lightning. Shutra acknowledged their deadly skill and pushed forward. The temple doors were agonizingly close, but death reigned from above. A massive, winged beast plummeted toward him. The devastating impact shattered the ground. Shutra and his steed were violently hurled into the dirt. A monstrous, corrupted centaur beast loomed over them. It released a bone-chilling roar. It charged for the execution. Shutra cursed his own fatal carelessness. Death was mere inches away. Suddenly, a colossal shadow stepped in. Karak met the crushing blow and deflected it with raw, brute force. Breath rushed back into Shutra's lungs. Karak glanced back with a predator's grin. He demanded to know if the prince still drew breath. This battlefield was no place for a nap. The monstrous abomination shrieked in furious rage. It unleashed another devastating strike. Karak stood like an unyielding mountain and battered the weapon aside. Blow after catastrophic blow rained down. Carrick's muscles screamed under the immense pressure. He was being pushed to the brink. Shutra smirked through the tension, mocking his vanguard's fading bravado. It was time to shift the scales of fate. Shutra invoked his sovereign authority. The skill under the king's banner erupted. A majestic aura infused Karak with explosive power. The defense was over. Carnage was imminent. Karak exploded forward with terrifying velocity. His strike shattered the beast's defense. The abomination stumbled backward in shock. Karak did not grant it a second to breathe. He became the hunter. Every ounce of Karak's monstrous strength channeled into his blade. He carved a massive trench across the creature's chest. Black blood violently erupted from its maw. Karak instantly pivoted for the executioner's strike. The brutal impact echoed like thunder. A shockwave obliterated the surrounding earth. Dust plumed into the sky. Without looking back, Karak roared his command. The prince must run to the temple immediately. This slaughterhouse belonged to him. Shutra entrusted his life to that unbreakable loyalty. He abandoned the clash of titans. He sprinted toward the towering temple doors. Destiny waited inside. The heavy doors breached. An urgent voice echoed through the void. He knew that sound. It was Green Wind. Her gauntlet blazed with ethereal light. She declared that Enkidu's ancient artifact would be his guide. A powerful energy pulsed. It beckoned him deeper into the temple's dark abyss. The raw power surged inward. It spiraled toward a colossal tree. He halted before its towering trunk. Suddenly, the massive vines writhed. The motion sent a jolt of alarm through him. Yet, the ancient flora paused. It gently offered him a hidden treasure. His eyes widened in absolute shock. A dragon heart rested before him. It was the ultimate core of draconic mana, a truly legendary relic. The truth struck him like lightning. The fragment of Ankiel was this very core. Green Wind materialized beside him. She revealed the heavy burden of history. The Ankiel plains had thrived in peace for eras. The Watcher Ankiel's magic protected them. This very temple was the grand epicenter of that power. It blossomed directly from Ankiel's fragment. If this sanctuary fell, the relic would crumble into dust. Total devastation would immediately follow. Her command was absolute. He must awaken Ankiel's dormant magic. He must defend the sacred temple. Failure meant total annihilation. Outside, the chaotic battlefield raged on. Savage eyes roared at the front lines. "Hold the line! No retreat! The enemy must never breach the sacred gates." Carrick swung his weapon with bone-crushing force. Karma fought with unyielding fury. Inside, Green Wind pleaded with the Ninth Prince. "Protect the Ankiel Plains. Save my children with this ancient magic." Shutra firmly grasped the dragon heart. Reality warped around him. He vanished into a completely different dimension. Disorientation gripped his mind. Then, a massive shadow loomed over him. A magnificent true dragon stood before him. He recognized the legendary Watcher Ankiel. The dragon's majestic eyes burned like twin suns. She bestowed her overwhelming power upon him. The temple erupted in blinding light. A colossal beam pierced the very heavens. The celestial pillar halted the bloody slaughter. Even the fierce centaurs froze in sheer awe. Total disbelief painted their battle-hardened faces. Karak looked to the shining sky. He knew his prince had succeeded. The earth shattered. Massive, thick vines erupted from the soil. They twisted and grew into monumental shapes. The transformation was terrifying. Colossal, bipedal wood golems stood tall, their hollow eyes locked dead onto the invading Casas. The wooden titans charged mercilessly. The Casas forces panicked in sheer terror. There was no time to dodge. There was nowhere to run. The forest guardians slaughtered the invaders. The enemy ranks rapidly shattered. Green Wind felt the true awakening of Ankiel's magic. Deep, overwhelming gratitude filled her soul. But the perilous ritual did not end. Shutra still fiercely gripped the dragon heart. Green Wind retreated in stark terror. The chaotic energy was spiraling completely out of control. Panic laced her trembling voice. Why was Ankiel's absolute mana surging directly into Shutra's mortal body? "Are you absorbing the power?" she desperately cried out. But Shutra was lost in a deep trance. She screamed for him to stop. His fragile flesh would surely tear apart. The absolute system chimed in his mind. "Level up!" His cheek split open from the sheer pressure. Yet, the bloody wound closed in a split second. Green Wind watched the impossible regeneration. The system notifications relentlessly flooded his vision. He was transcending his mortal limits at terrifying speed. A dark, majestic voice echoed in Shutra's mind. "Conquer. Subdue. Make them kneel in absolute obedience. Even an elder dragon's remnant must bow before his supreme authority." The legendary draconic core moved. The dragon heart brutally slammed into his chest. It seamlessly fused directly with his own beating heart. An apocalyptic burst of blinding light swallowed the realm. Slowly, the overwhelming radiance faded. Shutra fell heavily to his knees. He gripped his thighs, violently gasping for breath. The golden aura faded from his glowing skin. His sharp eyes snapped open. He was now crowned the Knight of Conquest. A new notification appeared. Passive skill acquired. Dragon Body Level 1. The power-up was truly immense. He unlocked the dominant skill Dragon Blood. He also gained immunity to all poisons Level 1. His grand destiny altered. He secured a legendary subclass, the Dragonborn. He had awakened the primal gene. He could now command absolute dragon magic. His volatile bloodline was a chaotic mix, a profoundly rare hybrid of Draconian and Asura. Yet, his hidden inheritance completely defied logic. The dormant dragon gene had forcefully awakened. Green Wind stared at him in breathless disbelief. He had claimed both the grand spirit and flesh of a dragon. She felt Watcher Ankiel's overwhelming aura radiating from his very core. Yet, there was no anger in her soft voice. This was an untamable power. It had slumbered deeply in eternal darkness for over 1,000 years. She respectfully bowed her head. Successor of Watcher Ankiel. She spoke with heavy desperation. She had but one final wish. "Please protect the Ankiel Plains. Save my children." Shutra smirked with newfound confidence. "I will." Meanwhile, the bloody battlefield roared on. The wooden titans mercilessly marched forward. The savage Casas forces fell by the dozens. But suddenly, the tense atmosphere shifted. A terrifying, monstrous presence emerged. A giant mutant Casas stepped forward. It cleaved a wood golem in half with a single swing. Its deafening roar shook the centaur's souls. Shutra watched coldly from the high temple roof. His calculating eyes locked onto the giant beast. That was the enemy commander. Without any hesitation, he leaped fearlessly from the immense height. He landed heavily beside Carrick. It was time for absolute slaughter. The Casa's commander viciously shredded through the wooden defenses. It snarled like a hungry demon. Suddenly, a deadly instinct flared. Bang! Shutra's heavy fist slammed into its massive body. The giant beast snapped back with lightning speed. Shutra quickly shifted his weight and flawlessly dodged. Despite its colossal bulk, the monster was terrifyingly fast. It lunged directly for his exposed throat. Shutra firmly planted his feet into the broken earth. He forcefully drew his strong arm back. He ruthlessly unleashed the fist of explosion. Boom! The explosive shockwave rattled Shutra's bones. His strong arm trembled from the heavy impact. Tch! Your hide is like iron. The beast furiously roared and retaliated instantly. The monster was a solid fortress of muscle. The fist of explosion had barely scratched it. It was time to escalate the battle. He would test his supreme newfound authority. His eyes flared with ancient crimson light. He unleashed his exclusive dragonborn skill, Dragon Blood Activate. The legendary Earthquaker unleashed a fraction of its slumbering might. He wagered his very life on a single, devastating strike. The monstrous commander lunged forward, hungry for blood. Your turn, Karak. The command pierced the battlefield. The King's Knight manifested. Karak materialized like a shadow behind the towering behemoth. A brutal strike slammed into the commander's skull. Blind fury consumed the beast. Seizing that fleeting opening, Shutra surged forward like a thunderbolt. The monster's crimson eyes snapped toward him. But this strike defied logic. Shutra unleashed the hidden celestial art of the Earthquaker. He invoked the name of absolute destruction, Gigantic Piston. His apocalyptic punch obliterated flesh and bone. A massive, gaping void erupted through the commander's chest. Savage eyes froze in absolute disbelief. A fierce pride gleamed in Carrick's gaze. The colossal titan crashed to the earth. The divine glow of a level-up cascaded over Shutra. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. He had slain the ultimate boss, Drake Ogre Mustafa. A new, glorious title etched itself into his soul. Drake Ogre Slayer. How much aura had he sacrificed? Without the miraculous restoration of his sudden growth, his body would have shattered. Wielding a divine weapon's ultimate technique demanded a supreme mastery skill, a power he had yet to grasp. The terrifying truth dawned upon him. Gigantic Piston was merely a fraction of its true wrath. A far more cataclysmic technique still slumbered within the Earthquaker's metallic core. Carrick swiftly reported the shifting tides of war. The enemy ranks had broken into cowardly flight. Savage eyes carved through the fleeing stragglers without mercy. A ruthless command left Shutra's lips. Hunt them all down! Sparing a single soul today meant courting absolute disaster tomorrow. The pursuit raged on with bloodthirsty determination. No enemy would survive this slaughter. Darkness swallowed the battlefield. The bloody war had finally ended. Victory bathed the Centaur camp in glorious relief. Liquor flowed freely beneath the moonlight. Carrick and Karma clashed their cups in a triumphant, roaring toast. A festive spirit possessed the warriors. Amidst the joyous chaos, Green Wind turned her ethereal gaze toward Shutra. Why seek her out during such a grand celebration? Burning questions anchored him to the shadows. He had fulfilled her desperate plea. Now, she owed him absolute truth. Yet, a sudden condition left her lips. She demanded freedom from his dominating grasp. Shutra stood completely paralyzed by her words. The revelation struck like a physical blow. By devouring Uncle's primordial mana, he had forged an invisible chain. As a spirit born of that very magic, her soul was now bound to his will. The heavy weight of destiny settled over him. He asked for a brief moment of silence to break the invisible chains. Tension thickened the air. Seconds bled into eternity as their gazes remained locked in awkward silence. Finally, Shutra shattered the quiet tension. How exactly does one sever this bond? All color instantly vanished from the spirit's face. She trembled, begging him to repeat those horrifying words. Pure panic distorted her ethereal features. Did he truly possess no clue how to undo the magic? His response was brutally honest. No one had ever taught him such divine arts. Frustration flared within her glowing eyes. How could he remain so infuriatingly calm? He raised a hand, commanding the restless spirit to hold her peace while he formulated a strategy. He probed the depths of her current state of existence. She declared absolute servitude to her new master. But absolute loyalty was not the answer he sought. He pressed further into the mysteries of the soul contract. Did this spiritual tether cause her agony? Had the fundamental laws of her being shifted? Her response held a trace of hesitation. Her celestial powers remained completely intact. Her ethereal vessel suffered no degradation. But a terrifying consequence loomed over the land. Should she vanish from this realm, the ankle plains would wither into barren ash. She was the living incarnation of the ancient dragon's life-giving spell. Shutra's mind raced with strategic calculations. The solution seemed painfully obvious. She must remain rooted within the ankle plains, abandoning his perilous journey. Absolute shock shattered her composure. His logical decree struck her like a physical blow. There was simply no strategic reason to drag her onto the battlefield. Devastating sorrow washed over her luminous aura. It felt as though her new sovereign was casting her into the abyss. Shutra hastily shattered that tragic illusion. Did she truly desire to march into the jaws of death by his side? Righteous indignation flared within the spirit. He was her undeniable master. The laws of existence dictated that she follow him into the deepest depths of hell. A tremor of shock rippled through his stoic facade. By sheer accidental fate, he had bound a mythical entity. A true spiritual contract had been sealed in absolute secrecy. He swiftly pivoted back to the fatal dilemma at hand. Her very existence anchored the grand, life-sustaining magic of the Ankle Plains. Could she forge a divine proxy to shoulder this crushing burden? Her ethereal eyes flickered with calculated thought. Forging such a legendary artifact would demand time, but it defied not the laws of magic. The absolute command echoed with unquestionable authority. She would forge her divine substitute. Only then would she earn the right to march at his side. Bitter frustration marred her flawless features. Splitting her soul meant sacrificing her overwhelming might. She would be reduced to a mere shadow, leaving the bulk of her divine power anchored to the Ankle Plains. His voice remained cold and reassuring. Such temporary weakness mattered little. Yet, behind his calm gaze, an explosive thrill of victory roared. He had struck the absolute celestial jackpot. Ensnaring a high-ranking elemental spirit was an astronomical stroke of luck. The very heavens had handed him an unstoppable trump card. Radiant starlight returned to her sorrowful eyes. With the terms of their unholy pact sealed, the interrogation commenced. Shutra's aura flared with deadly seriousness. How and when did the almighty dragon Ankle meet his end? The sheer gravity of the question struck her like a physical blow. She possessed merely a fractured sliver of a soul. As a spirit born anew from the earth's womb, the ancient dragon's memories remained a broken labyrinth. Yet, a single, blood-soaked memory pierced the veil of time. 1,000 years ago, the heavens wept. The supreme being was brutally slaughtered. The identity of the executioner had been scrubbed from existence. But one terrifying truth remained absolute. The killer was not another elder dragon. A cold shiver crawled down Shutra's spine. What monstrous entity possessed such apocalyptic strength? To butcher an elder dragon wielding the very powers of a god was an impossibility. Green Wind pleaded softly, breaking his dark reverie. She begged her new master to drop his formal tongue. Such rigid respect burned her spiritual core. He was now the undisputed inheritor of Uncle's legacy. A terrifying ambition ignited within his gaze. If he could devour one legend, could he consume another? Could his mortal vessel endure the cataclysmic might of a second elder dragon? Under the absolute laws of nature, such an act spelled instant annihilation. Yet, she stared into his unwavering eyes. For a monster like him, the impossible might bow to reality. After all, the majestic aura of Uncle already surged through his veins. The Watcher of Polarity. And the great Enkidu, the mighty force that stands against her. If he could balance these two opposing forces, he might wield the ancient powers of other elder dragons. He was truly impressed. He had assumed it was mere destiny protecting him. But he had one final question. He demanded to know the truth behind his own latent power. She confessed she was merely a fragment. The complete memories of Ankle were lost to her. Her knowledge of his strength remained fractured. Then, it happened. A blinding light erupted from her very soul. Shutra shielded his eyes against the radiant glare. He demanded answers. An ancient foreign presence had overtaken Green Wind's voice. The voice proclaimed him the Knight of Conquest, a being born under the absolute destiny of kings. He was commanded to conquer and rule over all creation. This is the king's authority, and it shall belong to him. Such was the final decree from Ankle. Dawn broke over the ancient temple. Shutra lay unconscious beneath the morning sky. The harsh light of the rising sun finally forced his eyes open. His mind was a blur of fragmented memories. His final recollection was speaking to Green Wind. The spirit materialized before him, checking his vital state. She possessed no explanation, but the slumbering consciousness of Ankle had awakened within her. The sheer weight of that ancient aura had crushed his senses. Then, the memory struck him like lightning. Conquer, rule over all creation, that was the absolute power of the king, and it was destined to be his. The realization hit him. Ankle had already foreseen his terrifying potential. Kneeling before him, Green Wind swore eternal loyalty to her new master. With the pact sealed, a hidden truth had to be unveiled. A mystical projection materialized. At the absolute edge of the northern plains rested a sacred relic of Watcher Ankle. Just like his Earthquaker, it pulsed with the devastating might of an elder dragon. Its name echoed in legends. The Shield of Life. Over 1,000 years ago, this divine aegis was gifted. Watcher Ankle bestowed it upon the most legendary and righteous centaur warrior of the age. That champion led his kin against the savage northern hordes. He forged a path of countless victories. He never suffered a single drop of spilled blood. Yet, true invincibility is an illusion. He could not carry the divine shield into his slumber. Treachery struck in the dead of night. An assassin disguised as a lover pierced his heart. The Shield of Life, granted by Ankle himself, was left without a master. The artifact rejected all others. None but its chosen master could bear its immense weight. His loyal followers entombed the sacred shield beside their fallen leader in the frozen north. Centuries turned to dust. The Shield of Life faded into myth. The centaurs honored the fallen champion by renaming the relic. It became known as White Suri. Shutra's eyes widened at that name. It was a phantom artifact from the deepest lore of the Night Saga. A treasure so elusive that even legendary veterans could never unearth it. The absolute pinnacle of all shields. And it was forged by the power of an elder dragon. Green Wind noticed the sudden shift in his aura. She asked if he recognized the name. Excitement blazed in his eyes. He demanded the exact coordinates of the tomb. She promised to guide him to the northernmost abyss of the Angle Plains. But there was a critical condition. A magical surrogate had to be forged in her place. The ritual would commence the moment their conversation ended. He needed a precise timeline. Because he had empowered the holy protection spell, the ritual would only take 2 days. A predatory smile crossed his face. In 2 days, the hunt would begin. The journey north would be treacherous and grueling, but it was far from impossible. He would claim that artifact, even if he had to tear through hell to get it. With White Suri in his grasp, the impossible would become child's play. Shutra strode out of the ancient temple. His mind raced with deadly strategies. He would mask his true expedition to the north as a routine monster eradication mission. But a fatal flaw remained in his plan. The massive surge of divine magic from the temple's protection spell. The Demon King's castle must have already sensed the shockwave. The enemy forces would not sit idle. An elite inspector would be dispatched to investigate the ruins at any moment. If the intelligence report was already filed, the specialist would descend upon them in exactly 1 week. He had to vanish into the north before they arrived. But fate was incredibly cruel. Savage Eyes delivered a chilling report. Envoys from the Demon King's castle had already breached their perimeter. His blood ran cold. He immediately stormed into the command tent. Felicia instantly noticed the dark storm brewing in his eyes. She questioned his grim expression. He looked as though he had stared into the abyss. He demanded to know her purpose here, but she raised a hand, insisting on formal introductions first. Confusion clouded his mind. Then, an unfamiliar woman stepped from the shadows. She bowed with elegant precision. Daphne, daughter of Echo, the 5th concubine. Shutra's eyes locked onto her. She was the legendary Dryad-born druid. Securing the absolute loyalty of these 3 royal half-siblings was a crucial step in his grand conquest. Felicia broke the heavy silence. She introduced Daphne as a prodigy among druids. Her ancient magic would be an unparalleled weapon, especially when dealing with the enigmatic guardian spirit of the Angle Plains. Daphne smiled, politely anticipating their alliance. This sudden encounter had shattered all his calculations. He needed to forge a powerful alliance immediately, but a glaring contradiction struck his mind. Felicia was supposed to be marching toward the treacherous Gishga Mountains. She was meant to uncover the mythical anvil that forged the roaring thunder. That had been her absolute objective. But Shutra had shattered all expectations. She leaned in close. Her voice was a tense whisper. Unwanted eyes were now watching his every move. The Khasa's subjugation was never meant to be difficult, but claiming victory in a mere 2 days, That changed the very fabric of reality. Such a brutal feat demanded at least 2 weeks of combat, coupled with the bizarre anomalies on the battlefield. Any other royal would have dragged him into the interrogation room, or placed hidden spies in his shadows. Shutra locked eyes with her. Was this the true purpose of her visit? A faint crimson dusted her cheeks. She confessed her hidden motives. The ancient magic of the temple called to her, and the sudden unnatural mutation of the Kasa's beasts demanded answers. Shutra saw through the icy armor she wore. Beneath that freezing exterior lay a soul of unexpected blazing warmth. He bowed his head in quiet gratitude. Her genuine concern was a rare treasure. Her gaze sharpened immediately. What was his next move in this deadly game? He declared his march into the frozen north. He would hunt down every last remaining Kasa's beast, and he would finally uncover the legendary White Suri. The fierce chieftain, savage eyes, stepped forward. His voice boomed with unbreakable resolve. As the leader of his tribe, he would never let his lord march into danger alone. Shutra nodded at the warrior's proud vow. But then, an unexpected voice cut through the tension. Felicia demanded to join the vanguard. Living monsters held far deeper secrets than rotting corpses. That was her irrefutable logic. Shutra accepted her terms, yet a heavy dread settled in his chest. This northern hunt was only meant to be a smokescreen. Carrick gripped his heavy weapon tightly. A grim shadow crossed his face. The winds of fate were shifting. A storm of pure chaos was brewing. Days bled into nights before the terrifying beasts finally emerged. Carrick roared into the heavens. He charged into the savage horde, his loyal centaurs thundering right beside him. Blood painted the desolate battlefield. Amidst the slaughter, a dark truth revealed itself. His darkest instincts had been terrifyingly accurate. The fierce centaurs fought with desperate fury. A mutated Kasa's beast leaped from the blind spot. Its jagged claws aimed straight for Shutra's neck. These nightmares had materialized out of thin air. Furious annoyance flared in his chest. This filth was supposed to be eradicated days ago. Suddenly, a bone-chilling shriek ripped through the sky. Were these the dreaded ghasts? A deeply infuriating swarm of abominations darkened the clouds. But the skies did not belong to the monsters alone. He invoked the absolute power of the wind. Level 1. His mortal weight vanished into nothingness. He became a raging tempest, moving with godlike velocity. Green Wind gasped in utter disbelief. How could a mortal wield her divine element? Before she could blink, Shutra launched himself straight into the monstrous swarm. The ghasts froze in sudden terror. He unleashed the devastating fist of explosion. Shockwaves shattered their rotting bodies. He commanded the absolute scum to vanish from his sight. Green Wind watched the absolute destruction. Her elemental pride was utterly crushed. She softly wept, questioning her very reason for existing. Far below, Daphne was trapped in a waking nightmare. Mutilated corpses walled her in. Pure terror paralyzed her limbs. A bloodthirsty beast lunged for the kill. A massive hand yanked her from the jaws of death. Steel flashed like lightning. The monster's severed head rolled across the blood-soaked earth. Carrick stood tall, while Felicia unleashed her own deadly magic nearby. This deadly ambush was exactly what the elf desired. The prey had willingly delivered itself to the hunter. By the time the bloody sun set, the slaughter was finally complete. Mangled flesh littered the blackened plains. Felicia pointed a trembling finger at the carnage. A sinister, sickly purple aura was seeping from the dead. Shutra narrowed his piercing gaze. The vile mist was faint, yet unmistakably real. A deeply forbidden curse magic was poisoning the very earth. This dark power granted monstrous strength. But the ultimate price was total devastation. It devoured their life force and completely severed their emotions. They were nothing but hollow, merciless puppets. It was a vicious curse of the highest order. And Felicia was absolutely certain a mastermind was pulling these twisted strings from the shadows. Confusion violently clashed with Shutra's rising anger. They had already slaughtered the wretch commanding this horde. Who dared to resurrect this horror? Carrick placed a heavy, grounding hand on his shoulder. He gestured toward Daphne. The girl was shivering violently. This horrific bloodbath was her very first taste of war. Shutra stared at her fragile, broken state. A chilling realization struck his mind. This Daphne was dangerously naive, a far cry from the hardened warrior of his memories. Tears streamed down her pale face. Her entire body shook with overwhelming dread. The restless spirits of the earth were screaming in pure, unadulterated terror. A deeply suffocating malice bled from the northern winds. It grew heavier with every step they took. Green wind flickered nervously, hiding within the fragile form of a glowing firefly. The tiny spirit whispered into Shutra's mind. A cataclysmic evil was awakening in the frozen wastes. An ancient entity was spewing this sickening purple miasma into the world. Felicia tightened her grip on her magical staff. Her eyes burned with reckless curiosity. The absolute truth awaited them at the very edge of the northern abyss. Savage Eyes grunted, his battle-hardened instincts taking over. They needed the high ground. The abandoned observation tower at the frozen border was their only tactical option. Claiming the White Suri was supposed to be a simple, clean mission. Now, he was plunging into a grand conspiracy. With a solemn nod, Shutra commanded the march forward. Pitch-black darkness swallowed the world as they reached the ruined tower. Felicia raised a trembling hand. She pointed straight into the absolute void. The true source of the vile energy lay just beyond. A sprawling ocean of nightmares covered the desolate valley below. The sheer scale was completely overwhelming. 2,000 or 3,000 monstrous soldiers stood in deadly, silent formation. Such perfect, terrifying discipline belonged only to the Legion of the Dead. A Grand Master of the Abyss commanded this army. This was the undeniable, suffocating presence of a supreme lich. Daphne's legs completely gave way. She collapsed onto the freezing stone, gasping for air. Carrick immediately knelt beside her, his voice laced with urgent concern. She forced out a weak, unconvincing lie. But Felicia instantly understood the grim truth. This suffocating, deathly aura was directly targeting their very souls. Daphne's half-spirit blood made her devastatingly vulnerable. The dark corruption was tearing her mind apart. Against a sovereign of death, their meager vanguard would be absolutely slaughtered. Felicia urgently demanded an immediate tactical retreat, but before she could finish the desperate command, the very air around her violently shuddered. Pure, unadulterated panic warped her face. An overwhelming predatory presence was closing in fast. Shutra demanded answers, but suddenly, a glowing blue system screen forcefully blocked his vision. The enemy closed in from all sides. There was no escape. Suddenly, Carrick thrust his hand forward. A massive sphere of hellfire tore through the sky. It hurtled straight for them. Shutra spat a bitter curse. The terrifying truth dawned on him. They had walked right into a death trap. His voice thundered over the chaos. He ordered everyone to abandon the tower immediately. Behind them, the colossal structure crumbled into dust. Panic consumed the group. They sprinted for their lives. Above them, the heavens darkened. Sinister figures took flight. A foul, suffocating aura bled from their bodies. Oblivion was only seconds away. But Felicia unleashed her hidden power. A tempest howled at her command. Fierce gales wrapped around her allies. She carried them safely away from the explosive ruins. They crashed hard into the earth. Her first thought was the prince. She urgently checked Shutra for injuries. Beside them, Savage Eyes bowed his head. He offered deep gratitude to the sixth princess. Her majestic spell had defied death itself. But Felicia remained deadly serious. She cut off their praises immediately. This was no time for celebration. The nightmare had just begun. An ocean of monstrosities stretched to the horizon. Their numbers defied reason. Retreat was their only option. But Shutra read the grim reality. The jaws of the trap were already locked shut. Felicia gritted her teeth. She needed an opening. She pleaded with the vanguard to hold the line. Just a few precious moments, she would carve a path through the bloody tide. Her fierce resolve ignited his blood. Shutra swore to become their ultimate shield. He would stand until his dying breath. He summoned his majestic sovereign power. The king's banner enveloped the centaur warriors. Golden light cascaded over the battlefield. Limitless power flooded their weary muscles. The transformation was absolute. Savage Eyes gasped in absolute awe. He questioned the origin of this divine energy. Green wind manifested beside him. Her voice trembled with concern. She asked if her master truly meant to wage this hopeless war. His answer was a definitive yes. Their lives now rested entirely in Felicia's hands. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. His commanding roar shattered the silence. "Prepare for war!" The atmosphere turned suffocatingly heavy. Shutra refused to yield a single inch of ground. Carrick charged into the fray like a mad beast. Savage Eyes and Karma unleashed absolute slaughter beside him. Shutra became an unstoppable force. His fist of explosion obliterated wave after wave of the rotting horde. Shattered bones rained down like hail, but the foul skulls remained suspended in midair. The curse was relentless. Shutra's breathing grew violently heavy. His stamina was bleeding away. The pulverized remains began to stitch back together. The dead were refusing their graves. A war of attrition would spell their doom. Countless skeletal warriors raised their rusted blades. They swarmed the exhausted prince. There was only one path to salvation. They had to strike down the puppet master, the necromancer, hidden in the shadows. Severing the head of the serpent was their final glimmer of hope. Without warning, the heavens ignited. Blinding pillars of destruction rained from above. The centaurs were caught in the devastating bombardment. Carrick reacted with brutal instinct. He hoisted a mangled corpse as a fleshy shield. He roared through the smoke, questioning the sudden catastrophe. Deep within the ocean of rotting flesh, something shifted. A horrific, deathly groan echoed across the wasteland. A colossal, monstrous, skeletal warlord clawed its way to the surface. Cursed iron armor clung to its massive frame. A corrupted crown sat upon its skull. The vile presence was unmistakable. Shutra locked eyes with his prey. The orchestrator of their doom had finally revealed itself. Savage eyes became a blur of lethal precision. He launched a devastating ambush from the shadows, but the warlord swatted him away like a mere insect. The beast was terrifyingly fast. Karak stepped up to face the titan. His heavy blade struck the ancient armor. The recoil nearly shattered Carrick's arms. The undead warlord did not even flinch. With a single brutal backhand, it launched the mighty warrior into the air. He smashed into the earth with a bone-breaking crater. Shutra exploded from the ground. His aura flared with killing intent. He welcomed the confrontation. This arrogant abomination had delivered itself right to his doorstep. He channeled every ounce of his power for one definitive strike. The fist of explosion erupted with blinding force, but the smoke cleared to reveal pure despair. The warlord was completely unbothered. A monstrous counterattack instantly blasted Shutra into the dirt. The prince coughed up blood. The sheer power difference was staggering. This was no ordinary monster. Shutra quickly calculated their grim reality. This titan was leagues beyond their current strength. A majestic voice pierced the chaos. Felicia commanded the prince to stand down. He had bought enough time. The undead warlord slowly turned its hollow gaze. It sensed a shift in the air and watched her with menacing curiosity. Shutra stared in utter disbelief. But the princess was radiating absolute confidence. She declared that the battlefield belonged to her now. With a fearless smirk, she beckoned the colossal beast of bone to strike. Felicia did not wait. She surged forward like a hurricane. Destructive magic condensed within her palms. A blinding beam of pure energy slammed into the monstrous king. A deafening, agonized roar shook the heavens. The titan erupted into a blinding fury. It unleashed a devastating, sweeping strike, but her footwork was perfectly flawless. She glided out of its lethal range like a phantom. A fierce tempest answered her next command. Rusted, massive claws snapped wildly at her throat. Just as death approached, space warped around her. The blink spell shattered reality. She vanished instantly. In a heartbeat, she materialized directly behind the towering monstrosity. She raised both hands with lethal precision. Twin pillars of destructive light tore through the darkness. The brutal impact scorched its ancient bones. The warlord staggered, howling in agonizing pain. Shutra watched the spectacle in stunned silence. The sixth princess was an absolute force of nature. Her magical prowess completely defied logic. She was violently dismantling a cataclysmic threat entirely on her own. A soothing emerald radiance washed over his back. Daphne had finally entered the fray. Her gentle voice anchored him back to reality. Was he still breathing? Without waiting, she wove intricate spells of wind to command the remaining centaurs. The majestic aura cascaded across the battlefield. Savage eyes widened in profound shock. Karak felt the divine grace seep into his fractured bones. The mighty warrior roared, thrusting his head toward the blood-red sky as vitality flooded his veins. Shutra's heart hammered wildly against his ribs. The legendary Dryad's domain had expanded. Her glorious area of effect blessings were fully active. The timid spirit was finally unleashing her true, undeniable worth on the battlefield. A celestial prompt echoed within his mind. Level 1 enhancement confirmed. A tempest of boundless energy began to vortex around his battered form. The dormant power detonated outward, shattering the very ground beneath his boots. Total bewilderment flashed across his eyes. How was he absorbing new arts mid-battle? The system chimed with a godlike revelation. He had just successfully manifested the legendary Spirit Bloom, Stage 1. It was a divine possession. The essence of the spirits fused directly with his soul. Every single combat attribute multiplied tremendously. A volcanic eruption of physical might roared through his very veins. The ironclad laws of the Night Saga were absolute. A mortal vessel could only contain a single spirit. To harbor more was certain self-destruction. Yet reality itself was warping before him. The blazing soul of life and the howling essence of wind were weaving together. Twin elemental authorities were anchoring themselves within his singular vessel at the exact same time. The answer was glaringly obvious. His heaven-defying protagonist physique had shattered the world's limitations. Meanwhile, a relentless storm of destruction continued above. Felicia rained a merciless apocalyptic barrage down upon the undead warlord. But her breathing was growing dangerously ragged. A lethal counterattack nearly severed her in half. She vanished instantly, warping through space on pure instinct. Her patience for this unkillable monstrosity was rapidly turning into blazing wrath. Why would this damned abomination not just turn to dust? But the warlord possessed demonic battle intelligence. It anticipated her spatial shift perfectly. A massive skeletal fist swung blindly backward, entirely shattering her element of surprise. Disaster was seconds away. But Carrick was a beast reborn. Absolute dominance pulsed through his muscles. He hurled his colossal frame at the Titan, landing a catastrophic blow. The warlord snapped its horrific gaze toward the orc. Shutra materialized right beside the gasping princess. He offered a grim smile, validating her magnificent onslaught. Her eyes widened in sheer astonishment. She had no idea how he had closed the distance so flawlessly. His voice was ice-cold and heavy with absolute authority. Step aside, and let him deliver the execution. He unleashed the ultimate powered-up fist of explosion. The catastrophic shockwave utterly vaporized the creature's defenses, sending the Titan crashing into the abyss. Victory seemed within Carrick's grasp. Yet, Shutra mocked him. His own fist had delivered the killing blow. The game was set. Carrick understood Shutra's silent challenge. He lunged at the undead commander. His blade thirsted for its skull. But a sinister purple aura flared. The vile light swallowed him whole. Panic gripped Shutra's heart. The cursed rain descended upon Shutra. A toxic drop grazed his cheek. A wicked mark crawled across his flesh. Agony shattered his senses. His knees hit the dirt. Felicia watched in sheer horror. The undead monarch loomed over Shutra. Dread paralyzed her soul. Deep within the shadowy woods, green wind scoured the darkness. Suddenly, a strange presence caught her senses. An ancient grave stood in silence. The lost warrior's tomb was found. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King raised its blade to execute Shutra. Its hollow eyes locked onto the fallen boy. Felicia's pride ignited. How dare this monster ignore her presence? She was its true nightmare. She unleashed her devastating triple blast skill. The monarch slowly turned. Then, it simply vanished. A chilling shadow fell behind her. It had mirrored her blink magic. The massive blade came crashing down. She instantly summoned a radiant barrier. The horrific strike was deflected. Fury boiled in her veins. This wretched beast would not relent. It pressed its overwhelming might forward. She was crushed into the earth. A deafening roar shattered the night. Countless undead swarmed her position. Death was closing in. In the void of his mind, green wind screamed for Shutra to awaken. The battlefield offered no sanctuary for rest. She commanded him to rise. He needed to unleash Ankle's dormant might. Confusion clouded his fading consciousness. How could he unlock the legendary Night Ankle's strength? In response, green wind blazed like a furious star. The answer was already within him. He just had to remember. His eyes snapped open. 2 words slipped from his lips. Dragon blood. An emerald tempest erupted across the heavens. Felicia fought fiercely against the undead tide. Suddenly, the blinding emerald glow caught her eye. It tore through the air with terrifying speed. In a single majestic strike, the monstrous swarm was obliterated. Her gaze darted toward Shutra. He lay motionless in the dirt. Yet, a magnificent aura swelled beside him. He raised his heavy head. The mythical white Suri hovered before his eyes. Shock washed over his face. Green wind revealed the truth. From the moment swords clashed, she had hunted for this very tomb, the sacred resting place of the white Suri. Abandoning her master was a perilous gamble. It was an act of pure desperation. But her gamble had paid off in full. The ancient artifact was unearthed. It had finally acknowledged a new sovereign. A triumphant smirk crossed his lips. Green wind swiftly shattered the moment. Celebrations could wait. The demonic monarch still breathed before them. The undead king launched a savage assault. The sheer force hurled Shutra through the air. A direct hit would have meant instant death. Shutra twisted his body. He anchored himself mid-air. but the monster's jaw unhinged. A dark, apocalyptic energy gathered in its throat. Its speed defied logic. A massive beam of annihilation erupted. Felicia screamed his name in terror. Foul smoke billowed from the monarch's rotting maw. But through the chaotic dust, a blinding light pierced the gloom. Shutra's legendary shield had awakened. Raw, unbridled power coursed through his veins. Green wind proclaimed the glorious truth. Ankle's ancient fragment had reshaped his very soul. He was now a true dragonborn. His evolution was far from over. A divine force fused with his reborn flesh. Did he feel the overwhelming majesty within him? This was Ankle's primordial magic. It had slumbered inside the white Suri for 5,000 years. His mystical gauntlet burned in fierce resonance. He grinned fiercely. This intoxicating surge of power was absolute madness. Even the undead king shuddered at his rising aura. Shutra mocked the decaying tyrant. Its reign of terror ended tonight. Utter annihilation was its only destiny. He gripped the white Suri with absolute resolve. He hurled the divine shield into the fray. It struck the undead vanguard with meteoric force. It ricocheted violently, pulverizing skulls in a lethal dance. Felicia watched in absolute awe. The King of Bones let out a furious roar. Its wretched minions were falling like autumn leaves. The divine shield locked onto its ultimate prey. The white Suri tore through the battlefield. Suddenly, radiant wings erupted from its core. The artifact soared majestically into the dark heavens. The monster's gaze tracked the glowing light. It was a fatal mistake. Shutra materialized from the shadows behind it. He unleashed his devastating fist of explosion. The beast howled in agonizing fury. Hellfire gathered in its rotting palms. Colossal spheres of flame rained down upon the boy. Shutra danced through the inferno with flawless grace. He threw his shield with terrifying precision. A sickening crunch echoed through the ruins. The shield shattered the monster's jawbone. The white Suri returned, striking in a merciless, relentless barrage. The skeletal tyrant roared in blind rage. Shutra launched himself forward. Murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He triggered his gigantic piston skill. The crushing blow obliterated the monster's ribcage. A gruesome groan escaped its broken body. The climax of this brutal war had arrived. The final judgment was at hand. He thrust his finger toward the earth. The white Suri plummeted like a falling star. The king's skull imploded into dust. Only a vile purple haze lingered in the air. A dark chain reaction consumed the battlefield. The remaining corpses leaked the same poisonous mist. They froze like statues before detonating into bone and ash. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The terrifying boss, Skeleton King Valkaroba, had been slain. A golden surge of energy leveled him up. Shutra let out a cold, victorious laugh. The arrogant King of Bones was nothing but trash. The system flared again. He had awakened the glorious title, King Slayer, Level 1. Felicia dashed through the settling dust. Relief washed over her face. The foul curse had been completely obliterated. Chaos still rippled through the remaining monster horde. It was time for a tactical retreat. Shutra nodded without hesitation. They vanished into the night. Hours passed. A quiet, safe camp was finally established. Shutra gripped the ancient shield. Felicia gasped in absolute awe. Is that the white Suri? Savage eyes stared, completely paralyzed. A myth brought to reality. He never believed the legend was true. Daphne trembled beside them. An overwhelming aura, she whispered. The relic radiates monstrous power. Yet, her instinct screamed of hidden depths. The shield was holding back. Its true devastation remained sealed in slumber. Shutra instantly understood. The white Suri was suppressing its might. It scaled to his current vessel, just like Earthquaker. A fiery anticipation ignited in his veins. Its potential was absolutely terrifying. Felicia made a dangerous decision. The relic claims you, she declared. The Sovereign of Demons will hear nothing of this. She locked eyes with him. Guard it with your life. A solemn nod of gratitude was his reply. Savage Eyes stepped forward, his aura heavy. From this dawn, the warrior proclaimed, you are the true heir, the successor of the great white Suri. Speak but a single word, and our blades shall march at your command. Shutra accepted their heavy vow. I will hold you to that, he answered. The chaotic storm had finally settled. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. The harvest of blood and loot awaited. The battlefield was a trove of power, and the hunt had only just begun. Claiming the ancestral tomb was not the end. Greenwind materialized, her aura blazing with indignation. A crucial ritual remained unfulfilled. He had failed to offer her praise. Divine wrath flickered in her spectral eyes. Carrick flinched back, mistaking her for a vengeful phantom. Shutra swiftly lowered his head in apology. He reached out, gently patting her ethereal crown. "Your power turned the tide," he murmured softly. "Without you, victory was impossible. I owe you my life." A crimson flush swept across her ghostly visage. The furious spirit immediately melted. "I shall overlook your insolence, just this once." He recognized the desperate hunger for validation. Like taming a fierce beast, he stroked her hair. "You are magnificent," he praised. The supreme spirit basked in his words. The northern theater finally fell silent. The bloodshed ceased. Yet, a chilling shadow clawed at his mind. The corruption still lingered in his memory. Was Volkoba truly the master of that foul purple death? The pieces simply failed to align. Why strike the freezing north? And how did that beast unearth the temple's forbidden secret? The sinister logic remained shrouded in darkness. The truth was buried in blood and shadow. But patience was a hunter's greatest weapon. Someday, he would rip the veil from that purple abyss. They retreated from the cursed northern borders. The drums of war gave way to frantic preparation. Time slipped through their fingers like desert sand. Savage eyes rallied his fiercest warriors. Weapons were sharpened. The tribe mobilized to reclaim the frozen wastes. The true crusade had finally ignited. The relentless slaughter of the monstrous herds was now in full motion. Shutra rode beside the savage chieftain. For half a month, the northern winds howled with carnage. They cleansed the teleportation nexus in a storm of blood. Felicia watched him with narrowing eyes. The prince's power was skyrocketing. He merely offered a deadly smile. "A prince must grow to survive," he deflected. Shutra swiftly shifted the crosshairs. "What of the temple's ruins?" he questioned. She nodded, a dark gleam in her eyes. The excavation was fruitful. A revelation that could shake the heavens. The ancient runes bore a terrifying signature. The grand magic belonged to Ankal. Her voice trembled with absolute reverence. "Ankal the Watcher," she gasped. "One of the 6 elder dragons. The titan of myth." Shutra forced a hollow reaction. But his mask slipped for a fraction of a second. Felicia's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You already knew, didn't you?" "I am hearing this for the first time," he lied smoothly. But Greenwind manifested, scoffing at his deception. The spirit ruthlessly exposed his terrible acting. He banished the spirit with a sharp glare. "We must deliver our report," he commanded. Back at the dark citadel, Felicia was showered in glory. Nobles flocked to her like moths to a flame. But for the youngest prince, only a suffocating, hostile silence. Karak sneered at the pathetic display. "The snakes haven't changed their venom," the orc growled. Shutra nodded coldly. Greenwind drifted close, her spirit core trembling with unease. "Is it safe to abandon the plains?" she whispered. Shutra stared at the venomous court. "The castle is the same," he muttered. "We are the monsters who evolved." Suddenly, the shadows shifted. A dark presence slithered toward them. Karak gripped his weapon, feeling the murderous glares. "Are we hunting or being hunted?" the orc hissed. Succubi encircled them with predatory eyes. The elite vipers of Anastasia, a titan among the royal factions. The iron grip of the 4th princess. Anastasia Nekrion ruled these halls with terror. On the legendary day of massacre, her faction commanded overwhelming annihilation. They were the undisputed apex predators. Even Felicia and her brother knelt to that banner. Shutra's eyes flashed with cruel amusement. The blood spilt on the plains had stained the royal ears. Anastasia was finally watching him. He glanced at his heavily armed vassal. "Sharpen your fangs, Carrick," he ordered. "The shadows will only grow darker from here." Deep within the Hall of Merits, the air smelled of ancient parchment and power. Isabella delivered the earth-shattering verdict. His merit rank had exploded to level 10. His royal tribute swelled to 900 gold coins. The citadel's forbidden gates groaned open. He was no longer a lowly outcast. The absolute prize? Access to the grand treasure vault. A terrifying grin stretched across his face. It was time to harvest the spoils of war. He marched directly toward the sovereign armory. His rank granted him unprecedented clearance. The seals of the first vault shattered at his presence. Divine armaments demanded bloody merit. But pure gold could also forge a path to ruin. Igor, the vault's guardian, bowed before him. They stepped into a cavern of sleeping legendary weapons. "Arm yourself," Shutra commanded his vassal. Karak's jaw hit the floor. The true slaughter was about to begin. The logic was absolute. Superior armor bred absolute utility on the battlefield. This revelation ignited a fierce fire within Carrick. He surged forward to claim his prize. Shutra refused to gamble with his life. He demanded absolute perfection. He selected a masterwork. This armor completely nullified every elemental strike known to the realm. Weight meant death. This magnificent gear felt like a second skin. It offered zero resistance to the devastating movements of the beast god fist art. The hidden fortress beneath his garments was complete. Yet, one vital piece remained missing. He sought out Kador. The master of the forge awaited him. He demanded custom greaves. The beast god fist art required explosive, lightning-fast footwork. Mediocre armor would only drag him to an early grave. Time was of the essence. He questioned Kador on the timeline. The design possessed a lethal simplicity. The forge master promised completion in merely 2 days. Shutra sought the ultimate foundation. He demanded the blacksmith's finest recommendation for the crafting materials. The answer defied belief. Dragon hide and mythical scales. Shutra scoffed at the utter absurdity. Such legendary artifacts were entirely beyond a mere prince's grasp. Then, the master smith dropped a bombshell. A flawless shipment had already arrived, bearing Shutra's exact crest. Shock paralyzed the young prince. He demanded the truth immediately. The blacksmith stared in sheer disbelief. The legendary Lord Ishigard himself had mandated this royal delivery. The dragon remains were a deliberate gift. That name echoed with terrifying power. Ishigard, the undisputed apex predator of the demon realm. The supreme sword lord. His bloodline was absolute terror. He stood as an ancient elder of the Asura. They were the most devastating race in existence. He was the god of blades who instructed Demon King Mitra himself. Stepping out into the tense air, Carrick voiced the burning question. Why would a living myth bestow such favor upon them? Shutra remained utterly in the dark. Carrick reeled from the absolute mystery. Yet, an alliance with the Sword Lord meant untouchable divine protection. It was a massive shield against impending doom. The protection offered immense relief. However, a chilling suspicion crawled beneath Shutra's skin. The hidden motive remained a haunting void. The Night Saga foretold a different doom. The Asura never pledged loyalty in the original timeline. Was this unprecedented shift born from the Demon King's sudden gaze? A desperate figure shattered the silence. The messenger sprinted with frantic urgency. Shutra demanded the nature of the emergency. The man gasped for air. His lungs burned with exhaustion. A grand audience ceremony was decreed. It would commence at the break of dawn. Disbelief struck Shutra like a physical blow. Another royal summons so soon. The messenger cited their monumental victory on the angelic plains. The Supreme Court demanded all 3 champions present themselves. A dark chill instantly gripped him. 3 champions. He demanded the identity of the third, himself, Princess Felicia, and who else? The answer froze the blood in his veins. The second prince. Zephyr Ragnaros had descended upon the capital. The chronicles of the game dictated absolute despair. This entity was the undisputed pinnacle of demonic might. He was the unstoppable force destined to claim the demonic throne. Carrick witnessed the catastrophic shift. The master's composure shattered entirely. Pure terror and seething rage warred across Shutra's trembling features. Zephyr Ragnaros was a walking apocalypse. He was the destined Grim Reaper. The monster guaranteed to butcher them all, ending Shutra's very existence. The suffocating weight of incoming death crushed his spirit. The dawn broke upon the grand waiting chambers. Carrick probed his master's terrifying silence. The loyal warrior sensed the lingering dread. Shutra exhaled a heavy, defeated breath. Uncontrollable tremors ravaged his cold hands. This fated collision was inevitable. Yet the sheer, blinding terror exceeded his darkest nightmares. Carrick attempted to shatter the tension, mentioning the arrival of royal blood. The royal attendant delivered chilling news. The second prince commanded absolute privilege. He would bypass the mortal waiting halls entirely, striking straight for the throne. Felicia stepped into the suffocating room. Her voice held a grave warning. Zephyr existed on an entirely different plane of existence. He defied all logic. Yet her eyes burned with fierce defiance. Shutra's own legends were freshly forged in blood. She stood before him, a breathtaking vision cloaked in an abyssal black gown. He met her steady gaze. She commanded him to forge his resolve. They would step into the lion's den. They would project absolute, unbreakable strength. The grand doors roared open. The terrifying ceremony commenced. Demon King Mitra loomed upon the abyssal throne. Felicia and Shutra marched into the grand hall. Their names thundered across the vast chamber. Panic clawed mercilessly at Shutra's throat. If mere anticipation broke him, the true nightmare would shatter his soul. Each step toward the sovereign felt like approaching a guillotine. High above, a mysterious figure pierced him with her gaze. Her silence held an ominous weight. Her unblinking eyes tracked his every move with cold calculation. Shutra dropped to the marble floor. He bowed before the supreme ruler of all demons. He ruthlessly crushed his rising panic. This terrifying summit had to be conquered. Then, the herald's voice tore through the hall. The final presence was declared. The second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros. His boots struck the floor like echoing thunder. Shutra finally faced his destined executioner, a face carved from merciless, unforgiving stone. This was the unstoppable center of the universe, the absolute protagonist of the Night Saga, the bringer of ruin, Zephyr Ragnaros. Lady Isabella shattered the stifling tension. The judgment of legendary deeds commenced. The herald focused the grand spotlight squarely upon the second prince. Reality aligned with the terrifying lore. Zephyr's conquests defied human comprehension. His absolute slaughter alone commanded the creation of this grand assembly. The herald pivoted at last. The combined legends of Shutra and Felicia echoed through the silent hall. The brutal defense of the northern borders gripped every listener. Yet the true climax of the ceremony remained hidden in the shadows. Mere war records paled in comparison to what was coming. The sovereign spoke. Demon King Mitra's voice commanded absolute silence. He decreed a sovereign mission exclusively for Shutra. Shockwaves rippled through the royal siblings. Such a direct mandate broke every ancient law. The sheer impossibility of the moment left the young prince reeling in absolute bewilderment. The supreme ruler defied all tradition. A direct, terrifying decree was handed down. Shutra was commanded to march into the unknown. His target was the impregnable Thunderdome fortress of the Dwarven Kingdom. The earth fractured. A hidden abyss was unearthed from the mining depths. The forgotten path to the Thunderdome fortress finally revealed itself. The decree was absolute. He was ordered to secure this treacherous passage. He had to pierce the very heart of the ancient fortress. Departure was set in 7 days. A grim smile crossed his face. He knew this stronghold intimately. In the world of Night Saga, it stood as the crown jewel of the Dwarven Kingdom. Death already stained this mission. The 27th Exploration Unit had marched in first. General Kashabal led the vanguard. But the mighty general fell. The entire expedition collapsed into ruin. The chilling reports cited a singular, silent killer, a suffocating fog of lethal poison. Survival demanded absolute preparation. He needed flawless countermeasures against the invisible rot. Only then could he conquer the Thunderdome fortress. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. The shadows of a conspiracy loomed. Kashabal possessed the terrifying resilience of draconian blood. Yet he had perished. Now, they were sending a mere prince into the exact same slaughterhouse. The glaring question remained. Why spare Zephyr from this execution? Zephyr carried the proud bloodline of dragons. Felicia sensed the deadly undercurrents. Unease flickered in her eyes. She demanded to know if Shutra had provoked the wrath of their royal father. He offered nothing but a cold silence. She pressed further. A high-stakes mission of this magnitude belonged entirely to Zephyr. It was a calculated trap. Carrick clenched his massive fists. The orc grasped the gravity of the threat. If a seasoned general had crumbled, this trial was pure suicide. Fear gripped Felicia. This expedition was a guaranteed death sentence for Shutra. She locked eyes with him, demanding he acknowledge the peril. Before a single word left his mouth, she made her absolute decree. She would not let him walk into hell alone. They would march into the darkness together. She twisted the narrative with noble arrogance, claiming she was fulfilling his desperate unspoken plea. Carrick scoffed at her theatrics. The prince had not even uttered a single request. Her sharp voice commanded the orc into silence. Shutra simply nodded. A faint smirk graced his lips. He accepted her fierce loyalty with a quiet word of gratitude. The heavy atmosphere shattered. An uninvited presence stepped from the shadows. The intruder boldly offered his blade for the deadly trial. He bowed, seeking the 9th prince's blessing to join the fray. Felicia stiffened in shock. It was Kadarov. Shutra narrowed his eyes with chilling resolve. He rejected the offer instantly. The vanguard for this bloodbath had already been sealed. Kadarov bowed in silent obedience and vanished into the dark. The moment the air cleared, Felicia turned on Shutra. Confusion and frustration painted her face. She argued the immense value of that rejected blade. Kadyrov was a rare male siren. His formidable power could have tipped the scales of survival in their favor. Shutra knew her logic was flawless. The siren possessed terrifying arcane mastery. But far away, Kadyrov tore through space. He used blink magic to teleport directly into the sanctum of his true master. Shutra saw right through the deception. Kadyrov was a loyal hound of Anastasia, a fanatical assassin bred for the shadows, a master of whispers and unseen infiltration. The spy laid his intelligence at the feet of his queen. Shutra read the invisible chessboard perfectly. Unleashing their best shadow meant the enemy was trembling with paranoia. Anastasia sat upon her throne. A cold realization dawned upon her. The ninth prince was no longer weak. He was a terrifyingly calculating predator. The war council convened in Shutra's domain. The heavy question fell upon him. What secrets lay buried within the doomed Thunderdome fortress? He spoke of a legendary era of blood and iron, of raging dwarves who dared to sever the necks of dragons. Carrick frowned in deep confusion. The orc only knew dwarves as pathetic hoarders of gold. Felicia stepped into the light of the flickering flames. Her voice echoed with ancient lore. The dwarven race was never a single, fragile empire. A mighty high kingdom once ruled those mountains. The masters of the Thunderdome fortress were born warriors. They bathed in dragon fire to defend their unyielding citadels. Their hammers shattered the heavens. They slaughtered true dragons from the skies. But an elder dragon was a different nightmare entirely, a calamity of godlike proportions. Carrick turned his massive gaze toward the princess. He challenged her combat prowess against such mythical beasts. She held her chin high. With enough preparation, she claimed, even the mightiest reptile would fall. The orc smirked. He saw through her bluff instantly. Outraged, she flared her aura. She fiercely reminded him that dragons were not mere beasts. They were walking natural disasters. The proof was etched in the ashes of history. Even the invincible High Kingdom had crumbled. Dragonfire had reduced their legendary empire to dust and echoes. Carrick chuckled, a rumbling sound of amusement. He mocked the proud princess for her sudden burst of ancient wisdom. She stood tall, radiating supreme confidence. This knowledge was carved into her very soul. The Thunderdome fortress was the holy grail of dwarven relic hunters. Unlocking its depths meant claiming unimaginable wealth. A jackpot of epic proportions. Unbridled greed flashed in her sparkling eyes. Carrick practically saw the drool forming as she envisioned mountains of treasure. But Shutra stared into the abyss of his own thoughts. His mind raced through the systems of Night Saga. The fortress was notoriously known as the ultimate honeypot dungeon. The titanic clashes against winged calamities had shattered the structural seals. Massive sections of the labyrinth were buried alive. Untold divine armaments remained trapped in the rubble, pristine, untouched by greedy hands. But the gold meant nothing to him. A single, critical artifact called to him from the dark. A weapon forged in vengeance. A catastrophic blade born solely to extinguish the lives of winged gods. Its very existence was lethal to anything bearing draconian blood. The legendary Dragon Slayer sword. Zephyr possessed the terrifying might of dragon blood. To shatter that bastard's skull, Shutra had to claim this supreme weapon. Dawn broke, signaling the march toward hell. Shutra donned his armor. The A-rank dragon scale greaves locked onto his legs, thrumming with intense power. The artifact pulsed with magical authority. Fire resistance level 3. Fire absorption level 3. It amplified his raw strength by 5. It boosted his kicking technique significantly and accelerated his agility by 10%. A devastating hidden skill slumbered within the metal. The terrifying fire enhancement. Shutra scanned his vanguard. His voice cut through the cold air, demanding absolute readiness. His strike force stood tall. Felicia, Carrack, Karma, Daphne, and a shadowy black-haired elf, grim masks concealed their faces. With resolute steps, they plunged into the yawning mouth of the cavern. The elven scout unrolled the ancient parchment. She led the descent into the abyss. Carrack squinted into the gloom. A sinister, creeping mist began to choke the tunnels. Felicia raised her voice over the eerie silence. This was no ordinary mist. It was the decaying breath of the mines. A toxic miasma far deadlier than the reports claimed. With no ticking clock binding them, she ordered the squad to advance with deadly caution. Shutra accepted the plan. But Carrack sensed the danger first. The creeping fog carried a vile, unnatural hue. The mist was supposed to be yellow. Shutra turned to speak. Suddenly, a choked groan escaped Carrick's lips, and he and Karma collapsed instantly. Shutra barked a warning. The very atmosphere had mutated into lethal poison. Felicia immediately unleashed her mana. She summoned violent gales to purge the taint, but her magic struck an unseen force. A deafening blast erupted, sending a shockwave of toxic death straight toward them. Shutra's strength evaporated. He cried out Felicia's name. The deadly mist swallowed everything. One by one, his comrades fell into darkness. Shadows twisted in the poisonous gloom. Grotesque abominations crept forward. They hungered for the fallen. Their blood-curdling snarls echoed through the silence. A chilling realization pierced the dark. These beasts were the architects of this trap, but Shutra was merely biding his time. He had feigned his collapse. The truth struck like a blade. These fiends had slaughtered General Kashabal. Their bloodlust was entirely fixed upon Shutra. They remained completely blind to the white Suri, stalking them from the shadows. A flash of silver fury erupted. It carved mercilessly through the darkness. The beasts were cleanly sliced in two. Green Wind softly praised his flawless deception. Shutra merely ordered her to stay silent. The battlefield demanded absolute focus. The white Suri became a storm of execution. Blades danced without mercy. A monster shrieked in mortal terror, but escape was utterly impossible against that lethal edge. The massacre ended in seconds. The majestic weapon returned to Shutra's grasp. The grotesque swarm was completely annihilated. The foul beasts had wielded a cataclysmic venom. Death had brushed past Shutra by mere inches. But destiny shielded him. His level 2 protagonist physique granted an absolute level 1 poison immunity. Suddenly, a sickening crack ruptured the stone vault above. The very earth collapsed behind him. Shutra gritted his teeth. The enemy's treacherous traps were endless. He commanded Green Wind to shield the fallen. The loyal spirit immediately wrapped them in her divine protection. Chaos reigned supreme in the dark depths. Survival demanded an immediate escape. Retreat was their only salvation. Ancient dragon blood boiled within his veins. He hoisted Felicia and the elf upon his shoulders. He tore through the devastation like a meteor. Before him stood the towering gates of the Thunderdome fortress. Green Wind commanded the White Suri to defend the vulnerable. She urged Shutra to move faster. The aura of the ruins felt unnaturally sinister. He plunged back into the danger zone. This time, he secured Daphne and Karma. He ordered Carrick to hold on just a moment longer. Shutra sprinted with terrifying speed. The very ground shattered beneath his explosive footsteps. He breached the sanctuary of the entrance. He carefully placed Karma and Daphne beside the others. His mind raced to formulate Carrick's rescue. Then, a catastrophic rumble drained the color from his face. Massive boulders crashed down, completely sealing the passageway. He screamed Carrick's name in sheer desperation. Green Wind pleaded with him to steady his mind. But absolute panic gripped his heart. His loyal comrade was buried alive. The spirit whispered of a miracle from the Engel Plains. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. He immediately channeled that ancient incantation. He invoked the majestic power of the King's Knight. A spatial rift tore through the very air. Carrick's battered form slowly emerged from the mystical void. The heavy warrior crashed violently onto the stone floor. Fear choked Shutra's chest. He sprinted to his fallen brother. By some miracle, the wounds were entirely superficial. A heavy sigh of relief escaped Shutra's lips. Yet, the nightmare was far from over. He stared deeply into the abyss of the ruins. What were those grotesque abominations? Such unholy fiends never existed within the lore of the Night Saga. A ragged cough racked Felicia's body. Shutra banished his wandering thoughts. Life and death demanded his immediate attention. The venom was steadily claiming their lives. He had to purge the poison now. But monstrous shadows gathered once more. A vicious curse escaped his lips. A rabid fiend lunged from the darkness. Shutra unleashed the devastating fist of explosion. The beast was blasted into the ether. Absolute fury ignited in Shutra's eyes. Time was slipping through his fingers. These wretched pests were testing his patience. The bloodthirsty horde roared in unholy unison. His icy glare could freeze the underworld. He ordered the beasts to perish in silence. He charged forward, resolving to annihilate them instantly. The monstrous tide crashed against him. Shutra detonated the air with a cataclysmic punch. Beside him, the White Suri unleashed its divine wrath. Gleaming arcs of death cleaved the swarm. The vanguard of beasts evaporated into bloody mist. Shutra became an unstoppable god of destruction. Silence reclaimed the blood-soaked hall. He immediately channeled his purifying energy into his comrades. Felicia's eyes fluttered open, and he softly checked on her condition. She stared at the grotesque mountains of slaughtered flesh. Confusion and terror filled her voice. He calmly smiled, claiming it was nothing but a minor disturbance. The deadly venom was completely purged. Their strength was fully restored. The grand invasion of the ancient stronghold officially began. Their ultimate objective was clear. They had to seize the absolute core of the Thunderdome fortress. The labyrinth presented two fatal choices: a winding road offering deceptive safety, or a treacherous shortcut, bristling with lethal snares and sudden death. Felicia turned to their leader. She demanded to know which destiny he would choose. Survival dictated the path of caution. The long way was the logical choice. Suddenly, a deafening siren shattered the fortress walls. The luxury of safety evaporated in an instant. The battlefield had abruptly shifted. Carrick gripped his weapon, questioning the ominous alarm. The dark-haired elf delivered the chilling truth. The sacred heart of the ruins was already under siege. Time had completely run out. An unknown presence breached the dungeon. The very air trembled. Felicia narrowed her eyes. Who else dared to claim this cursed domain? Shutra pointed into the abyss. He ordered Carrick forward. Raise the shield. Take the vanguard. The massive warrior hesitated. Shutra's voice left no room for doubt. Trust my words. Obey my commands. You will survive this nightmare. A massive dragon skull loomed on the cavern wall. They took a single step forward. The ancient trap awakened. An inferno erupted. A roaring sea of fire consumed the hall. Carrick stood immovable. His heavy shield absorbed the devastating blast. The party survived within his protective shadow. Danger lurked at every step. A hidden pit of jagged spikes yawned below. Carrick roared as he nearly plunged into the abyss. Then came the deadly rain of spears. He deflected them with brutal force. Trap after trap shattered against his shield. The others trailed closely in his wake. The absolute onslaught took its toll. Carrick gasped for air. His massive frame shuddered with sheer exhaustion. Shutra offered a cold word of praise. Carrick merely grunted in deep frustration. He had danced too closely with death. But his sacrifice bore fruit. Shutra pointed forward. They had breached the control room in record time. Yet, a heavy silence hung in the air. The elven companion turned to Felicia. The atmosphere felt terribly wrong. The mighty gargoyles were gone. The stone guardians that should have protected this sanctum had vanished without a trace. They pressed into the unknown. The chamber lay in absolute ruin. Amidst the destruction, Shutra caught a glimpse of the past. He called out to Felicia. Slumped against the cold stone sat a tragic figure. The skeletal remains of a legendary leader. It was the final city lord of Thunderdome Fortress. He had faced the end alone. He manned the fortress to his last breath, all to buy his dwarven brethren time to flee. Suddenly, a voice shattered the grim silence. The elven companion discovered something bizarre. A colossal, pitch-black sphere rested in the shadows. Felicia approached with extreme caution. Was this a relic of ancient dwarven mastery? Its surface lay completely dormant. It hungered for an energy source. Shutra's gaze shifted back to the fallen lord. The answer lay with the dead. An ancient key hung around the skeleton's neck. They retrieved the artifact. They thrust it into the sphere. The dormant machine roared to life. Violent arcs of lightning crackled through the air. Dazzling holographic screens illuminated the darkness. The party stood completely mesmerized. Felicia could only marvel. The lost technology of the dwarves defied human comprehension. Their ancient wisdom was simply absolute. A deafening tremor shook the earth. Carrick gripped his weapon tight. What was that monstrous sound? Daphne pointed a trembling finger at the glowing monitor. A brutal war raged on the screen. It was happening right outside their walls. The missing stone gargoyles were locked in a bloody clash. Their enemies were the very horrors Shutra had fought before. The monsters swarmed like a biblical plague. Shutra's eyes darkened with pure wrath. Those shadowy bastards were besieging the sacred fortress. But what drew them to this graveyard? Shutra's mind raced. Then, Carrick let out a choked gasp. A colossal silhouette loomed on the monitor. The unmistakable dread of a dragon. Shutra followed his gaze. His breath hitched. A magnificent light pierced through the beast's massive form. A weapon of pure, radiant destruction. Reality defied all logic. The legend was actually real. There it rested in all its glory. The absolute pinnacle of dwarven craftsmanship. The Dragon Slayer Spear, Ascalon. History remembered the beast well, the black dragon partisan, a creature born of unfathomable greed and infinite malice. He was the absolute vanguard of destruction, the cruelest tyrant in the bloody war against the dwarf kingdom. Partisan and his dark legion hammered Thunderdome Fortress without mercy. The siege was endless. Finally, the unbreakable outer walls shattered into dust. The dragon breached the inner sanctum. He unleashed his apocalyptic wrath upon the defenders, but that supreme arrogance sealed his fate. A single, fatal moment of hubris. An opening forged by sheer, blinding pride. Tiny Spark seized the moment. The strongest champion of Thunderdome moved like lightning. He thrust the divine weapon forward. Ascalon pierced the dragon's dark heart. The tyrant fell. Yet, his death triggered a catastrophic frenzy. The shadowy legion erupted in mindless rage. The surviving dwarves had no choice but to abandon their sacred home. Thunderdome became a magnificent tomb, a silent graveyard for the fallen dragon, a resting place for countless dwarven heroes. Carrick stared in sheer disbelief. Was that decaying beast truly partisan? Was that glowing relic the legendary Ascalon? Shutra gave a heavy, determined nod. The truth was right before their eyes. The gargoyles fought desperately to protect that very spot. The puzzle pieces snapped into place. Felicia ground her teeth. The shadowy horde sought the spear. Shutra's mind reached the exact same grim conclusion. Fury blazed in her eyes. These fiends had hunted them like prey. Now they dared to steal the ultimate prize. It was unforgivable. Shutra turned to the control panel. His voice was cold as ice. Is there any way to command those gargoyles? Felicia shook her head in bitter defeat. The system was completely locked out. On the screen, a massive golem swung a colossal hammer. The blow obliterated the dark fiends. That giant commanded the vanguard. He was the reigning lord of this battlefield. The party watched the slaughter unfold. In the fortress's final dying moments, the fallen lord had transferred total control. He entrusted the highest authority to that supreme dwarven golem, the ultimate guardian of the crypt. Felicia advised strict caution. Wait in the shadows. Observe the slaughter. They desired Ascalon, but diving into that meat grinder was pure suicide. Shutra shattered her hesitation. He fiercely rejected the idea of waiting. This chaos was their golden opportunity. Felicia stared at him in sheer horror. His gaze was sharp as a blade. To sit idly is to court death. The battlefield holds too many chaotic variables. We strike now. Shutra bolted toward the war zone. He barked a final command over his shoulder. Hold this position. I will return. He sprinted into the darkness, guided only by his map. The strategy was violently simple. Claim Ascalon before anyone else. Once the spear is secured, victory is absolute. If the golems crush the horde, the battle is already won. Then, they would simply hunt down the shattered remnants. They would eradicate those shadowy bastards from the face of the earth. If those pitch-black monsters claimed victory, they could either fight or flee. Shutra pressed onward. The final goal was inches away. The fallen dragon, partisan, finally appeared. The minimap proved its worth. However, mortal danger lurked. The dwarf golem had already closed in from behind. A massive hammer smashed the earth. The shockwave sent Shutra flying, but the mechanical titan did not stop. It charged relentlessly. Words were useless against mindless steel. Another devastating blow struck the ground. The golem stood still. It waited for the thick dust to settle. But the crater was empty. No crushed bones, no blood. Instead, a blur of motion pierced the smoke. Shutra had survived. He surged forward, riding a magical shield like a master of the waves. He praised Green Wind for her flawless timing. The spirit scolded his casual nickname. He casually blamed the modern trend of shortening names. Her furious voice echoed. She cared nothing for mortal trends. The destination was reached. Shutra leaped from his hovering shield. He stood before the legendary artifact. Its sheer brilliance was breathtaking. Ascalon, the absolute bane of dragons. He reached out to claim his prize, but the spear refused to budge. It was anchored like a mountain. Its weight defied reality itself. Desperate, he channeled every remaining stat point into raw strength. He gripped the hilt. He roared to the heavens and pulled with all his might. Even the ancient dwarf golem sensed the shifting tides. Its mechanical eyes widened in sheer alarm. Shutra screamed, his muscles tearing and bones groaning. The earth shattered. The weapon broke free. Instantly, a blinding pillar of golden light pierced the heavens. The holy radiance burned the pitch-black fiends. Felicia and her comrades froze in absolute awe. Far beyond the battlefield, every spectator watched in stunned silence. None noticed the sinister, hooded figure lurking in the shadows. Ascalon had awakened. The absolute masterpiece of the Dragon Slayer legacy was reborn. This was the colossal lance of legend, the very weapon that once destroyed the dark heart of the Black Dragon, Partisan. It pulsed with a terrifying power. The endless grudge, the unyielding determination, the eternal rage of every fallen dwarf from Thunderdome Fortress burned within it. Victory seemed assured. Shutra smiled at his newly claimed power. But then, the impossible happened. The massive corpse of the dragon twitched and rose. The hooded necromancer unleashed a vile aura. The beast became his ultimate puppet. Black Dragon Partisan unleashed a terrifying roar. An undead calamity had entered the fray. Shutra stared in sheer disbelief. How could this be? Partisan had perished centuries ago. Yet the monster stood before him, brimming with malice. His eyes locked onto the dark sorcerer. Who was this puppeteer? Before he could think, the world tilted. The dragon took flight, gathering chaotic energy in its gaping maw. A horrifying realization struck him. This foul resurrection, it was born from the malevolent purple energy of death. Partisan unleashed absolute devastation. The dark blast vaporized the shadow creatures and fractured the earth itself. Shutra instantly summoned the White Suri shield to survive. Chaos reigned supreme. His mind raced for answers. Why was the majestic dragon tainted by this vile purple aura of death? Suddenly, the massive dwarf golem loomed over him. Shutra braced for impact, but the titan ignored him completely. Its metallic fury was locked onto Partisan. The golem swung its colossal hammer, striking the undead beast. Shutra watched in total bewilderment. The monsters were tearing each other apart. Why? Felicia, Karak, and Karma dashed through the rubble to reach him. Panic laced Felicia's voice. She demanded answers. That dragon was supposed to be ancient history. Dark sorcery was at play. Someone had dragged the beast back from hell. But to the questions of who and why, Shutra had only grim silence. Only one truth remained crystal clear. This sickening aura was identical to the purple death energy they had fought on the Angle Plains. There was no time for fear. Action was their only salvation. They had to slaughter the beast fast, before its resurrection was complete. Felicia sensed the dragon's wildly unstable mana. It was a chaotic storm, but piercing its unearthly defenses seemed utterly impossible. Shutra analyzed the threat. It was a rotting puppet. A dark core must be fueling its terrifying magic. Destroy that core, and the beast falls. His words were abruptly cut short. Partisan's jaws unhinged. A catastrophic sphere of dark energy rapidly condensed within. Death was imminent. Dragon's breath! Shutra's voice shattered the tension. Scatter! Move out of the way now! A beam of absolute annihilation erupted. It atomized stone and steel. The blast pierced straight through the ancient fortress, vaporizing thick layers of wall like paper. The very earth was gouged out, leaving a smoldering trench of destruction. Karak, Karma, Felicia, and Shutra stared at the abyss. One misstep would have meant total erasure. Karak was paralyzed by sheer terror. Incomplete? If this apocalyptic power was incomplete, what would its full strength look like? Shutra gritted his teeth in a grim apology. He, too, had vastly underestimated the sheer scale of a dragon's wrath. They were standing on the edge of oblivion. Time was their ultimate enemy. With every passing second, the undead calamity grew vastly stronger. His mind raced for any glimmer of hope against this titan. Then, a miracle occurred. The Dragon Slayer spear, Ascalon, erupted with divine light. Ancient golden runes spiraled out like a storm. They coiled around the blade and the Dragon Slayer. The holy weapon merged seamlessly with Shutra's own arm. His right hand transformed into a devastating drilling lance. The supreme weapon had shifted its form to match its master. The group watched in absolute shock. Shutra's eyes burned with fierce resolve. He turned to Felicia. He needed a single moment. One distraction to strike the killing blow. A storm of blazing fireballs struck the dragon's scales. The beast whipped its head toward the sky. Felicia unleashed an endless inferno, raining destruction upon it. The undead titan roared in absolute fury at the burning flames. The trap was set. Shutra moved like a phantom, slipping deep into the beast's blind spot. The pulse of Ascalon resonated with his own heartbeat. The weapon thirsted for dragon blood. One strike. One perfect strike, and he would end this nightmare forever. A colossal mistake. The dragon's massive tail whipped through the air. A devastating impact sent him crashing across the vast chamber. Felicia and Carrick sprinted toward his shattered landing zone. Frustration burned bitterly in his chest. Had he been too arrogant? The beast lunged again. The very earth fractured under its terrifying might. He locked his jaw and braced for death. But the fatal blow never came. He opened his eyes. A towering shadow stood before him. The dwarf golem had caught the dragon's lethal claws. The steel giant tightened its iron grip. With raw mechanical strength, it hurled the beast back. Its massive hammer swung in a deadly arc. Crackling lightning erupted, striking the dragon with absolute fury. Partisan unleashed a deafening, furious roar. Blazing dragon breath engulfed the battlefield. Yet the golem marched into the inferno, hammering the beast relentlessly. Through the chaos, Green Wind frantically checked on Shutra. Felicia dropped to her knees beside him. Healing magic flowed from her hands as her desperate scolding began. He gritted his teeth. He had aimed for the kill, but only found his own ruin. He offered no hollow excuses. Her voice trembled with urgency. They had to retreat. This monster was simply beyond their mortal limits. But Shutra refused to yield. Even battered and broken, a dangerous fire danced in his eyes. Victory was still within reach. She screamed at his reckless pride. His body was already pushed to the absolute brink. He nodded solemnly. His previous charge had been sheer foolishness. But turning back now meant absolute slaughter. The precipice of death demanded ultimate resolve. He looked into her eyes and demanded her magic one last time. No more mistakes. This was his solemn vow. Before her protests could leave her lips, he was gone. He threw himself back into the jaws of hell. He mounted a massive shield, gliding across the shattered terrain like a blade. He plunged directly into the storm of combat. His movements became a phantom's dance, circling the beast's blind spots. Green Wind executed his command perfectly. Up ahead, Partisan viciously shattered the golem's iron arm. The dragon's throat glowed with the horrific light of another breath attack. A blinding beam of destruction struck true. The majestic steel giant was instantly vaporized into ash. But in that exact moment of triumph, retribution arrived. Felicia summoned a raging inferno. Explosions engulfed the creature's massive skull. Through the blinding flames, the beast sensed a fleeting shadow dart past. Shutra struck like a relentless storm. He ricocheted off the ruins, launching high-speed aerial assaults. Every revolution built a terrifying momentum. The undead dragon thrashed in rising fury. Hellfire gathered in its gaping maw once more. Green Wind sensed the shift. The ultimate opening had arrived. The beast's attention wavered. Shutra vanished into the blind spot. Ancient dragon blood boiled within his veins. The monster glared at the decoy shield above. Below, the true executioner ascended like a launched spear. Calm focus replaced his previous haste. One strike. One absolute chance at survival. The predator finally realized its mistake. Its terrifying gaze snapped downward. Shutra mirrored the legendary technique of Tiny Spark. Time seemed to freeze. A cataclysmic surge of power erupted upward. It pierced cleanly through the dragon's indestructible scales. The titan unleashed a blood-curdling shriek. Overwhelming kinetic force detonated within its core. The beast was being annihilated from the inside out. The legendary strike. Gigantic piston. Felicia watched in breathless shock. The impossible had just become reality. The mountain of bone and flesh crashed to the earth. Golden system runes flared before Shutra's eyes. The zombie dragon Partisan was dead. A massive surge of experience flooded his soul. Victory tasted sweet. The legendary spear Ascalon thrummed with ancient power in his grasp. The glorious title of Dragon Slayer was now etched into his destiny. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed through the ruins. A mysterious figure stepped from the shadows. He mocked the boy's impossible victory with dark amusement. Shutra stiffened, his blood running cold. The stranger tilted his head in dark contemplation. A fatal miscalculation. He had been expecting the second prince. Shutra's grip tightened on Ascalon. This was the necromancer who had awakened the dragon. The shadow merely smiled. The change in caste mattered little to him. The man raised a cursed spear. Eerie blue flames ignited, devouring the surrounding air. He unleashed the purgatory fire to erase the survivors from existence. The attack was unfathomably fast. A tsunami of cobalt hellfire crashed forward. It slammed into the ancient fortress, vaporizing the indestructible walls in an instant. Solid stone and hardened steel dissolved like paper. The grand structure violently collapsed under the absolute devastation. Yet, amid the apocalyptic ruin, Shutra stood completely unharmed. Thick ash choked the air. He cracked open his left eye, searching the deadly haze. The choking dust finally cleared. The landscape was revealed, but reality made no sense. The apocalyptic flames had simply ceased to exist. The gruesome truth revealed itself. The arrogant necromancer had been cleanly severed in two. His lifeless halves collapsed into a pool of dark blood. Shutra froze in sheer bewilderment. From the empty void, a towering presence manifested. A booming voice declared his own perfect timing. Shutra's eyes widened in absolute shock. The face matched the ancient legends. The Sword Lord himself stood before them, wearing a warm, battle-hardened smile. He spoke directly to the Ninth Prince. This was the final bulwark of Asurora's sanctuary. The legendary master of Demon King Mitra, Sword Lord Ishigard. An existence within Night Saga that rivaled the catastrophic Elder Dragons. His absolute power defied mortal comprehension. Yet he was a phantom of the lore, a myth hidden deep within the background texts. Encountering him in the actual timeline was an absolute impossibility. He was a ghost meant to observe the world. Even when Zephyr Ragnaros seized the demon throne, even when Lakash brought ruin to the demon realm, he had never once stepped into the light. The ultimate hidden powerhouse of Night Saga, an absolute supreme being entirely cloaked in mystery. A martial monster of such terrifying depth that the Demon King himself had to bow and seek his teachings. Ishigard's gaze shifted to the sixth princess with a nostalgic grin. In a flash, he hoisted her into the air like a child. He boisterously laughed, remembering her as nothing but a tiny, crying brat. Her face flushed bright red with pure embarrassment. She flailed wildly, screaming at the legendary warrior to put her down immediately. A faint smirk crossed his face. He mocked her fiery defiance. She was merely a child throwing a tantrum. Shutra froze. The legendary Sword Lord Ishigard. Right here, before his very eyes. Beside him, Felicia flushed with quiet rage. The Sword Lord spoke. His voice carried terrifying weight. He asked the Ninth Prince a simple question. Did the dragon hide please him? Shutra bowed in reverence. The gift was magnificent. The mythical scales had forged armor of unmatched power. But lurking in the shadows, monstrous silhouettes closed in. Suddenly, a blinding flash pierced the dark. A violent surge of energy erupted. Tremors shook the earth. Deafening blasts tore through the air. Karak roared over the chaos. Why were the beasts detonating? Shutra gritted his teeth. He had no answers. Only one instinct remained. Retreat! The enemy had become a living bomb. Smoke cleared to reveal absolute ruin. Yet, they stood unharmed. Ishigard's divine barrier had shielded them. The Sword Lord checked their condition. Shutra nodded. They owed him their lives. Felicia stared at the blasted wasteland. A sudden suicide attack. It made absolutely no sense. What was the true endgame? A memory struck Shutra like lightning. The dying enemy's final words. The second prince. A chilling inconsistency. The divine sword Ascalon was ignored. The invaders never cared for it. So what dark prize did they truly seek? The pieces violently snapped together. Shutra's eyes turned cold as ice. The atmosphere plummeted. He turned to Felicia. The true target was the second prince. Her breath caught in her throat. Utter disbelief washed over her face. She demanded to know the truth behind his dreadful claim. He recalled the spearman's final taunt. They had waited in the shadows, disappointed by the second prince's absence. Consider the ominous timing. Half a month had passed since General Kashabal fell. This was no random attack. It was a carefully set trap. The horrifying truth dawned on Felicia. Her expression hardened into cold ice. Kashabal was merely bait, sacrificed to lure out their real prey. Felicia finished the grim thought. Zephyr was always the one sent to clean up such bloody messes. The assassins had perfectly calculated his arrival. A flawless execution stage. But who possessed the sheer audacity to hunt the mighty Zephyr? A terrifying adversary, Shutra replied. Cold, calculating, and utterly ruthless. They chose self-destruction over capture, leaving zero traces behind. A deep, majestic voice cut through the heavy tension. Ishigard found their deduction utterly fascinating. Felicia snapped. This was a matter of life and death. The Sword Lord remained unmoving. He was deadly serious, too. She swallowed her immense frustration. She demanded his true purpose here. His answer shook the very earth. The Supreme Demon King had his eyes set on the ninth prince. The Sword Lord himself came to investigate, to judge the boy's true worth. Shutra stood paralyzed. The absolute peak of power was watching him. The Demon King's will is absolute. He moves with cosmic purpose. His actions at the grand audience ceremony held a profound, hidden meaning. Ishigard locked his piercing gaze onto the boy, staring into his very soul. Now the Sword Lord finally understood his master's divine intent. The air grew terrifyingly heavy. The majestic pressure was suffocating. Then came the offer of a lifetime. Would Shutra accept his supreme teachings? Shock struck them both like celestial lightning, but the Sword Lord raised a hand. He demanded no formal master and disciple bond. His solitary path allowed no disciples. Furthermore, the boy's destiny was already written. He had mastered the legendary beast god fist art. Felicia gasped in utter disbelief. When did he acquire such mythical power? Shutra narrowed his eyes. How could this monster see through his deepest secrets? Ishigard smiled with knowing power. The boy's vessel was a chaotic storm. Ancient energies raged within him. The beast god's power was merely one single facet. The true origins of these forces remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, they did not clash. They did not tear his mortal body apart. Instead, they flowed in perfect harmony. A miraculous balance. A profound state of absolute mutual coexistence. The ninth prince had proven himself worthy. A fascinating anomaly. The Sword Lord wished to impart a sliver of his divine martial wisdom. The grand choice was given. Shutra realized the crushing gravity of this moment. The Sword Lord bowed to no one but Demon King Matira. Offering guidance was completely unheard of. He accepted without a single second of hesitation. Only a fool would reject heaven's blessing. Ishigard's eyes gleamed with triumphant delight. He would bestow a supreme method of aura manipulation. Along with a few divine techniques, their true devastating potential would rely solely on Shutra's sheer talent. A heavy hand descended upon Shutra's shoulder. Suddenly, a blinding golden light violently erupted from his core. The sacred instruction had officially begun. The radiant glow was Ishigard's overwhelming aura. Shutra closed his eyes. He absorbed the majestic pressure. This power defied all logic. Far different from the beast god's feral savagery. The Sword Lord's aura surged like a massive tidal wave, flooding every meridian in his vessel. The cosmic system echoed in his mind, a heaven-defying notification. Ashura cultivation technique. Level 11 acquired. The revelations endlessly poured in. Wind God branch. Level 11. Great Mountain branch. Level 11. And the devastating lightning path. Ishigard watched in pure awe. The boy was an absolute, undisputed monster. His rate of comprehension defied the very heavens. Suddenly, golden and azure auras violently collided. A catastrophic burst of light devoured the surroundings. Shutra was completely swallowed by the terrifying radiance. Even the invincible Sword Lord froze in absolute shock. Felicia screamed his name in pure panic. The unthinkable had happened. Ishigard stared in profound disbelief. Such a miraculous phenomenon was supposed to be completely impossible. Azure and golden auras violently intertwined. They fused into a singular blinding core. Then, the system awakened. Golden text materialized in the void. First revelation. The Asura cultivation technique and the beast god fist art resonated. Two supreme paths forged a perfect, terrifying harmony. Second revelation. His mortal vessel ascended. His flesh grew denser. His blood grew purer. The level 1 immunity to 100 poisons shattered its mortal limits. A path to absolute purity opened. Once this immunity reaches level 3, a divine evolution awaits. It will become the legendary immunity to 1,000 poisons. He grasped level 1 harmony. The catalyst ignited. The S-rank beast god fist art underwent a devastating metamorphosis. A colossal pillar of golden radiance erupted. It pierced the dark heavens. The ancient fortress trembled under its might. The very earth quaked in absolute submission. Shutra materialized from the blinding glow. He levitated with sovereign grace. Unfathomable energy spiraled around his form. His eyes remained shut. His mortal shell had fully assimilated the divine power. His eyelids fluttered open. A devastating aura flooded the room. He had claimed the unimaginable. An SS-rank martial art was born, the Asura Divine Fist. The blinding radiance finally faded. Gravity reclaimed him. He collapsed heavily onto the cold stone. Karik and Felicia darted forward in sheer panic. They demanded immediate answers from the Sword Lord. Ishgard stood in solemn awe. He spoke with a heavy, trembling voice. His only intent was to pass down the Asura cultivation technique. Nothing more. Yet, this monster of a prodigy defied all logic. Shutra fused the beast god fist art and the Asura energy into a singular cataclysmic force, and he did it purely on instinct. This shattered the known laws of this world. In the entire bloody history of the Night Saga, only one SS rank martial art existed, the ultimate technique of hero lock. That was the legendary hero's sword art, but fate had been aggressively rewritten. The beast god fist art had evolved. The Asura divine fist strike now stood at the absolute pinnacle, a perfect equal to the hero's absolute blade. Ishgard gazed at the young prince. A profound, chilling respect shadowed his eyes. This boy was a titan in the making, far more terrifying than he ever anticipated. The Sword Lord buried his burning questions. He required no explanations for such a heaven-defying miracle. The grand, terrifying enigma was Shutra himself. He asked if this apocalyptic technique had a name. Shutra met his intense gaze. He spoke the words with absolute, undeniable certainty. The Asura Divine Fist Strike. A simple title, yet heavy with impending doom. Ishgard nodded in grim approval, but he issued a grave warning. This heaven-defying feat must remain buried in the shadows. The prince already carried a massive, bloody target on his back. Revealing this supreme power would ignite the royal court's deadly paranoia. Unnecessary enemies would swarm to claim his head. Shutra agreed without hesitation. The shadows were his safest ally. Their primary objective in these cursed ruins was complete. Now they must claim the spoils. Then they could finally rest. Felicia tilted her head in sheer confusion. What spoils were left to claim? Shutra smirked like a true predator. He asked if this was her very first time raiding ancient ruins. His ambition was monstrous. They needed to devour the entire fallen dragon. Every single scale. Every drop of blood. All of it before the royal expedition team even stepped foot here. The sheer audacity stunned the royal siblings. A dragon's wealth was unfathomable. Shutra offered a ruthless, brilliant pact. They would carve the divine beast into 3 equal bloody shares. He questioned their grand design for such legendary materials. Their vision was painfully narrow. They only planned to surrender it to the Demon King's royal forge. A safe choice, but utterly wasteful. For materials steeped in ancient myth, ordinary flames would never suffice. Shutra proposed a massive gamble, entrust the dragon's remains to a certain shadowy acquaintance. He swore on his very life for this artisan's divine skill. He threw out a name wrapped in deep legend. Had they ever heard of Amita? Felicia shook her head. The name meant absolutely nothing to her. But manic excitement blazed in Shutra's eyes. He declared the full legendary title, Amita Ignazia, the absolute pinnacle of blacksmiths in the demon realm, the sole immortal master of the last flame. Ishgard's eyes widened in shock. The 9th prince possessed knowledge far beyond his mere years. Shutra held absolute, arrogant certainty. This was a legendary, hidden encounter within the Night Saga, the elusive Phantom Smith, Amita Ignazia, a being of pure, shifting mystery, taking the form of a man in one fleeting breath, shifting into a woman in the very next. Dark whispers called them a shape-shifting sorcerer, a master of infinite, flawless disguises. Deeper rumors suggested Amita was never a single soul, but an ancient, shadowy collective of absolute masters. Crossing paths with this legend defied fate itself. Even across 10 full lifetimes of mastery, Shutra had only seen them 3 mere times. A walking miracle wrapped in an enigma. Ishgard breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It saved him a long, tedious explanation. He prepared to reveal the phantom artisan's current, hidden hunting grounds. Shutra's blood raced with fierce anticipation, but Ishgard issued a strict, urgent warning. This ghost wandered constantly. The moment preparations were complete, Shutra must hunt them down without a second of delay. They utterly despised the mortal world. They loathed company. They were an absolute, unyielding recluse. Yet, the Sword Lord's name carried heavy weight. It would grant Shutra a single, rare audience. The prince grinned fiercely. An SS rank martial art. The coordinates of a legendary smith, his conquest in these ruins was terrifyingly absolute. The group plunged deeper into the silent abyss. They descended a spiraling, pitch-black ancient staircase. Their breath finally recovered. Their ruthless hunt continued. They stripped the treasure vault completely bare, but Felicia's scholarly obsession dragged them forward. She demanded they breach the ancient, forgotten archives. The heavy, dead air instantly choked them. Shutra hacked violently. Centuries of undisturbed dust coated his lungs. Felicia scoffed at his physical weakness. She challenged his mental resolve. Could a little dirt truly extinguish his burning thirst for ancient truth? Carrick snorted loudly in the dark background. He exposed the brutal, honest reality. The Ninth Printo cared absolutely nothing for the history of dead dwarves. They breached the silent sanctum. Felicia's eyes burned with scholarly madness. She shoved an ancient tome toward Delia, the dark-haired elf. The flawless preservation of history deeply intoxicated her. She praised the fanatical, unyielding precision of the dwarven race. Shutra merely stood and watched. He let her drown completely in her archaic paradise. Delia hauled massive mountains of forgotten lore. Carrick snored shamelessly on the cold stone floor. Shutra's gaze drifted into the shadows. The sheer, suffocating age of this tomb sparked a dark, rising curiosity. His sharp eyes caught a crude, ancient relic. History carved directly into rough stone. Suddenly, a heavy tablet slipped. It crashed loudly to the floor. He stooped down to retrieve it. A chilling illustration marked the cold slab. A lone mortal woman leading her people. A grand congregation of mighty dragons standing before her. Shutra completely froze. A disturbing, heavy sense of déjà vu washed over his very soul. His gaze swept across the ancient mural. He recognized Ankle. He recognized Enkidu. 6 elder dragons loomed on the periphery. Then, he looked at the opposite side. A chilling familiarity struck him. He recognized the woman. She was the phantom who demanded conquest. The voice that promised the world would kneel. A cold sweat ran down his spine. She was the embodiment of conquest. A dark question gnawed at his mind. Why was she depicted in this forgotten place? Shutra stared in utter disbelief. This relic was over 1,000 years old. Yet, she was perfectly preserved in the ancient strokes. 4 human figures, 6 mighty dragons. A dangerous mystery unfolded before him. What bound these legendary beings together? What primordial pact gathered them in a single space? Suddenly, the air shifted. Green wind materialized, hanging upside down. He flinched at her abrupt arrival. She questioned his grave expression. He demanded to know how she slipped past his senses. She beckoned him to follow. She claimed she had achieved something spectacular. Shutra approached the massive oak table. His eyes fell upon an ancient, weathered tome. His breath caught in his throat. Green wind puffed her chest with overwhelming pride. It was a lost grimoire, a forbidden record detailing the elder dragons. Each draconic lord bore a legendary title. Names forged by their terrifying nature, titles reflecting their divine domains. Enkidu wielded the terrifying power of destruction. He was known as the Tyrant. Ankle bestowed boundless grace upon the world. She was revered as the Gentle Mother. Quan stood as the ultimate sage of infinite wisdom. Kine was an unstoppable, bloodthirsty warrior. Yet, a strange paradox existed within him. Despite his burning wrath, his essence mirrored absolute zero. He was closer to ice than blazing fire. He was a freezing inferno, a silent harbinger of death, a warrior who refused to draw his blade without cosmic purpose. But the moment steel leaves its sheath, his blinding fury would reduce the world to ashes. Shutra scanned the decaying parchment. The ancient text focused entirely on Colleen. It detailed the mythic exploits of Colleen. It whispered of his hidden sanctuary. Suddenly, Shutra froze. A chilling detail seized his attention. A specific mark upon the ancient map. It pointed directly to the Lake of the Sunday. A shocking revelation struck his mind. A fire attribute elder dragon hiding beneath endless depths of water? It was pure madness. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. No wonder the legendary veterans failed. No one looks for a blazing inferno at the bottom of a lake. Green wind fluttered impatiently, demanding her rightful praise. But Shutra was lost in sudden realization. The coordinates were far too familiar. It was dangerously close to Amita's domain, the exact location the Sword Lord had warned them about. The Sword Lord claimed they hid near the Spider Forest, a treacherous zone. It bordered the savage lycanthrope territories. The gears of fate were turning in his favor. He planned to track down Caitlin and Chris along this route. The timing was absolutely flawless. He gently patted Green Wind on the forehead. He offered his sincere, profound praise. She beamed with radiant joy. The grand strategy was set. Secure an alliance with Amita. Then, claim the legendary armament of the Elder Dragon, Kalin. If the heavens favored his blade, this next treacherous expedition would yield unimaginable rewards. A perfect harvest of absolute power. 4 grueling days passed at the Thunderdome Fortress. Felicia displayed a terrifying level of obsession. Her passion bordered on pure madness. Shutra watched her with sheer disbelief. Up until the final hour of their departure, she buried herself in the forbidden archives. Not a single trace of exhaustion touched her eyes. He, too, had surrendered to the ancient dust. He scoured endless scrolls and crumbling books, hunting for any scrap of lore regarding the Elder Dragons. But the archives kept their dark secrets. Only the legend of Colleen remained in the light. Yet, there was one glorious victory. Karak had shattered his limits. Shutra utilized the King's Knight promotion system. He turned to his loyal subordinate. He asked if the new power coursed through his veins. Karak grinned like a beast of war. He threw a devastating punch into the empty air. The very wind howled in submission. Every drop of blood and sweat from their hellish training had forged a monster. Knight Captain Karak officially ascended to barracks commander. Dawn broke over the horizon. A new classified mission dossier from Felicia reached the Demon King's citadel. A chilling intelligence report accompanied it. The gruesome death of General Kashubal was no accident. It was a meticulously crafted snare, a deadly trap designed exclusively to bait Zephyr. The blazing sun reached its zenith. Shutra stood ready to march into the unknown, but Felicia abruptly halted their advance. She desperately begged for more time. She wanted to unearth more hidden truths. Mountains of ancient knowledge remained untouched in the dark. His rejection was cold and absolute. The Sword Lord's warning echoed in his mind. They had to secure Amida immediately, before the elusive entity vanished into the shadows forever. The hourglass was running empty. Every second wasted was an invitation to death. He commanded her to board the carriage at once. The heavy doors slammed shut. He signaled Karak, who gripped the reins like weapons of war. The wheels ground against the earth as they surged forward. As the fortress faded into the distance, Shutra reflected on their terrifying brushes with death. They had danced on the edge of the abyss, yet the spoils of war far outweighed the lethal risks. They had emerged victorious, forged in the fires of danger. A fierce smirk played upon his lips. He anticipated Caitlyn's absolute shock. He could not wait to unleash the Asura divine fist strike before her very eyes. Anticipation burned brightly in his core. 3 days passed in a blur of motion. A highly elite expedition force was rapidly assembled. Their sole objective was to hunt down the unseen assassins targeting Zephyr. He stepped forward to seize absolute command of the vanguard. Meanwhile, Zephyr ventured into the silent depths of the archives. His eyes locked onto a cursed relic, the exact stone tablet Shutra had handled days before. Dread washed over him as he read the ancient carvings. He recognized the apocalyptic avatar of famine. He saw the looming specter of death. He felt the endless carnage of war, but the imposing woman leading them? She was a terrifying, unknown anomaly. She was a phantom deleted from his memories. The very entity Shutra had recognized. The invincible herald of conquest. Far away, deep within the boiling heart of a volcano, a titanic dragon confronted a lone female warrior. The massive beast commanded her to initiate the grand design. She was addressed with absolute, terrifying reverence. The Night of Conquest. The harbinger of ruin from Shutra's darkest nightmares had materialized in the waking world. Back on the treacherous road, Shutra unleashed his power. He drew back the string and fired a concentrated bolt of energy. But the violent magic rebelled against its master. A sinister flicker of flame erupted from his palm. It snapped backward, searing into his own flesh. Karak stared in sheer horror. He had never witnessed such suicidal, barbaric training methods. Panic gripped the rugged warrior's heart. He feared Shutra would irreparably destroy his own vessel in the pursuit of power. But Felicia's calm voice cut through the tension. She declared that he was perfectly, terrifyingly fine. Before their very eyes, miraculous energy surged forth. Shutra casually regenerated his scorched flesh, erasing the burn without a flinch. The flames obeyed him. His healing arts surged. His absolute control over mana reached new heights. Shutra gasped for breath, yet his eyes burned with fierce exhilaration. He unleashed the power again. Kak observed from the shadows. The old warrior narrowed his eyes. This monstrous growth defied all logic. Still, his magical prowess skyrocketed daily. Felicia wisely chose silence. They let his power flourish. Shadows hid their nightly training. Sunlight masked their relentless march. Their ultimate target lay ahead. The dreaded Spider Forest. The domain of Amida Ignazia awaited. Speed was their only ally. They trespassed straight through lycanthrope territory. Suddenly, a blockade halted their path. The passage was utterly sealed. Carrick stepped forward, demanding answers. The guards sneered back. This was absolute royal decree. The lycanthrope bloodline had seized the domain. The command was absolute: turn back immediately. But Felicia narrowed her eyes. A royal mobilization in this desolate wasteland? The pieces failed to align. The arrogant sentinel barked a final warning. He demanded their immediate retreat. Her patience shattered completely. She commanded them to part the way. She demanded their supreme commander. Fury twisted the guard's face. He mocked her audacious tone. Did she mistake herself for nobility? Her voice fell like icy steel. Yes. The guard froze in sheer disbelief. He dared to question her. So, she drove the truth into his skull once more. Cold sweat drenched the soldier. His voice trembled in sudden terror. Her crimson gaze pierced his soul. She uttered the supreme confirmation a third time. The air itself grew heavy. Retribution came swiftly. The arrogant sentinels now knelt in disgrace. Their hands were raised toward the heavens, a humiliating punishment within their own camp. Caitlyn's face lit up with pure joy. She rushed toward Felicia and Shutra. Chris trailed silently behind her. Confusion laced her eager greeting. What brought them to this barren front? Felicia countered with a sharp gaze. The question belonged to her. Why establish a military blockade? What secrets were they burying in this wasteland? Caitlyn flinched under the pressure. Chris stepped into the breach. He shattered the silence with a heavy truth. Rumors claimed Shutra had devastated the Demon King's citadel. Chris locked eyes with the young master. What kind of monstrous path had he walked? A confident smirk grazed Shutra's lips. Words were no longer necessary. He beckoned them into the open wasteland. Moments later, a catastrophic explosion shattered the earth. A brutal clash of titans erupted. Caitlyn unleashed her true aura. Shutra answered with equal, devastating malice. Neither warrior held back a single breath. Terrifying energy swirled around his strike. Their knuckles collided in midair. A shockwave of pure annihilation ripped outward. The very earth split open beneath them. Ancient trees vaporized into dust. Caitlyn gasped through the chaotic tempest. This was not the sacred beast god Fist. His flow of power was something far more sinister. She demanded the name of this martial supremacy. Shutra lowered his smoking hand. The Asura Divine Fist Strike, a name bathed in legendary blood. Felicia revealed the terrifying truth. A miraculous fusion of divine martial arts. The beast god fist merged with Asura cultivation, a forbidden legacy granted by the Sword Lord himself. Astonishment struck Chris like a thunderbolt. Such a flawless fusion defied reality, and the reclusive Sword Lord taking a disciple? It was utterly inconceivable. He questioned the Sword Lord's mysterious motive. Felicia smiled with absolute certainty. Because his talent reaches the heavens. Awe consumed Caitlyn's heart. A burning hunger to master this divine power awakened within her. Shutra offered a solemn apology. This path was forged in pure instinct. No scrolls or forms existed. It was a unique enlightenment he alone possessed. A peerless martial art bound to a single soul. Chris shook his head in absolute disbelief. This boy was a walking anomaly, a monster defying the laws of the world. Shutra merely shrugged his shoulders. He accepted the bewilderment as high praise. A cold shiver ran down Chris's spine. This monstrous evolution was utterly terrifying. The gap between them was closing. He must push beyond his absolute limits, or be swallowed by the boy's shadow. The demonstration of supreme power had ended. The shifting tides of fate demanded their attention. They retreated into the war tent. The atmosphere plunged into suffocating gravity. Chris locked the space with a deadly warning. These words must never leave this sanctuary. Felicia felt a chill sweep through the room. What terrifying secret could warrant such dread? The grim truth spilled from his lips. The lowest abyss of the Grey Tower had been breached. A legendary nightmare had broken its chains. Shutra's mind raced through the archives of darkness. The Grey Tower. The ultimate purgatory for the lycanthrope race's most bloodthirsty abominations. A prisoner from the absolute bottom floor? Only one demonic entity matched that profile. Chris uttered the cursed name. Gerard Moonlight, the harbinger of carnage. He was blood, their very own maternal uncle. Shock widened Felicia's eyes. A hidden branch of the royal family tree, steeped in darkness. Chris unveiled the grim history. He was banished to the abyss 20 years ago, long before her time, erased from all royal records. Legends spoke of his unrivaled majesty, the supreme apex predator of the lycanthrope lineage, a warrior born of absolute dominance. Had madness not consumed his soul, the crown would have been his, not their mother's, but his hunger for supreme power became an endless, devouring void. The divine beast god fist was not enough. He plunged into forbidden, heretical sorcery. The darkness twisted his mind, leaving nothing but a raving, bloodthirsty calamity. His rampage shattered the heavens, a walking apocalypse bathed in royal blood. Hundreds of elite lycanthrope warriors were slaughtered just to seal him away. Fate granted them one fragile mercy. The massacre was contained within the palace walls. The slaughter was buried under layers of royal secrecy. Felicia pieced the terrifying puzzle together. A calamity-class monster was now roaming free. The entire realm was in catastrophic peril. Caitlin unrolled the tracking reports. The beast had vanished into the eastern horizon. Chris offered a grim reassurance. His mana core was heavily crippled during the escape. The immediate threat was supposedly manageable. The east lay far from their current path. But Shutra's gaze remained sharp and calculating. How does a monster shatter an inescapable fortress? Chris clenched his fists in mounting frustration. The shadows held the answer. External forces had manipulated the seal. Someone had unleashed this demonic plague on purpose. A dark memory clicked in Shutra's mind. A hidden quest line from the legendary Night Saga. The Zephyr Ragnaros scenario. The ultimate objective? Release Gerard Moonlight and watch the lycanthrope empire drown in its own blood. Shutra felt a cold dread. The trigger had been pulled. In the dead of night, a man gasped for air. A scarred brute demanded answers. Speak, if you value your life. Corpses already littered the ground. He sought a single prize. The moonlight, herb. Shutra's mind spun in absolute chaos. His surroundings were entirely alien. Then, she manifested before him. Conquest. He demanded the truth of this realm. She simply raised a finger. A black void loomed behind him. He peered into the abyss, and a silhouette lurked within. The truth struck like lightning. It was the embodiment of famine. Shutra snapped violently awake. His lungs burned for air. That abyssal aura haunted his waking hours. A suffocating malice coated his skin. The phantom terror refused to fade. A darker question tormented his thoughts. Why did that cursed name echo so loudly? Famine. It pulsed within his very soul. The terrifying silence shattered. Karak tore through the tent flaps. Pure panic twisted his features. A disaster had struck. Shutra demanded an instant report. Karak choked on his words. An intruder had breached the perimeter. The camp was under attack. A lone man brought absolute ruin. A vicious scar marred his left cheek. Ominous black energy coiled around his body. He needed no blade. His bare hands butchered the vanguard. Shutra's blood ran cold. He knew that monstrous profile. It was Gerard Moonlight. Absolute devastation painted the camp. Chris and Caitlin stood amidst the slaughter. Shutra and Karak sprinted to the front lines. Nothing made sense. Gerard was supposed to flee east, yet this nightmare stood before them. Why had he returned? Shutra needed answers immediately. He cornered the siblings. What was their true objective? Why were they really here? Caitlin finally shattered the silence. The moonlight herb. Chris flinched at her sudden confession, but she laid bare the entire truth. The herb was their sole mission. A prize sought from the very beginning. Gerard's escape was merely an unforeseen catastrophe. This was no ordinary plant. It bloomed only once every 100 years. A supreme medicinal treasure, the greatest relic of the lycanthrope race. Its power defied logic itself. A miraculous elixir, capable of dragging the dying back from the depths of hell. In the lore of Night Saga, defeating these two yielded the prize. The puzzle pieces violently locked together. Gerard's motive was utterly clear. He hungered for the legendary herb, a desperate bid to restore his crippled aura. Suddenly, golden brilliance ruptured the night sky. Felicia unleashed her magic. The far side of the camp burned. A brutal battlefield had already formed. She thrust her staff skyward. A towering inferno roared to life, yet her breathing grew dangerously ragged. Gerard simply walked through the raging fire. Cold despair gripped Felicia's heart. Death stared her in the face. But a sudden projectile cleaved the air. Shutra hurled his shield with lethal force. A single question broke her trance. Are you unhurt? The brutal impact drove the monster backward. The siblings seized the opening. They launched a ferocious assault. Gerard locked eyes with his attackers. The spawn of Elaine Moonlight. He braced his monstrous frame. Caitlin barked a fierce command to surrender. A wicked sneer twisted his face. He claimed to carry their mother's dying will. That psychological strike found its mark. She hesitated for a fatal second. A devastating punch sent her rocketing backward. Pure panic seized Chris. He bolted toward his fallen sister. A brave wolf soldier flanked the convict, but Gerard simply crushed his throat. The slaughter was absolute. Viscous black mist tore from the victim. The soldier was drained of his very essence. Ice flooded Shutra's veins. The victim's eyes went violently dark. A torrential flow of abyssal energy erupted. The darkness threatened to swallow everything. The horrifying truth dawned on Shutra. This foul aura was unmistakable. It was famine. The drained soldier dissolved into nothingness. Gerard unleashed a tectonic strike. His fist shattered the earth beneath their feet. Chris stumbled, his balance completely destroyed. The abyssal mist lashed out like a viper. It struck Chris with catastrophic force. Shutra watched the nightmare unfold in absolute disbelief. This defied all known lore. In Night Saga, Gerard possessed no such might. Decades of imprisonment should have broken his body entirely. The monster sensed Shutra's faltering gaze. A cruel mock slipped from his lips. You dare look away in a battlefield? In a flash, an iron grip crushed Shutra's windpipe. He thrashed with desperate fury. He clawed at the hand of death. Suffocating darkness enveloped him entirely. Wither and dry, the demon whispered. Then, a violent blur of motion. Chris struck like thunder from the blind spot, shattering the iron grip. Agony ripped through Shutra's fragile body. A raw scream tore from his throat. Gerard pivoted, radiating murderous intent. Chris stood as an immovable wall. Your fight is with me. He launched himself like a meteor. Raging blue aura exploded from his form. The collision was absolutely devastating. He drove the convict straight into the earth. Shockwaves leveled the surrounding battlefield. Gerard withstood the catastrophic barrage. Where are your manners for your uncle? He sneered. Chris unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Shut your mouth! Gerard Moonlight died 20 years ago. The lycanthrope royal bloodline rejected him completely. This beast was nothing but a fugitive corpse. Shutra grasped a radiant golden dagger. Under the king's banner, activate. The divine buff struck Chris without warning. A breathtaking thrill ignited within Chris. His very soul roared with newfound might. Invincible power surged through every vein. Could Shutra's magic truly birth such absolute dominance? Boundless energy radiated, ready to conquer all. Gerard sensed the shift instantly. Chris's movements sharpened into lethal focus. Simultaneously, Caitlin moved like a phantom. Empowered by the king's banner, she struck his blind spot. A devastating blow landed. A low, heavy groan escaped Gerard's lips. The impact shattered the air around them. Chris did not hesitate. He lunged with a second brutal strike. Felicia and Shutra could only watch from afar. The combatants vanished. They became nothing but blinding streaks of light clashing in the dark. Felicia strained her eyes. She saw nothing but blurs of lethal velocity. Panic laced her voice as she demanded answers from Shutra. His gaze remained utterly calm. The twins were dominating the field. Their synchronization was absolute. A flawless storm of strikes forced Gerard to raise his arms in desperate defense. A grim realization dawned upon Gerard. These were truly Elaine's bloodline. Their power was undeniable. The time for holding back had ended. The beast within broke free. Massive, monstrous claws erupted from his flesh. In a blur of savage speed, he seized Caitlin by the skull. He casually evaded Chris's desperate punch. He dragged Caitlin like a mere rag doll. Then, he slammed her violently into the earth. The ground splintered. All color drained from Chris's face. Caitlin lay utterly broken. Absolute blinding fury erupted from Chris. He screamed a vow of bloody murder. Gerard simply swatted him away like an insect. The sheer force launched Chris through the forest. Massive ancient trees snapped under his impact. He crashed into the dirt. Instantly, Gerard launched himself toward his fallen prey. A brilliant, blinding light erupted. The white Suri flared to life. Shutra stepped into the path of death, blocking the lethal strike. His voice echoed like thunder, commanding Karak to summon the king's knights. Gerard pivoted with monstrous agility. He caught Karak's descending axe barehanded. Shutra seized the opening. He gathered every ounce of his aura into his fist. He drew his arm back. A terrifying, condensed sphere of golden energy ignited. The very air warped around him. Then, he unleashed absolute devastation. The gigantic piston roared. Gerard took the catastrophic hit head-on. He did not fall. Instead, he unleashed a forbidden technique. The Beast God Fist secret art, the Wild Wolf Fist Strike. The apocalyptic collision blasted Shutra backward. The shockwave tore through the earth. Carrick struggled against the hurricane of force. Pure terror gripped him as he searched for his prince. The tempest of Gerard's aura slowly calmed. A sinister smirk twisted his face. No mortal could survive the Wild Wolf Fist Strike. He expected to see a corpse. A violent cough shattered the silence. Shutra hacked up a pool of dark blood. Gerard advanced like a predator. His eyes burned with suffocating, lethal intent. Yet, Shutra stood his ground. He raised a blood-stained hand, halting the monster's advance. The tide of battle turned. He unleashed the exact same power. Beast God Fist secret art. Gerard froze in absolute disbelief. The shockwave struck him with world-shattering force. Before Shutra's eyes, a glowing system notification materialized. He had mastered the Beast God Fist secret art. The Wild Wolf skill was now his. It was time for the monster to choke on his own medicine. Agony tore a guttural roar from Gerard's throat. His mind fractured with confusion. How did this insignificant prince copy his ultimate technique? Shutra did not hesitate. He drew his fist back once more. He launched a second devastating attack. The fist of explosion erupted. Searing, volcanic heat swallowed the battlefield. Gerard roared through the flames. He retaliated with blind, savage fury. The counterattack launched Shutra through the air. He landed heavily, clicking his tongue in bitter frustration. His aim had been absolute. He meant to obliterate Gerard's head entirely. A sickening, pitch-black mist poured from Gerard's body. The cursed energy locked onto Shutra like a predator. Death loomed. In a split second, Shutra summoned the White Suri before the darkness violently detonated. He could only curse into the void. What the hell was that? The thick, suffocating smoke finally dispersed. The battlefield was empty. Gerard had vanished into thin air. Had the coward truly fled? A divine chime echoed in his mind. The system announced a sudden level up. A heavy, exhausted breath escaped Shutra's lips. He had survived. The shadow of death had finally passed. But victory meant nothing without his allies. He immediately turned to Felicia. He demanded to know Caitlyn's condition. A grim shadow fell across Felicia's face. Her voice trembled with dread. The devastation was beyond terrifying. Ordinary magic could not pull Caitlyn back from the abyss of death. Without warning, a horrifying agony ripped through Shutra. He collapsed, clutching his chest in pure torment. Panic struck Felicia's heart as she sprinted to his side. Invisible blades shredded his insides. Yet, his mind refused to focus on his own suffering. His only concern was Caitlyn's fading life. Her flesh appeared unbroken, but her internal vessels were completely shattered. It was the price of absolute power. She had burned her own life force to draw out that monstrous aura. Blood seeped from Shutra's lips. Felicia pleaded to know what was destroying him. He weakly brushed her away. He commanded her to ignore him and pour every ounce of salvation into Caitlyn. A battered Chris emerged from the shadows. His hands trembled as he presented a sacred, ornate box. He ordered Felicia to use its contents on them both. Bewilderment clouded her eyes. She slowly opened the ancient casket. Her breath hitched. Time itself seemed to freeze. Resting within was a single ethereal blossom, the legendary moonlight herb. She moved with desperate precision. She laid the fallen warriors side by side. The sacred box rested between them. Chris and Carrick drew their weapons, forming an unbreakable perimeter of defense. Her hands glowed with pure, concentrated mana. She carefully extracted the divine flower. With extreme caution, she split the miraculous petal in two, one half for each dying soul. The fragments dissolved into pure, liquid starlight. The essence trickled past their lips. Instantly, a blinding, magnificent aura erupted from Caitlyn's shattered body. Confusion knitted Felicia's brow. But that confusion violently mutated into sheer terror. Gravity lost its hold. Shutra's unconscious body began to float into the air. Chris watched in absolute awe. He had never witnessed such divine phenomena. Then, an ancient myth echoed in his mind. The terrifying legend of the moonlight herb. Ages passed, a monstrous sovereign walked the earth. The primordial Wolf King. By his fangs and fury, he crushed the scattered lycanthrope clans. He forged them into a single, unstoppable empire. Then came the apocalyptic skies. A catastrophic red dragon named Castian descended upon their lands. Their war shattered the earth for 7 agonizing days. It ended only when the Wolf King tore the dragon's throat out. Victory belonged to the wolves. But such godlike power came at a horrific price. The sovereign's body was pushed beyond mortal limits. His invincible army had been slaughtered. The icy grip of death closed around the king's own heart. In his final, desperate breath, destiny intervened. He found a single, flawless white flower. Guided by primal instinct, he swallowed the blossom. It was no mere plant. It was the very essence of the moon. That divine light solidified within his chest, becoming his new beating heart. Reborn with a heart forged from pure moonlight, he made an eternal vow. His life, his power, and his bloodline belonged to the night sky. On that day, the primordial sovereign claimed the legendary name, Moonlight. Legends whispered of his eternal vigil. He shielded the realm for countless generations. Yet, that divine miracle graced the world only once. Century after century, the lycanthrope bloodline devoured that sacred bloom. They chased a ghost of the past. None could endure the crushing weight of the moonlight. The Wolf King's triumph remained absolute. No other beast ever forged a second heart. Thus stood the myth of the moonlight herb. Now, that ancient myth shattered reality. It unfolded right before Chris. The legend breathed anew within Shutra. A mortal born of an entirely alien bloodline, blinding radiance erupted from Shutra's chest. A monolithic pillar of pure light pierced the pitch-black heavens. The heavens themselves trembled. The system delivered its absolute verdict. The protagonist's setting adjustment had amplified this fated encounter. His sovereign physique devoured the ancient power of the moonlight herb. Two hearts now beat within his chest, two distinct cores of power, two absolute origins of limitless strength. Finally, Shutra's eyelids tore open. A brilliant golden aura blinded him. Caitlin lay motionless beside him. Jolted by panic, he threw himself upright. His mind spun in chaos. His sharp gaze swept the room. They rested in a chamber of absolute majesty. Suddenly, a heavy knock shattered the profound silence. Heavily armored guards marched inside. They flanked a woman of terrifying presence, an absolute sovereign. Her cold voice cut the air, questioning his rest. She spoke his true title, the Ninth Prince, Shutra Ignos. Recognition struck him like a devastating thunderbolt. That regal visage was etched into his deepest memories. She was the fourth queen, Elaine Moonlight, the absolute ruler of the lycanthropes, the blood mother of Chris and Caitlin. Her piercing gaze locked onto his soul. She knew he had saved her royal bloodline. She demanded the price of his miracle. How could she repay such a monumental debt? Shutra met her heavy gaze without fear. He spoke with unwavering conviction. It was nothing. He merely fulfilled his inescapable duty. She commanded him to cast aside false modesty. His monumental deeds demanded grand glory. He lowered his head in solemn gratitude. The pleasantries vanished instantly. The atmosphere turned cold and suffocating. Her next words struck like a blade to the throat. Did he harbor the ambition to become the Demon King? The sheer weight of the question paralyzed him. Confusion clouded his eyes. Her sharp instincts caught his hesitation. The desire for the absolute crown had never corrupted his soul. A fragile prince with no foundation. His ignorance was entirely logical. But the winds of fate had shifted violently. She commanded him to awaken his dormant ambition. Every step forward was a march over a bottomless abyss. She warned him to weigh his every move. He must ruthlessly calculate his path to ultimate supremacy. The shocking truth crashed over him. His body had slumbered in absolute darkness for 4 agonizing days. The spirit Greenwind whispered this revelation. Her tone carried an eerie calm. She had stood vigil over his vulnerable flesh through every passing second. Clarity pierced his mind. He demanded the rest of the grim truth. They were hidden within an impenetrable fortress, a sanctuary meant only for lycanthrope royalty. Sharing a bed with Caitlin was no mere accident. It was a desperate ritual. Their physical proximity forged a conduit for supreme mystical healing. Shutra demanded the hidden depths of her words. Greenwind's voice turned gravely serious. Had the memory of devouring the moonlight herb truly vanished from his mind? Shock hit him like a physical blow. The legendary herb flowed through his veins. Desperation seized him. He summoned his status window to face the undeniable truth. A terrifying foreign presence thrummed within, an unfathomable energy intertwined with his own aura. The monstrous power hummed with lethal intent. An entirely new core beat within his chest. A second heart forged of pure aura. Greenwind revealed Chris's dire warning. Their physical closeness acted as a supreme catalyst. It violently ignited his dormant life force. The proof required a simple touch. She ordered him to grasp Caitlin's hand. He braced his soul. Their fingers intertwined. A cataclysmic torrent of power eradicated his senses. Unstoppable energy flooded his every meridian. The sheer magnitude of the surge nearly broke his mind. Greenwind delivered the ultimate revelation. The Moonlight Herb had bound their destinies. A spiritual chain now shackled their souls together. Their connection mirrored his unbreakable pact with the Wind Spirit. In the shadow-drenched corridors, grim news awaited. Gerard's fate remained shrouded in blood and mystery. Chris spoke of the brutal hunt. The pursuit had demanded a horrific toll of lives. The search parties had uncovered gruesome spoils. They secured Gerard's severed lower half. Mangled fragments of his upper torso stained the earth. Yet, the threat lingered like a deadly curse. Chris vowed to hunt the remnants down. Total annihilation was the only acceptable proof. Shutra nodded in grim agreement. Mercy was a fatal luxury. The tension thickened instantly. Chris shattered the silence with a dangerous topic, the Queen's terrifying proposition. Shutra's blood ran cold. The shadow of the Demon King's throne loomed over them. Chris laid bare his own limitations. His might was renowned across the lands. Yet, he lacked the realm-shattering power of absolute dominion. His peak strength barely mirrored Sylvan's. 10 long years of blood and agony had yielded nothing. The monstrous gap between him and the first prince remained an insurmountable abyss. Then there was the second prince. A nightmare draped in royal flesh, an unfathomable monster. The difference in their power defied all logic. Comparison was utterly meaningless. Yet, a fiery conviction burned in Chris's eyes. Shutra possessed the limitless potential to devour them both. He alone could ascend as the true Demon King. The sheer magnitude of this faith struck Shutra hard. Chris pushed relentlessly forward. Shutra held a legendary advantage. He commanded the unparalleled power to unite the fractured races. Furthermore, an absolute titan stood behind him. He possessed the unwavering backing of the Sword Lord. If his legend continued to swell with glorious victories, if his name echoed across the battlefields, even the shackled Gondaras might shatter their chains through royal amnesty. A chilling realization pierced his mind. The mysterious absence of the Gandharva race finally made absolute sense. What unforgivable sin had they committed? What horrific crime warranted such merciless confinement? Chris sensed the crushing pressure upon his brother. He demanded no instant oaths of conquest. The weight of the crown required profound contemplation. He merely planted the seed of deadly ambition. The chasm between blind ignorance and calculated preparation was vast. That singular difference would dictate life or death. Shutra locked his gaze upon the distant horizon. The silence in the room grew utterly deafening. The bloody, treacherous path to the Demon King's throne unfurled before his mind's eye. A lone carriage pierced the suffocating darkness of the night. Ludwig Moonlight, commander of the Bloodwolf Vanguard, dared to question Her Majesty Elaine. He asked if the Ninth Prince truly possessed the fangs to claim the demon throne. Her answer was chillingly absolute. The reigning Demon King never moved without grand design. Every breath the tyrant took held catastrophic purpose. He was not a creature of mere whim. To intervene twice during the sacred audience ceremony, it was unheard of. A profound and terrifying motive lay hidden in the shadows. The sovereign had witnessed a spark of absolute authority in the Ninth Prince, a spark the rest of the world was too blind to see. After all, the blood of the supreme ruler flowed through the boy's veins. The Bloodwolf captain could not fathom the impending storm. Elaine's gaze sharpened, dismissing his ignorance with a single, cutting word. Naive. She laid bare the brutal truth of the demon realm. Should the son tear the crown from his own father's bloody corpse, the father would welcome death with a triumphant laugh. It meant a superior apex predator had finally been forged. Such was the terrifying madness of the supreme ruler. Naturally, it was a gamble bathed in blood. Yet, the Ninth Prince ascending to the ultimate throne remained their most glorious path to absolute victory. The veil lifted from Ludwig's eyes. In the abyss of the demon realm, power was the only absolute law. The universe bent solely to the will of the strongest. Elaine confessed this savage truth brought her terror. Yet, a wicked thrill coursed through her soul. She craved the chaos. Deep within the encroaching shadows, the wolfkin hounds hunted their prey. Gerard was shattered. He could not outrun fate for long. A predatory growl echoed through the darkness. The hunt was over. They had cornered their prey. An abyssal voice slithered into Gerard's mind. It whispered that his time for foolish hesitation had expired. A phantom born of shadows emerged, demanding his total surrender to the Dark Pact. Gerard slammed his palm against the corrupted earth. A cataclysmic wave of black death violently erupted. The cursed mist devoured the charging hounds as he commanded their life essence to wither and rot. In a single breath, the elite hunters were reduced to ash. Cornered by absolute despair, Gerard surrendered his soul to the dark abyss. The forbidden pact was sealed. A sinister grin sliced through the darkness. Rows of razor-sharp fangs gleamed with demonic delight. The shadow proclaimed the dawn of a new, catastrophic era. This timeline would forge a far more devastating destiny. Days bled away. Finally, Caitlyn's eyes snapped open. The fallout of Gerard's betrayal forced Chris back to the Imperial Sanctuary. By dawn's first light, the expedition vanguard mobilized. Their target was the dreaded Spider Forest. They had to hunt down Amida. A pathfinder named Robin led the march. He warned the vanguard of the twin bridges ahead. Beyond that threshold, mounts were useless. They would march into hell on foot. Robin was a seasoned boar lycanthrope. Chris had personally enlisted the Beastman to navigate the treacherous wilds. Shutra pierced the guide with a heavy gaze. He demanded the truth about the Spider Forest. He needed to know the horrors that awaited them. The Beastman swore he had tread those cursed grounds 6 months prior. He claimed it was a realm of unbroken silence, a sanctuary devoid of bloodshed, an unnatural tranquility where neither beast nor monster dared to roam. But to Shutra, this absolute silence reeked of an ambush. It was a suffocating calm that set his warrior instincts ablaze. They breached the forest's perimeter. The horrifying truth lay bare before them. A majestic sea of shattered bones paved the cursed earth. The guide trembled, questioning what slaughter had occurred, but Shutra's expression remained colder than ice. He always knew peace was merely an illusion. His hand rested naturally on his blade. He only wondered what brand of massacre was waiting to welcome them into the abyss. The vanguard formed a flawless defensive perimeter in the ruined clearing, weapons drawn, auras blazing. The graveyard of splintered wood and bleached skeletons crunched beneath their boots. Green Wind stretched her ethereal senses toward the domain's ultimate protector. But the reality was grim. The guardian spirit's divine aura was bleeding out into nothingness. A wave of terror rippled through the spirit realm. The ancient entity of the Spider Forest was standing on the precipice of total annihilation. Shutra demanded answers about the forest's sovereign entity. Robin spoke in hushed, trembling tones of an ancient myth, a colossal arachnid god that reigned supreme from the deepest, darkest core of the woods. Shutra's mind became a whirlwind of tactical calculations. He barked a swift, absolute command. Karam was to mobilize the lycanthrope forces immediately. She vanished into the shadows without a second thought. Suddenly, Green Wind gasped. The massive magical core at the heart of the forest had been brutally shattered. A suffocating dread choked the air. An apocalyptic catastrophe was about to descend upon this ancient domain. The sun died, plunging the world into a hostile night. The vanguard established a fortified camp. Shutra revealed the grim intelligence. The guardian spirit's life force was fading rapidly. He posed the fatal question. What devastation would follow if the Supreme Protector ceased to exist? Felicia stepped forward, her voice laced with ancient knowledge. She detailed the twin paths of spiritual extinction. The first was the brute force slaughter of the spirit itself. The second was far more insidious. Total erasure occurs if the sacred artifact it is bound to protect is annihilated. If the holy origin falls, its guardian falls with it. Do not let Green Wind's fragile form deceive you. She was a supreme ethereal being of monumental rank. Even if her holy anchor was eradicated, her immense power would merely fracture. She possessed the sheer resilience to defy total death. But lesser divine beings shared a far more tragic fate. They were irrevocably doomed to perish the very instant their sacred source shattered. Such was the wretched curse of the artificial guardians entombed in forgotten ruins. The devastating truth was clear. The sovereign of the Spider Forest was dying because its ancient anchor had been viciously compromised. Felicia's breath hitched abruptly. Her gaze shot upward, captivated by a horrifying omen in the heavens. The silver moon had mutated into a sick, twisted hue. Before anyone could react to the celestial warning, a blood-curdling howl shattered the silence. Caitlyn launched a lethal, frenzied strike at her own comrades. Shutra moved with lightning speed. He parried the lethal blow and pinned her to the earth with overwhelming force. He roared her name into the chaotic night. He shook her violently, desperately trying to shatter the dark curse, consuming her mind. Shock turned into absolute terror. The remaining lycanthropes succumbed to the bloodlust. They locked their glowing eyes on a singular prey. Carrick. Panic seized his heart. He screamed their names. He desperately pleaded with them to remember their bonds. It was useless. A blinding flash of holy light erupted. Felicia unleashed a radiant storm. The feral beasts recoiled in agony. Yet, even she stood bewildered by this sudden nightmare. Daphne recognized the foul magic. The spirit of madness had claimed their minds. Without hesitation, she began her incantation. Radiant energy surged forward. The venomous purple mist shattered into nothingness. Stripped of the dark curse, the beasts collapsed like lifeless puppets. Shutra rushed to Caitlin. Her pulse was steady. Her mind was finally her own. Beside them, Carrick roared into the silence, demanding answers. Daphne delivered a grim truth. The exorcism was merely a temporary reprieve. The malicious spirits would return. They needed to eradicate the source immediately. An earth-shattering roar tore through the sky. The very ground trembled beneath their boots. Carrick drew his blade, his eyes scanning the shadows. Fear flickered in Daphne's eyes. The great defensive ward had shattered. A cataclysmic disaster was unfolding in the distance. Green Wind delivered a chilling warning. The boundary between illusion and reality was bleeding. The foul spirit wielded a suffocating power. The true world was fading into madness. A bitter curse escaped Shutra's lips. The shadows writhed and twisted. A legion of grotesque abominations burst forth from the abyss. He roared the command to hold the line. Survival demanded a slaughter. Shutra lunged forward. His fist of explosion pulverized a charging behemoth into ash. Carrick and Delea formed an unbreakable wall of steel. They carved through the encroaching tide of flesh. From the rear, Felicia rained down a devastating tempest of arcane destruction. A symphony of carnage echoed through the night. Blood spilled, steel clashed, yet the monstrous horde seemed truly infinite. Shutra barked a desperate command. He called upon Green Wind, dubbing her GW. She bristled at the nickname. Nevertheless, she launched herself into the sky. She pierced the heavens. Emerald light enveloped her agile form. Suddenly, an apocalyptic pillar of azure energy erupted from the fractured earth. The violent collision of power painted the night in blinding colors. Within that chaotic brilliance, a colossal silhouette emerged. Absolute terror paralyzed her. A monstrous titan towered above the ruins. The earth quaked with its every breath. Shutra braced himself for another impossible nightmare. Carrick bellowed a grim warning. Even more horrors were crawling from the horizon. But then, an eerie silence fell. The ravenous horde instantly withdrew into the dark. The warriors watched the retreat in utter bewilderment. A fleeting breath of relief swept the battlefield. But Shutra tensed. An undeniable presence was drawing near. He raised his weapon and challenged the darkness. Out of nowhere, a blunt object slammed into Karak's helm. It tumbled across the bloody soil. Shutra stared in profound disbelief. It was a mere raccoon. Yet, the beast rose to its hind legs. It spoke with righteous indignation. It demanded to know if these mortals were blind to its sheer majesty. Weapons lowered. The suffocating tension evaporated. Daphne, Shutra, and Carrick stood utterly paralyzed, their jaws hitting the floor. The diminutive creature puffed out its chest with immense pride. He declared his name was Amida. He was the legendary artisan, the sole guardian of the ultimate flame. The curtain falls on this epic chapter. The grand saga continues elsewhere. Seek out the sacred archives of the Manhwa Updater channel for your weekly revelations. The wheel of destiny never stops turning. If you wish to witness the impending battles, do not fall behind. Pledge your loyalty and join our legendary ranks. Your unwavering support fuels this journey. Remain victorious. Stay glorious. The next epic encounter awaits.